Ibu Bapak yang kami hormati, ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister of the Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of National Land Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Social Impact Assessment, a cornerstone of sustainable and equitable development, implementing better land acquisition in challenging tenurial settings, balancing acceleration, certainty, and fairness. It is an honor for me, Claudia Lenke, to be the MC for today's event. Allow me to greet Minister of the Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning, Head of National Land Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, MSc, MPA, MA. The World Bank Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Ms. Caroline Turk. Deputy Head of Mission, Minister Counselor and Head of Political Section, European Union Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei, Mr. Stefan Mechati. Deputy Director General, Department of Town and Country Planning, Plan Malaysia, Town Planner Tuan Haji Hasan Yaakob. All Director General of the Ministry of ATR BPN, expert staff, advisor, special staff of Minister of ATR BPN, lead sector coordinator, energy sector, KfW Development Bank, Ms. Diana Arango, the representative of Ministry State Agency. We would like to extend our warm welcome to all participants who join us here in the room and also the participants who join us virtually. Thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is entering a new long-term development cycle, RPJPN 2025 to 2045, with the vision of achieving a golden Indonesia by 2045. This vision emphasizes economic growth, education, health services, and infrastructure development. Key projects aim to enhance connectivity, basic infrastructure, and urban mass transportation. Land acquisition remains crucial for development, addressing climate change and global challenges. The Ministry of Agrarian Affairs, with the World Bank and KfW Development Bank support, is drafting guidelines for social impact assessments to mitigate negative effects, legal uncertainties over challenging tenurial settings, highlighting the need for balanced solution in land acquisition. This event is also part of the commemoration of Agrarian and Special Planning Day, or also known as Hantaru, with the spirit to move forward in addressing land and special planning issues through Indonesia. Before we move on to our next agenda, we kindly ask all of the participants to take a moment to come together in unity for a prayer. We invite Bapak Yasifa to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, mari kita berdoa menurut agama dan keyakinan kita masing-masing. Dan khususnya bagi yang muslim, izinkanlah saya untuk memimpin doa. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala menganugerahkan keberkahan dan kekuatan kepada kita semua. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minaz zalimin. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Ya Allah ya Rabb, pada hari ini kami akan melaksanakan International Conference on Social Impact Assessment. Semoga kegiatan ini Engkau catat sebagai amal ibadah kepadamu ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Rabbana, dengan ridho-Mu karuniakan kami, persatukan hati, jiwa dan raga kami untuk senantiasa mengintegrasikan langkah kerja kami dalam berkontribusi dan memberikan sumbangsi yang terbaik untuk melaksanakan tugas yang diamanahkan kepada kami. Allahumma ya Allah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah. Tiada daya dan kekuatan kami kecuali dari Engkau ya Allah. Sungguh kami takut akan murka dan azab-Mu ya Allah, terlebih-lebih azab-Mu di akhirat nanti. Ya Allah, ampuni dosa dan kehilapan kami. Selamatkan kami, hindarkan kami ya Allah dari berbagai musibah dan bencana. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa ilam takfir lana wa tarhamna lanakuna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are now in the opening session, without further ado, we would like to invite Director General of Land Acquisition and Land Development of the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, National Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Embun Sari MSI, as the Advisory Committee of the Social Impact Assessment International Conference 2024. The report will be delivered in Bahasa Indonesia. Please welcome Ibu Embun Sari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang terhormat, yang kami banggakan, Bapak Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang Kepala Badan Pertanahan Nasional, Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, Mr. Caroline Turk, Country Director World Bank untuk Indonesia dan Timor Leste, Mr. Stephen McCarthy, Deputy Head of Mission, European Union Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam, para pejabat tinggi Madya, staf ahli, staf khusus, Profesor Maria, terima kasih Bun, Profesor Endriatmo, sudah hadir, di belakang, Profesor Budi Mulyanto, Tuan Haji Hasan Yaakob, Deputy Director General Department of Town and Country Planning, Plan Malaysia, Mrs. Bolorma, Operational Manager for Indonesia and Timor Leste, Mr. Satoshi from World Bank, perwakilan dari KfW Development Bank, thank you. Perwakilan dari kementerian yang hadir di sini, perwakilan dari kementerian dan lembaga dari Kementerian PPN, Bappenas, kemudian juga dari Kemenko Ekon, dari Kementerian Dalam Negeri, Kementerian Keuangan, ESDM, PUPR, KLHK, kemudian juga ada dari Elman, Bank Tanah, dan masyarakat profesi penilai Indonesia, serta hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Kami mengucapkan selamat datang dan terima kasih yang luar biasa atas keringanan langkah kita semua, terkhusus kepada Bapak Menteri. Saya tahu di tengah kesibukan Bapak yang luar biasa, alhamdulillah sudah berkenan hadir dalam acara pembukaan International Conference on Social Impact Assessment, a cornerstone of sustainable and equitable development. Izin Bapak saya melaporkan bahwa conference ini mengambil tema Implementing Better Land Acquisition in Challenging Tenurial Settings, Balancing Acceleration, Certainty, and Fairness. Dan tujuan daripada kita melaksanakan conference ini adalah tentu saja knowledge sharing, kemudian menambah pemahaman, pengetahuan terkait dari pemangku stakeholder ya, dari stakeholder terkait. Di sini ada dari pemerintahan, kemudian juga dari akademisi, yang utama dari mitra pembangunan untuk terkait dengan social impact assessment. termasuk dalam pengadaan tanah dan juga pemukiman kembali terhadap komunitas masyarakat terdampak. Termasuk di dalamnya adalah kelompok rentan. Dan juga nanti kita explore langkah-langkah yang dapat kita lakukan untuk praktek social impact assessment ini. Dan Pak Menteri, kami laporkan acara ini terlaksana dengan kolaborasi ATR BPN dan World Bank, dan dalam hal ini juga kita disupport oleh KfW Development Bank dan the European Union. Terima kasih, thank you. Dan untuk dari Indonesia kita hadir juga pakar ahli di bidang agraria, pengadaan tanah, dan sosiologi pedesaan ekologi. Jadi ada Prof. Maria, Prof. Budi Mulyanto, dan juga ada Prof. Endriatmo. Dan acara ini adalah hybrid, secara fisik hadir di sini kurang lebih kelihatannya lebih dari 100 orang. Undangan memang 100, tetapi mohon maaf ternyata lebih dari itu. Untuk yang berdiri kami mohon maaf sekali yang tidak dapat tempat duduk. Jadi yang hadir ini secara fisik adalah dari kita, pelaksana Kementerian ATR BPN, dari STPN tentu saja perwakilan World Bank, terima kasih. Kemudian perwakilan dari ADB, ASEAN Development Bank, dan KfW Development Bank, juga European Union, JICA juga ada yang hadir, kemudian PT Indonesia Infrastructure Finance, PT PLN, tadi saya sudah ketemu juga, NGO, ada NGO Humanis dan NGO Binexos, kemudian tadi perwakilan kementerian yang terima kasih yang terkait yang sudah hadir juga. Dan kita juga mengundang secara online, jadi dari akademisi baik yang dalam maupun luar negeri, juga local government dan private sector dari beberapa negara, antara lain Australia, Kanada, Kenya, Thailand, Malaysia, Filipina, Vietnam, Nepal, Pakistan, Zambia, dan beberapa negara lain. Jadi Pak Menteri, ini merupakan rangkaian dari kerjasama kita dengan World Bank selama ini, dan sejak 2022 kita sudah mulai khususnya terkait dengan social impact assessment ini. Di 2022 kita sudah melaksanakan conference juga, International Conference on Valuation and Compensation of Unregistered and Customary Land. Ini lebih ke peningkatan pemahaman kita terkait dengan tantangan penilaian ganti kerugian dalam pengadaan tanah. Dan juga selanjutnya kita butuh knowledge sharing, Social Impact Assessment Guidelines yang sudah berjalan di Malaysia bersama Plan Malaysia yang difasilitasi oleh World Bank juga, dan kita sudah melaksanakan kick off sebenarnya penyusunan Social Impact Assessment Guidelines di bulan Agustus 2023 difasilitasi oleh Technical Assistant dari World Bank. Kemudian kita merasa perlu juga ada knowledge sharing dari India, kita laksanakan juga bersama India yang juga difasilitasi oleh World Bank. Terakhir di bulan Desember kita melaksanakan FGD, penilaian dan penanganan dampak sosial akibat pengadaan tanah dan pembangunan Bandara Yogyakarta International Airport di Kulon Progo. Dan kami laporkan juga bahwa saat ini kita sedang menyusun peraturan terkait social impact assessment, dan kami harapkan ini nantinya bisa embedded ke pengadaan tanah, kegiatan pengadaan tanah, sehingga kita dapat menjamin, mengensure bahwa penghidupan kelompok masyarakat terdampak, terutama yang kelompok rentan itu dapat sustain. Jadi mulai dari tahapan perencanaan, persiapan, pelaksanaan sampai dengan penyerahan hasil, sampai dengan pasca pengadaan tanah, sehingga apa yang diamanatkan ajas keadilan dalam undang-undang pengadaan tanah itu benar-benar dapat kita realisasikan. Ajas keadilan pengadaan tanah itu adalah keberlangsungan penghidupan yang lebih baik, bukan sama atau lebih rendah, tetapi harus lebih baik dari sebelum pengadaan tanah. Demikian Pak Menteri yang dapat kami laporkan pada kesempatan ini, dan selanjutnya kami mohon arahan dan juga berkenan Pak Menteri membuka secara resmi International Conference ini. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, sekali lagi terima kasih atas kehadiran, atensi dari semuanya, dan juga kami mohon maaf jika ada salah dan kurang. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Ibu Umbun. Ladies and gentlemen, following next, let us welcome Ms. Caroline Turk, the World Bank Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste.
Excellency Bapak Agus Yudhoyono, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Ibu Embun, Stefan Mechati, Mr. Jakob, and Professor Sumayono, others, colleagues, friends. I really want to congratulate BPN for hosting this international conference on social impact assessment. To be honest, this conference could not have come at a better time. Today we face numerous global challenges with climate change, the energy transition among some of the most pressing. So substantial investments are going to be needed in Indonesia to address these issues, but also to address your aspirations of becoming a high-income nation by 2045 and to achieve net zero by 2060. In order to achieve those goals, you will need substantial investment in infrastructure, and that will propel your growth, but it will introduce a new dilemma. And that dilemma will be how to ensure that development is fast enough both to meet the growth needs of the nation, but while maintaining a fair stake for all stakeholders. Infrastructure projects can impact people in different ways. The loss of a small amount of land may not mean very much to somebody who's got a permanent wage-paying job. If somebody takes a little bit of land away from me, it's not going to ruin my life because I have a salary from the World Bank. But if you are a farmer who relies on this for your subsistence income, or you are a informal sector worker who relies on land to back up and provide a safety net for you when times are a little bit hard in the informal market, it could mean a lot to you. So understanding these different impacts is really critical. And social impact assessments are a key tool to help to grasp the whole diversity of effects that projects can have on different social groups, and to ensure that we minimize negative impacts while maximizing the benefits of infrastructure investments. And that is why today we're going to discuss Indonesia's infrastructure challenges and explore how social impact assessments can guide us towards fair, socially sustainable solutions. And we hope that the discussions that we have today and the papers that we will see will help us in guiding us as the government moves forwards to finalize some of the guidelines that it's preparing. Social impact assessments have proven their value globally by helping to minimize social effects, ensuring fair more inclusive outcomes from infrastructure development. And I'm going to highlight 3 areas in which social impact assessments play this role. The first is going to be about identifying vulnerable groups. The second is about how it improves your returns on investment. And the third is about institutional capacity dimensions. So first of all, on the identification of different groups. As I mentioned before, the loss of land of the same size can have different impacts on different people. Compensation for land loss may not be sufficient to restore livelihoods of some people who may be affected, perhaps due to people's differences in affected people's capacity. We can agree that social impact assessments can pinpoint differences among the project-affected people, considering factors like their livelihoods, the degree to which they rely on national resources, their access to social safety nets, and their employability. And as a result, the projects that are able to identify these most vulnerable people and understand why they are at risk and provide them with support beyond the mere compensation of land loss tend to be more effective. And one example of that involves a project that created savings unions. This tripled the savings of the affected individuals and significantly strengthened their financial resilience. These unions, when combined with the establishment of livelihood cells that were dedicated to supporting income-generating activities, enabled many, including women, to rebuild their livelihoods after they had been resettled as part of infrastructure development. This is the power behind targeted, effective social impact assessments. So the second point on the returns to investment, and we in the World Bank believe that the returns you get from applying social impact assessments outweighs the costs. And sometimes those costs are quite significant, we should acknowledge, but it outweighs those costs by a significant degree. While conducting the social impact assessment requires resources, the benefits, we think, make it a really worthwhile investment. The CEO of a hydropower company described a good social impact assessment as a good investment, noting that the cost of conducting one and implementing the findings was only 1% of the total concession fees that they received. Good returns. But it allowed the project to operate smoothly by securing a social license to operate. Similarly, for projects like solar PV installations by PLN, social impact assessments are estimated to cost just 1% of the total investment. But that 1% allows companies like PLN to meet international safeguard requirements, making it easier for them to attract financing from international finances like the World Bank, for example. So a good return on the investment that you make in social impact assessments. It can feel upfront expensive, but the return comes later. Thirdly, social impact assessment guidelines help to build international capacity to carry out effective assessments. Social impact assessments cannot be carried out just by anyone. They require trained experts, capable institutions, and sufficient budgets. Well-constructed social impact assessment guidelines are essential, not only for training experts, but also for identifying key social risks and budgeting for those risks early on in the process. Malaysia offers an excellent example, and perhaps we'll hear a little bit more from our friend over on the table there. Around a decade ago, Malaysia developed regulatory social impact assessment guidelines. And since then, regular training has been held 3 times a year, growing the pool of qualified social experts. Today, around 400 participants receive social impact assessment training annually, and this has significantly improved the quality of social impact assessments in Malaysia. In India and China, the World Bank has helped to develop training courses on social impact assessment with a strong focus on resettlement. This initiative has generated many social experts, well-versed in proper practices. Here in Indonesia, it's very encouraging to see that ATR BPN is now developing its own ministerial guidelines, and I congratulate you on that. These guidelines will be the foundation for training social experts, examining budgets, better managing social risks, and maximizing positive impacts in a very structured way. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to confirm the World Bank's commitment to supporting your endeavor to build these guidelines and implement the guidelines into the future. As we know, infrastructure investment is going to be at the heart of the country's growth over the coming decades. And at the heart of infrastructure investment is going to be social impact assessment. So this is very much goes to the core of your development challenges. I would like to wish everybody good conversations today in this conference. And thank you again for inviting me. Thank you, Minister, for attending and showing how important this is to the government. Many thanks to you all.
Thank you, Ms. Caroline Turk, for the remarks. And to deliver the next remarks, we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Mekati, Deputy Head of Mission, Minister Counselor and Head of Political Section, European Union Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei.
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu, selamat pagi Your Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning. Honorable Ibu and Bun Sari, terima kasih for your presentation, dear Director General at the same Ministry for Agrarian Affairs and End of the National Land Agency, Mrs. Caroline Turk, World Bank Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, dear experts, dear professors, dear senior officials, Bapak Ibu, it's really a privilege for us, for the European Union, to join today for this very important international conference on a very important topic and of growing significance. And indeed, I praise already your very inclusive approach when I see representatives and people who have been mentioned from the civil society, from the government, from all the key partners indeed in this very important topic. This social impact assessment plays indeed a vital role in promoting sustainable and equitable development. And I would like to, in particular, extend my deepest gratitude indeed to our colleagues of the Ministry, but also to our development partners, of course, the World Bank, but also to our liebe Kollegen des KfW, the German Development Bank, vielen Dank, for bringing us all together here today. And this is indeed a very evolving world where development projects are advancing at an unprecedented pace. Infrastructure, industrialization, urban development are drivers of economic growth. Yet, we must remain vigilant, cautious, what this growth brings with it in terms of profound social, cultural, and environmental impact. Infrastructure development is crucial indeed for economic growth and public welfare, but it is also key for addressing climate change and reducing emissions. But one challenge is also to ensure that benefits are equitably shared, especially among the most vulnerable groups of people. You mentioned that they are the first ones to be identified. And Indonesia embarks on many energy transition projects and beyond. Their main objective is to serve the people in the end. When managed in a fair, transparent, and inclusive way, nobody should be left behind. The Indonesian law of 2012 on land acquisitions supports the principles of justice and participation to balance rapid development on the one hand and protection of possibly affected communities on the other hand. It is a challenge to find this balance. when land rights are at stake. The minister just mentioned before this seminar that there are some progresses in this respect on the eastern side of Indonesia. Congratulations. Everywhere in the world, in Europe as well, is challenging these key issues. We have pointed out three in particular: speed, acceleration, certainty, and fairness, conditions of the success of the process. Accelerations ensures timely project delivery for economic growth. Certainty, especially legal, provides predictability for investments and governance. But fairness remains the cornerstone. When communities face displacement, disruption, or the loss of livelihoods, social impact assessments bring clarity, ensure that no one is left behind. It also helps to minimize the risk of increasing poverty in the context of rapid infrastructure development. Land acquisitions laws, environmental regulations, and social policies must work hand in hand, in tandem, to ensure that development is inclusive and sustainable. A sound and robust social impact assessment exercise, combined to environmental impact assessments, can bring this balance, making development sustainable, predictable, and more just and fair and equitable. The European Union, indeed, remains a strong partner supporting Indonesia's infrastructure and climate goals through the Global Gateway Initiative. This Global Gateway Initiative is a strategy of the European Union, its member states, 27 countries, and its financial institutions, notably the European Investment Bank, collectively known as Team Europe, are there in Indonesia and in the whole world to foster and boost hard and soft infrastructures globally. EU's approach focuses on quality, sustainability, and good governance. This is where we think we can bring some value. A relevant example of our collaborative efforts in Indonesia under the Global Gateway is the Indonesia Policy Dialogue Fund. It is supported by, indeed, the European Union and implemented, again, with the German Development Bank, KfW. The Policy Dialogue Fund reinforces policy dialogue and supports Indonesian actors in identifying and implementing sustainable policy reforms in many investment-related sectors. When development projects are based on strong regulatory frameworks, when they are based on environmental, social, and governance standards, infrastructure development becomes, indeed, sustainable, inclusive, and aligned with global best practices. This holistic approach is, in essence, what Global Gateway is about. This conference is to be seen as a platform to share ideas and identify options. We are not here to lecture anyone. We are not here to tell you the do's and don'ts, what you should be doing, what you should not. There is no global solution fitting to all. There are good basic principles to keep in mind. But there is a necessity, and again, this is to have these impact assessments, environmental, social. But this remains a challenge for everyone, for you in Indonesia, for us in the European Union. This is the same for us. We are all in the same boat. So thank you again for sharing your experiences in a peer-to-peer, equal partnership among us. And I hope that those good examples that we will be sharing here today for 2 days on how social impact assessments can support development and social cohesion will bring some inspiration to all of us, including us. We have also to take some inspiration by what is going on here in Indonesia. And I would like to say that doing this effort, addressing this challenge, is also bringing a very positive image of Indonesia, of maturity, of bringing all these elements deep into the rationale of your policies. So this is very good. This is a very good and positive signal for investors. So I hope that you will continue to have an inclusive and collective effort. And I do express my deepest apologies in advance, because I will try to give you some words in Indonesia, in Bahasa Indonesia. Terima kasih atas kehadiran Anda. Terima kasih atas partisipasi aktif Anda. Terima kasih atas kemitraan Anda dengan kami. Dan terima kasih atas komitmen Anda untuk tujuan bersama kita dalam mendorong pertumbuhan yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Karena sekali lagi, Indonesia penting bagi Eropa dan dunia. Indonesia penting. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Mr. Mekari, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to watch the video introducing International Conference on Social Impact Assessment.
Setiap pembangunan infrastruktur, termasuk proyek-proyek strategis nasional (PSR) yang dikejar secara bertahap tapi progresif dari waktu ke waktu, membangun dan memperkuat sinergitas. Karena kami tidak bisa berdiri sendiri, kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, kementerian, lembaga dan instansi, termasuk juga pemerintah daerah dan semua stakeholders lainnya untuk bisa melakukan tugas-tugas pengadaan tanah, termasuk pengembangan pertanahan demi terwujudnya pembangunan nasional yang mensejahterakan dan berkeadilan sosial.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to invite the Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of National Land Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the opening remarks and to officially open the Social Impact Assessment International Conference. Please welcome His Excellency Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. May peace be upon us all. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Director General of Land Acquisition, Mrs. Embun Sari, please give a big round of applause to our Dirjen here. Thank you for hosting and organizing this very important event. And we also have other senior officials from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning. Ada para dirjen, special staff, staf ahli, dan lain sebagainya. Ms. Carolyn Turk, the World Bank Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Thank you for your great speech. I hope you have find the time to explore Indonesia, travel around the country, enjoy the scenery and also the culinary. And also Mr. Stefan Mekhati, Deputy Head of Mission, European Union Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. Thank you for your speech as well. I must say that your Bahasa Indonesia is pretty impressive. And I think you just need another 6 months to be able to speak more fluently. And thank you for your remarks. Honorable guests, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a lot of distinguished guests coming from our neighboring countries, from Malaysia, from other ASEAN countries, and also from Japan. We have Mr. Satoshi Ishihara, and then we have Bapak Hasan Yaakob from Malaysia, and other distinguished leaders and representatives, both from government and non-government organizations. Thank you once again for coming to this event. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all delegates and participants of the International Conference on Social Impact Assessment, a cornerstone of sustainable and equitable development, with a special theme on implementing better land acquisition in challenging tenurial settings, balancing acceleration, certainty, and fairness. In collaboration with our distinguished partners, the World Bank, KfW, and the European Union, whose support and contributions we deeply appreciate, this conference offers a great opportunity for all of us here to converge as policymakers, practitioners, and scholars. By the way, we are happy to have Professor Maria, Professor Budi Mulyanto, and Professor Endriatmo Sutarto. Please give a big round of applause to our professors and our experts in the social impact of this on this current issue. And this forum is a great place for us to engage in a meaningful dialogue, delving into the pressing and integrate issues of land acquisitions and infrastructure development that shape the future of Indonesia. Therefore, it is a great pleasure for me to have you all here in this occasion to further engage and share both best practices and lessons learned. As one, I repeat, especially on land acquisition policies, including social impact assessment practices, as one of the cornerstones in creating a sustainable and equitable development for a just and a prosperous nation forward. So, like Mr. Stefan mentioned, we will not lecture anyone here, but we will exchange ideas. We will exchange best practices. We will exchange lessons learned, because that's what we need. And different countries, different organizations will have different perspectives and experience. So again, this is a great opportunity for us, for all of us to discuss and to find solutions. Land is the foundation upon which our society, culture, and economy are built. As we strive for accelerated development and economic growth, we must recognize how we manage and acquire land for infrastructure projects will define the future of our nation. Indonesia has made remarkable strides in infrastructure development, driven by our commitment to improving connectivity, enhancing public services, and fostering economic growth. However, we must acknowledge that the land acquisition process, which is a vital component of infrastructure development, presents significant challenges, particularly in a country as diverse and complex as ours. We are often faced with tenurial complexities, including overlapping claims, customary land rights, and diverse local practices. These complexities can lead to delays, disputes, and even social unrest. We understand that balancing the need for accelerated development with the principles of fairness, transparency, and certainty in land acquisition is not just a legal and administrative challenge. It is also a social and ethical challenge. It is within our responsibility, the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, to ensure that these land acquisitions are accompanied by legal certainty as well as compensation that truly reflects a sense of justice. To address these challenges, we must strike a delicate balance between acceleration, certainty, and fairness. While swift progress is vital to achieving our development objectives, it must never come at the cost of our people's rights and livelihoods. Certainty offers essential clarity for investors and stakeholders, like what you mentioned earlier, ensuring that projects advance smoothly, while fairness remains our core commitment, safeguarding the dignity and justice for all, especially those who are most vulnerable. Since 2012, we have enacted Law Number 2 on land acquisition for public interest, outlining clear administrative procedures, dispute resolution mechanisms, and legal appeals. This law embodies our commitment to human rights, enabling us to expedite land acquisition while promoting equitable outcomes for affected communities. In tandem, our ministry has advanced a comprehensive, systematic land registration. We call it here PTSL, accelerating land registration from 46 million land parcels in 2017 to over 117 million land parcels today, with support from our partners like the World Bank. And you can, because this is a great achievement and it's not easy, it's not simple. But again, we are on the right track. I have to report to you that our partnership has been progressing very well. I hope for the next 5 years, it's going to be a better and more productive cooperation and partnership. I wish you all the best too in following the negotiation with our finance ministry. This inclusive initiative covers all land types, including customary and redistributed state lands, offering legal certainty to landowners and upholding the principle of equitable access for all. 2 weeks ago, we organized a great event in Bandung. Have you been to Bandung? I think you have been to Bandung, right? It was a beautiful city. So we gathered there and we organized a great event. I think we invite a number of our colleagues from ASEAN countries, and we sang together. It was very nice. But the most important thing is that we came to discuss on how we should manage the customary land rights for our indigenous people. And we have identified in Indonesia 9 out of 16 provinces that possess customary lands. So our commitment is to protect our indigenous people, our indigenous communities, and to provide them with legal certainty, especially by giving them the formal and legal land titles for them to use it and to improve their economic value. So this is one of the one of our focuses during this period. And also, when we talk about the marginalized people, 2 days ago, I've just returned from Kupang, Nusa Tenggara Timur, East Nusa Tenggara. I had the honor to deliver in person 2,100 land titles to our brothers and sisters who were former East Timor citizens. And in 1999, they chose to be part of Indonesia. But for almost 25 years since that year, they had no certainty. They live in misery, to be honest, because they have to find refugee sites, and again, they didn't have any land or property. But now they have the legal certainty because the government, the state is present and gives them the land ownership that they can use for their own good and for their future of their children and children's children. So this is another example how our ministry is really proactively engaging our people, and hopefully we are progressing well, and a lot of other issues we can find a solution and again improve the welfare and prosperity for all people. The inclusivity aligns with our land acquisition efforts, providing landowners with the necessary documentation for compensation and dispute resolution. We remain steadfast in our commitment to prioritize the rights of indigenous communities, small farmers, the poor, and other vulnerable groups, ensuring they are not marginalized by the land acquisition process, but are integral to our development agenda, guided by the principle of no one left behind. We strive to ensure that every step of our national development truly fosters prosperity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference serves as a vital forum for exchanging experiences, learning from one another, and crafting innovative solutions to our shared challenges. We are honored to be joined by policymakers, practitioners, and academics from across the globe, each contributing unique perspectives and insights. I urge everyone to engage actively in these discussions, share your expertise, and explore new approaches to the complexities of land acquisition in diverse tenurial contexts. Through collaboration and dialogue, we can forge new strategies that balance speed, certainty, and fairness. However, we must also acknowledge, I underscore your point here, there is no universal solution. Our approaches must be tailored to specific local conditions, needs, and aspirations. And as the Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of National Land Agency, I wholeheartedly welcome all efforts to refine our land acquisition policies and practices, including today's focus on social impact assessment. We need insights on how to enhance mitigation measures and reduce adverse social impacts from land acquisition. Together, we aim to uncover alternative solutions to the challenges of today and tomorrow. Let us build stronger partnerships and commit to a future where no one is left behind, where development is sustainable and equitable, and where prosperity and justice are shared by all. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the International Conference on Social Impact Assessment, a cornerstone of sustainable and equitable development, is officially open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. His Excellency Minister to stay on the stage to open the conference, and we are also inviting Ibu Ambun Sari, Ms. Caroline Turk, and Mr. Stefan Mekati to accompany His Excellence. His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono will officially open the conference by hitting the gong. And ladies and gentlemen, to officially open the Social Impact Assessment International Conference, let's count together. 1, 2, 3. The Social Impact Assessment International Conference is officially opened. Let's give a big round of applause for the success of the conference. And we will continue with the group photo. We also invite all director, general, expert staff, and special staff to come to the stage for the group photo. And we would like the assistance of the photographer team for the arrangement of the group photo. Agak melengkung sedikit ya, agar semuanya bisa terekam di satu frame. Agak melengkung. Okay, we will. Silakan. Baik. Kami persilakan para fotografer untuk mengambil momen yang berharga ini. Baik, sudah? Ya, please be seated, return to your seat. Silakan Bapak Ibu sekalian kembali ke tempat. Okay, we will have a second group photo with all the participants. So, His Excellency Minister, Bapak Ibu sekalian, silakan kembali ke tempatnya masing-masing. Please return to your seat. And we are inviting all the participants to stand up as we are going to take a group photo. The photographer will be on the stage to take all the participants in one frame with His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono. Kami persilakan Bapak Ibu berdiri. Kita akan berfoto bersama dengan Bapak Menteri. Kami persilakan. Ya, baik. Kami persilakan. Ya, 1, 2, 3. Baik, 2 kali lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. 1, 2, 3. Boleh senyumnya? 1, 2, 3. Baik, kita berikan tepuk tangan. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Terima kasih, kami persilahkan untuk duduk kembali. Please return to your seat. Please be seated. And once again, we would like to thank His Excellency Minister Yudhoyono for attending and to officially open the conference today. Thank you. Ibu Bapak hadirin kami hormati, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to inform you about the Q&A session for our next discussion. For online and offline participants, please write down your question through Slido. Open the website slido.com and enter the event code, hashtag SIA2024, and then type your name before writing your question. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, distinguished guests, we are about to move on to our first session of discussion. But before that, please enjoy the short coffee break served on your table, and we will continue the sessions shortly. Thank you. Once again, the coffee lagi kami mengundang Ibu Bapak yang masih berada di luar ruangan untuk kembali bergabung di dalam ruangan. Karena acara sebentar lagi kami akan mulai dengan diskusi sesi pertama mengenai pengelolaan dampak sosial dari pengadaan tanah dan pemukiman kembali. Kami juga menginformasikan we are going to have a Q&A session after the discussion for online and offline participant. Please write down your question through Slido. You can open the website slido.com and then enter the event code #SIA2024 and then input your name before writing your question. The interpreter service in English and Bahasa Indonesia is available for this event. Please click the interpretation feature at the bottom of your Zoom screen to select your preference language. We also provide a sign language interpreter on the Zoom screen. Kode sertifikat yang dibacain. Kalau ada sertifikat nggak ada nih di sini. Nggak ada. Untuk nanti. Oh ya. Ini mulai. Nggak ada Bang Jeff di itunya juga. Sekali lagi kami mengundang teman-teman, Bapak Ibu, rekan-rekan yang masih berada di luar ruangan. We invite all the participants who are still outside the ballroom to return back to your seat. Kami juga memohon bantuan bagi ibu bapak yang berada di dalam ruangan mungkin untuk mengundang teman-temannya, rekan-rekannya untuk bergabung kembali karena sesi diskusi panel yang pertama akan kita mulai sebentar lagi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned before, we are going to have discussions on social impact management on land acquisition and resettlement, where we stand. As we know, land acquisition and resettlement is facing challenges in accelerating the process while meeting legal compliance and ensuring fairness. For the next session, our distinguished speakers will share their insight on the role of social impact assessment in balancing acceleration, certainty, and justice in land acquisition. We will also hear international experiences of social risk management systems and how Malaysia implemented good social impact assessment. For this session, we have 5 speakers. From Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Budi Mulyanto, MSc, Directorate General of Land Acquisition 2014 to 2016, IPB University. Profesor Dr. Endriatmo Sutarto, MA, Professor of Rural Sociology, Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University. Profesor Dr. Maria S.W. Sumarjono, SH, MCL, MPA, Professor of Agrarian Law, Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada, UGM. Satoshi Ishihara, Senior Development Specialist, the World Bank. And from Malaysia, Town Planner Tuan Haji Hassan Yaakob, Deputy Director General, Department of Town and Country Planning, Plan Malaysia. This discussion will be led by our moderator, Dr. Yance Arizona, SH, MHMA, Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Law, Gadjah Mada University. Dr. Yance, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. morning, ladies and gentlemen, senior official at the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning, practitioners, distinguished speakers, and also participants of the International Conference on Social Impact Assessment, the cornerstones of sustainable and equitable development. I'm happy to be here. I would like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Yance Arizona, Assistant Professor at Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada. I graduated from Leiden Law School, and my expertise on forest governance, land management, and also indigenous people's rights. So I'm delighted to be moderator of today's sessions on international conference hosted by Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning, National Land Agency, together with KfW Development Bank, the European Union, and the World Bank. So during these first sessions, so we will discuss about very important topics on to assess where do we stand in the management of social risk and impact of land acquisition and resettlement. So to discuss this topic, so we will have 5 speakers, and each speaker will have 15 minutes for presentation, and after that we will follow up with a question. So for participants, so you can go to slido.com and also to type the code, the enter code there, hashtag SIA 2024, and then you can post your question there. So for participants in this room, you can also scan barcode in the sign in your table. So you can also scan there, and also you can post your question later on. So because we don't have like an oral question later on, so we rely on question from participant to be posted in Slido, and after that the moderator will read the question and also ask to the speakers. So without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers for today's session. The first, I would like to invite Professor Budi Mulyanto to join us on the stage. So the second speaker is Professor Endriatmo Sutarto. We invite Professor Amo to join us on the stage. Prof. Amo is distinguished professor in rural sociology at the Department of Communication and Community Development Science at IPB. And the third speaker is Professor Maria Sumarjono. She is an expert in agrarian law, professor at Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and she will serve as the Deputy Minister of Agrarian Affairs in the past. Maria. We also have Mr. Satoshi Isiara, Senior Social Safeguard Coordinator for the World Bank, Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Please, Mr. Satoshi, to join us on the stage. So, Mr. Satoshi Isiara is a Senior Sustainability and Safeguard Specialist with over 20 years experience in Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and also Sub-Saharan countries. So the last but not least, Town Planner Tuan Haji Hasan Yaakob. Please join us on the stage. So he is Deputy Director General of Department of Town Planner of Town and Country Planning, Plan Malaysia. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Yaakob. So because our session begin a bit late, it's supposed to be starting at 10 p.m., but then now it's 5 minutes to 11, so we need to extend our session until 12:30, and then so in that condition we need to, if there's question, you can also post the question efficiently in Slido, and then directly will be addressed by speakers later on. So for the first presentation by Professor Budi, so we would like to ask Professor Budi to provide us an overview of historical context of Law Number 2, 2012 on land acquisition, especially also to see how this law, the gap of this law to providing justice and certainty with the reality in land acquisition process. So, Professor Budi, time and floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, moderator. Yang saya hormati Prof. Maria, guru kami, Prof. Amo, and another resource persons. Allow me to present my overview of the law number 2, 2012, background and contemporary challenging in accelerating land acquisition process while meeting legal compliance and ensure fairness. First of all, next please, next slide. Yeah. First of all, I would like to, yes, next slide please. Yeah. Well, yeah. I saw in the first slide is this land dimension and its value. So far, we know and we believe that land dimension and value are related with all dimensions of living. So it is not only the economic value. All the life dimension is dimension of soil and land. That's quite important because for the moment, we just think that soil and land dimensions is only economic value. By understanding this value, we hope we can understand how the social impact related to land acquisition and also land use. Next, please. Yeah, the scheme I showed to you that general scheme of land acquisition dealing with the type of activity, the objective of the activity. Like in this figure showing that we can divide it into two parts, dealing with public interest or other interests. Related to public interest, we have so many regulations. Then of course those regulations develop, and we hope those regulations could be as a pattern for how we doing land acquisition. And for other land use, other interests, we have many also regulation that of course those regulations much more bit free, especially if it is dealing with individual people. There is direct land acquisition using civil law. Next please. Next, please. Yeah. Improving of in the management of social impact from land acquisition and regulation from time to time, we can show that social impact from land acquisition for development in public interest has been acknowledged since Indonesian independence. So understanding or feeling about, we have to provide land for public interest. It is quite, we already, realized since independence. Then we produce many regulations, like for example, Presidential Decree number 55, 1953, and those improved to another regulation. Finally, we have what we call it Law Number 2, 2012. And furthermore, there is a kind of harmonization with Law Number 11, 2020, what we call it as job creation. We also understand as omnibus law in job creation. Improving of the following clauses. First, dealing with philosophy, definition of land acquisition, definition of public interest, definition of eligible party, criteria of public interest, type of active features, procedure, and mechanism of when it is have a problem. Next, please. Related to improving management of social impact in the second point related to Law Number 212, we have a background philosophy is quite interesting because realize also humanity, democracy, and justice in order to realize in just affluence and also prosperous society. Definition of acquisition refined, also definition of public interest and eligible party and related to the land acquisition, and also stages how we carried out the land acquisition process from planning and then preparation and implementation and submission of the result. Every stages they have their own responsible or PIC, something like that. You know. Well, compensation of land acquisition also refined, including land above and below ground space, buildings, land, object related to land, and our other losses that can be assessed. This is quite related to what we call it social and social impact. And then, furthermore, in the event if there is no agreement reached, we have a procedure related to that issue. We have to go to the court, and all those process will be, all the result of the process will be as what do we call it, guideline or as a rule in the land acquisition and result. This is substantially construct from the previous law and regulation to current law 2012. Yeah. It is significant change in mitigation requirement to address social impact from land acquisition. The significant improve as shown by the successful infrastructure development during the last 10 years. We see the last 10 years the progress infrastructure project is quite incredible because of the contribution of Law Number 2, 2012. Yeah. Considering the land acquisition for development in public interest should be supported for creation job. Therefore, there is harmonization with Law Number 11, 2020 about job creation. Next, please. Related to Law 1122, the Article 2 stated that equal distribution of right, legal certainty, easy doing business, togetherness, and independence. Improving investment ecosystem is the objective of job creation law. Yeah, facilitating the acceleration of national strategic project. It is quite issue that as objective of law of job creation. If we speak about land acquisition in this regulation, should be fair and appropriate compensation. This is a big issue. The implementation of land acquisition for development in the public interest and if to improve community welfare and support economic development and basic services. Next, please. I think this is a bigger about the construction of regulation before job creation and after job creation. Next, please. Yeah. There is 4 stages in land acquisition in Indonesia. First, planning. Secondly, preparation. Thirdly, implementation. And the fourth is delivery, the result of land acquisition. All section of stages, they have their own responsibility. And of course, there's a specific procedure. Yeah, next please. Yeah. The improvement of law number 2012, yeah, 2012. Of course, always try to harmonizing with other regulation in other sector. Therefore, there is some improvement. For example, related to the Supreme Court, related to also land acquisition, Ministry of Forestry, and so on. That's as expressed in the figure. Next, please. Yeah. Yeah. Now I want to speak about implementation and challenge. To date, land acquisition process has been accelerated while still ensuring compliance with the law and justice. However, there is still challenge when dealing with community and the people related to people of land, land of the people. Yeah. Of course, their use and often the ownership, especially in the area what claimed by forest area. We need to discuss community protection in resolving overlapping land use, especially in the forest area. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. Legal framework we use as seen in the slide, and some clue on the matter. Resolving overlapping claim of land ownership or land use issue will directly benefit the economic of the community, particularly in area prone to land dispute, especially in the forest area. The government has obligation to protect community affected by overlapping claim on the land and ownership, use or disputed. This is my experience in the study. There's question, how does overlap between forest area claim of land right, yeah, and permitting process affect the utilization of area within the forest area? My opinion is that problem is currently forest area are mostly the result of government designation and demarcation process, not follow the Article 15 Law of Forestry, Law number 45 of 1999. The Constitution of Court Decision number 34, 2011 is neglected by the process of demarcation. Therefore, there is a lot of dispute, a lot of a parcel of the people included in the what we call it as forest area, claim as a forest area. There's a big problem. Designation forest area without consultation with the community is not suitable for preparing the regional planning, what we call it RTRW, and the implementation of various regulations following the job creation. Without going through proper land boundary survey, any form of land ownership using inherently attached in the individual and community right often get ignored. Land boundary should be the result of agreement between boundary parties. In our experience, we call it as contradictory delimitasi. We should do it, otherwise we have a problem. The situation is due to overlapping claim, often disrupt the livelihood of the community, household, who relay the effective land and income generating activity of the people. It has become more complicated, like today, land use change to palm oil plantation. This issue will be proceed under government regulation number 2021, and it will be a big problem because as today we can see a lot of business should pay and with many money. Then it will be a big problem. What should be feasible solution about overlapping claim issue? According to my opinion, we have to do affirmative government policy to ensure that good spatial data and land spatial boundaries are available and can be used by community along with that legal data, both from land, ownership, use and right, permit, and so on. Land registration data is essential because it is contain data of subject, object, and so on. It is quite important for planning, spatial planning, land use planning, tax planning, and so on. It is important to follow one map policy because this data is used by all sectors and institutions. Basic mitigation dispute is government regulation number 43/2021 dealing with settlement of incompatibility related to spatial planning, forest area, licenses, and land right. Through this above step, social issue with a forest area can be adequate, identified, and mitigated. I think that's a very important note. That what I would like to speak with you. Then hopefully it is related to our discussion issue today. Then the next slide. I think it is much more with a specific. I will end up my speak now. Thank you very much.
Give applause for Professor Budi. Very important topic has been introduced by Prof. Budi, and then later on we can discuss in the Q&A session to go deep to the point. But Professor Budi has explained us about the history, the context, the improvement of law number 2012, but still there are some challenges in implementation, including overlapping claim. So the next speaker, pembicara berikut, Profesor Endriatmo Sutarto akan menyampaikan lebih dalam tentang bagaimana situasi pengadaan tanah dalam konteks kehutanan dan juga dalam konteks tanah yang tidak terdaftar. Dan beliau akan menyampaikan presentasi beliau dalam bahasa Indonesia. Silakan, Prof.
Terima kasih Pak Moderator, yang terhormat Prof. Maria, Prof. Budi, dan para pembicara tamu. Allow me to deliver my presentation in Bahasa because it's more comfortable for me to speak in Bahasa. Okay. Jadi judulnya tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Moderator tentang tantangan dalam pengadaan tanah di situasi tenurial yang pelik, yaitu kasus hutan negara dan tanah yang tidak terdaftar. Saya mencoba mendahului pembicaraan ini dengan mengutip pernyataan Pak Gunawan Wiradi, seorang tokoh intelektual, Bapak pegiat agraria Indonesia, yang merujuk pada satu tulisan John Perkins di tahun 2004, bahwa yang mengatakan bahwa dalam 40 tahun terakhir ini faktor pengaruh global setapak demi setapak menjadi sangat dominan. Nah, Indonesia sebagai negara berkembang itu juga mengalami hal yang sama, ya, pengaruh global yang begitu kuat. Dan itu disebut sebagai adanya jepitan 3 arah atau yang disebut dengan triple squeeze. Jadi artinya dari atas Indonesia mengalami apa yang disebut sebagai desakan globalisasi ekonomi. Sementara dari samping Indonesia mengalami desakan privatisasi. Sementara dari bawah Indonesia mengalami desakan untuk melakukan otonomi daerah. Sekalipun dari arah yang berbeda, sumber tekanan itu sama, yaitu kekuatan neoliberal. Nah, oleh karena itu menjadi sangat mudah apabila kita memahami siapa yang menguasai sumber-sumber agraria, dia akan menguasai ekonomi. Dan siapa yang menguasai ekonomi, maka pada gilirannya dia menguasai percaturan politik. Ini satu gejala yang saya kira bukan hanya di negeri ini ya, tapi di negara-negara berkembang sekarang ini sangat kuat. Nah, Pak Joyo Winoto di tahun 2007 dulu memegang jabatan sebagai Kepala BBN, itu pernah mengatakan bahwa 0,2% penduduk Indonesia itu menguasai sekitar 56% aset nasional yang terkait dengan sumber-sumber agraria. Jadi memang jabaran sikap politiknya terhadap masalah ini lalu menjadi seperti apa? Ya, kok bisa terjadi satu ketimpangan penguasaan tanah yang begitu tajam, begitu ya. Maka yang penting sebetulnya adalah sikap keberpihakan. Baik. Kalau kita lihat, karena tadi pengaruh neoglobalisasi begitu kuat dan sikap keberpihakan kita juga samar begitu, ya, maka yang terjadi kemudian adalah fenomena ketidakadilan agraria, agrarian injustice, yang sebetulnya juga terkait dengan banyaknya agrarian injustice lainnya di tempat atau kelompok-kelompok masyarakat lainnya. Sebagai gambaran yang paling mudah adalah tanah terlantar di negeri ini, kita tahu bahwa tanah terlantar itu antara lain karena penggunaan tanah yang tidak tepat sebagaimana direncanakan. Dan itu banyak terjadi di konsesi-konsesi HGU. Ya, di perkebunan-perkebunan besar yang ternyata tanahnya itu tidak ditanami dengan komoditi yang direncanakan. Atau bahkan sama sekali tidak dimanfaatkan. Ya, sehingga pernah sampai terjadi sekitar 8,1 juta hektar tanah dalam status tanah terlantar. Dan yang kedua, gejala kemiskinan di pedesaan. Ya. Jadi dari dua hal ini saja, ya, kita bisa melihat bahwa agrarian injustice itu menyebar ya, secara merata di banyak aspek kehidupan, di banyak aspek wilayah. Kemiskinan di pedesaan itu kalau kita coba dalami, desa itu kan sebetulnya produsen. Ya, produsen untuk banyak kebutuhan pertanian, kebutuhan perikanan, kebutuhan komoditi ekspor, ya, dan banyak kebutuhan lainnya yang datang dari desa. Tapi justru kemiskinan itu adanya di desa. Maka tidak heran kalau konflik dan sengketa tanah kerap terjadi di sektor kehutanan, kawasan konservasi, perkebunan, kawasan pertambangan, daerah aliran sungai, dan wilayah tradisional tangkapan ikan. Ini yang kemudian menjadi gambaran yang kerap kita lihat. Dan kalau kita tarik, ya, mengapa gejala agrarian injustice dan konflik dan sengketa tanah ini begitu marak terjadi, ya, itu disebabkan yang tadi sudah disinggung, bahwa kapitalisme global dewasa ini telah menghidupkan kembali cara kerja accumulation by disposition sebagai bentuk kekuatan utama di balik agrarian injustice. Nah, sekarang bagaimana dengan tantangan di kawasan hutan dan di non-forested area? Ya. Kalau kita bicara pengadaan tanah di wilayah hutan, ya, sebetulnya kawasan hutan kita tuh dikelola seperti apa sih? kita tahu bahwa sejak tahun 1967 di bawah rezim Orde Baru, hutan itu sudah menjadi satu kawasan yang terpisah dari wilayah tanah Indonesia lainnya. Ya. Tapi semenjak itu juga terjadi semacam kontestasi antara kebutuhan hutan dimanfaatkan untuk pertumbuhan ekonomi, atau untuk pelestarian ekologi, atau untuk fungsi sosiokultural, masyarakat adat, komunitas lokal, dan seterusnya. Ya. Nah, tetapi sejak Orde Baru, watak sentralisme HMN, hak menguasai negara, itu ternyata jauh lebih kuat dibanding bentuk-bentuk kontestan lainnya. Ya. Jadi artinya eksploitasi hutan untuk kebutuhan ekonomi atau pertumbuhan ekonomi itu jauh lebih dominan. Sehingga akhirnya mengakibatkan ada sekitar 38% wilayah hutan yang rusak atau yang kita sebut tadi sebagai non-forested area itu. Nah, tetapi yang kita tahu bahwa walaupun kondisi kehutanan ini rusak, dia tetap dicatat sebagai kawasan hutan. Jadi sebetulnya ada satu ketimpangan data yang cukup besar antara yang de jure disebut kawasan hutan dengan de facto yang disebut dengan kawasan hutan itu sendiri. Karena kawasan hutan yang de facto itu ternyata hampir 40% berupa kawasan hutan yang rusak. Begitu. Nah, dalam hal seperti ini, maka menjadi penting buat kita apabila hendak menata ulang penguasaan tanah di kawasan hutan, sebaiknya memang tetap harus mengambil di wilayah-wilayah yang memang sudah tidak berbentuk hutan lagi, agar hutan kita tidak semakin merana, ya, agar hutan kita kemudian tidak semakin rusak. Ya. Hanya sekarang tantangannya adalah undang-undang kehutanan itu bersifat sektoral dan tidak merujuk langsung pada UU-PA, ya, sehingga sulit untuk sinkronisasi untuk peraturan pengadaan tanah. Barangkali di masa depan perlu ditegaskan sebetulnya lembaga yang betul-betul berwenang memegang otoritas dalam penguasaan tanah, penataan pertanahan itu siapa gitu. Apakah ATR BPN bersama kehutanan atau sama sekali ATR BPN saja, ya, agar tidak terjadi kesimpang siuran seperti yang terjadi selama ini. Karena kalau kita sekarang tahu bahwa kawasan hutan yang rusak itu tidak bisa digunakan, lalu pengadaan tanah masih mengambil wilayah-wilayah hutan yang masih baik, tadi selain merusak faktor ekologis kehutanan itu sendiri, yang kedua itu bisa merambah sampai kepada wilayah-wilayah yang selama ini dihuni oleh masyarakat adat, ya, yang sebetulnya masih ada di atau menempati kawasan hutan. Ya. Yang kedua, kalau kita bicara tentang bagaimana pengadaan tanah ketika dihubungkan dengan tanah terlantar, ya, tanah tidak terdaftar maksud saya. Nah, tanah tidak terdaftar ini kebanyakan ada di kawasan hutan, ya, atau di kelompok-kelompok masyarakat lokal, kelompok-kelompok masyarakat adat, sampai hari ini memang tidak terdaftar, baik dalam kebijakan-kebijakan PTSL atau kebijakan pendaftaran tanah negara lainnya, dan itu sebagian disebabkan oleh karena tidak kompatibel, ya, antara hukum modern negara dengan hukum yang berlaku di masyarakat adat atau lokal itu sendiri. Ya, masyarakat adat dan masyarakat lokal itu tidak selalu menggunakan dokumen-dokumen yang bisa diakui secara legal oleh hukum nasional. Nah, dalam konteks administrasi negara, barangkali, ya, masyarakat-masyarakat yang berbasis kepada hukum adat, hukum ulayat, ya, atau masyarakat yang menggunakan hukum-hukum lokal seperti itu akan dianggap menduduki tanah yang tidak terdaftar, ya, dan itu punya basis rujukan kepada satu desain kebijakan di zaman kolonial yang disebut sebagai domain verklaring. Nah, padahal sebetulnya yang namanya kehidupan manusia yang berbasis tanah itu mestinya harus memperhatikan pengaturan sosial yang memerlukan imperatif nilai, yaitu kelembagaan sosial yang bisa menjamin kehidupan bersama dengan keadilan sosial sebagai nilai pokoknya. Dan tanah itu mesti dinyatakan sebagai hak asasi manusia. Ya, jadi tanah bukan komoditas, tapi tanah itu harus dinyatakan sebagai hak asasi manusia. Nah, oleh karena itu masyarakat adat, komunitas lokal yang tidak memiliki alas hukum tanah sesuai dengan ketentuan hukum negara, harus ada kebijakan yang memfasilitasinya, yaitu dengan mengedepankan azas keadilan dan hak asasi manusia. Nah, oleh karena itu, apabila sekarang pemerintah gencar melakukan pendaftaran tanah melalui PTSL, ya, maka PTSL itu harus menjadi alat untuk mengatasi masalah kepemilikan tanah. PTSL tidak bisa justru mempercepat komersialisasi tanah lokal yang berpotensi menimbulkan masalah baru atau tantangan baru karena tanah kemudian masuk dalam sirkuit pasar yang justru akan hilang dari penguasaan masyarakat itu sendiri. Pentingnya keadilan sosial dan pentingnya hak asasi dalam proses pendaftaran tanah. Nah, sebagai penutup, maka arah kebijakan di masa depan, ya, maka diperlukan kebijakan pengadaan tanah yang pro rakyat miskin, pro PUR, yang berfokus pada keadilan sosial dan hak asasi manusia, serta keberlanjutan lingkungan dalam menerapkan kebijakan pengadaan tanah. Yang kedua, pengadaan tanah harus selaras dengan kebutuhan lokal yang memastikan distribusi tanah itu adil. Ya, jadi tidak hanya sekedar pendaftaran saja, tapi sudah didaftarkan itu harus dipotret kembali. Apakah gambarannya menunjukkan ketimpangan yang semakin tajam atau bagaimana? Ya, jadi tidak selalu berakhir dengan pemberian sertifikat. Apalagi kalau sampai diserukan kepada masyarakat agar sertifikat yang sudah dimiliki, kalau mereka mendapatkannya, diagunkan ke lembaga keuangan atau ke bank, ya, ke bank-bank atau lembaga-lembaga finansial lainnya. Ya, itu namanya sama dengan menjerumuskan tanah-tanah rakyat ke sirkuit pasar. Ya. Lalu yang ketiga, pendekatan holistik dalam penataan tanah, khususnya dalam pengadaan tanah, harus menyeimbangkan kebutuhan ekonomi, sosial, kultural, dan ekologi. Itu barangkali yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Amo. Masih ada waktu tersisa, tapi terima kasih. Tadi beberapa poin penting dari Prof. Amo antara lain, pertama penting kita bicara soal keberpihakan ketika bicara tentang pengadaan tanah. Dan juga melihat hak atas tanah itu sebagai bagian dari hak asasi manusia. Yang kedua, konteks dualisme administrasi pertanahan itu menimbulkan problem ketidakadilan baik terhadap masyarakat yang tanahnya dimasukkan sebagai kawasan hutan, tetapi juga tentu nanti implikasinya ketika program pemerintah mau dijalankan dengan mengadakan pengadaan tanah yang berasal dari kawasan hutan. Berikutnya kita akan mendengarkan presentasi dari Profesor Maria Sumarjono. Tadi juga sudah disampaikan Undang-Undang Pengadaan Tanah. Kalau kita lihat Prof. Maria, azas-azas di dalam Undang-Undang Pengadaan Tanah itu kan bagus sekali ya. Ada keadilan, keterbukaan. Tetapi setelah 12 tahun paling tidak mungkin bisa ada evaluasi yang bisa ditunjukkan oleh Prof. Maria dan kemudian bagaimana kita bisa menciptakan satu keseimbangan antara akselerasi pembangunan infrastruktur terutama di satu sisi dengan keadilan sosial dan juga bagaimana menjadikan hak atas tanah bagi masyarakat itu juga menjadi bagian dari hak atas pembangunan sehingga mereka tidak tertinggal oleh pembangunan. Silakan Prof. Maria.
Terima kasih Bung Yance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Mohon maaf saya sampaikan di dalam bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati jajaran teman-teman dari jajaran Kementerian ATR BPN, perwakilan dari The World Bank, perwakilan dari ADB, dari EU dan dari KfW, serta para tamu undangan dan peserta yang saya hormati. Kepada saya dimintakan untuk merefleksikan ya, Undang-Undang Nomor 2 Tahun 2012 yang sudah berjalan selama 12 tahun ya, hari ini sudah tepat 12 tahun dan sudah diperbarui atau dilengkapi pada tahun 2021 setelah berlakunya Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja kemudian tahun 23, lalu ada PP-nya, ada peraturan menterinya juga 19/2021. Kenapa? Karena kita hari ini dari tadi pagi ya disadarkan untuk melihat kembali sebetulnya seperti apa kebijaksanaan tentang kebijakan tentang pengadaan tanah sampai dengan saat ini dan bagaimana kebijakan pengadaan tanah di hari depan ya. Terlebih karena 6 tahun lagi tahun 2030 harus sudah ada pencapaian dari tujuan-tujuan dari SDGs ya tahun 2030 yang mana tumpuannya adalah pada sustainable and equitable development. Kita akan lihat apakah Undang-Undang 2 2012 itu sudah ke arah itu ya. Jadi apa yang tadi disampaikan oleh Prof. Budi ya 2012 saya akan mulai menyampaikan kritik objektif ya. Untuk bisa ke depan kita harus melihat ke belakang. Nah, 12 tahun itu bukan waktu yang singkat ya. Cerita-cerita keberhasilan proyek-proyek pembangunan itu pasti banyak ya. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menafikan bahwa cerita-cerita yang kurang menyenangkan dengan apa yang disebut dengan proyek pembangunan ya, baik melalui Undang-Undang 2 2012, melalui kepentingan umum maupun yang terbaru proyek-proyek yang melalui PSN, proyek strategis nasional. Hari ini kita masih bicara tentang Rempang Eco City ya, PSN. Kita masih berbicara tentang IKN, Ibu Kota Nusantara. Masih ada problem dengan 2.800 sekian hektar tanah yang nasibnya kita nggak tahu. Jun yang lalu katanya dengan penanganan dampak sosial khusus ya, tapi bulan Agustus sudah dirubah dengan PP dengan peraturan Presiden 75 yang akan dibayarkan dengan ganti rugi yang kalau dihitung per meter perseginya itu hanya Rp6.700 per meter persegi. Belum lagi kita di Jakarta, north of Jakarta ya, ada PSN2 dari Pantai Indah Kapuk. Cerita sedihnya kita dengar karena ganti ruginya itu very low, jauh di bawah NGOP yang masyarakat bayarkan untuk tanahnya. Nah untuk itu kita perlu refleksi memang secara fair kita mau lihat bagaimana sih sebetulnya Undang-Undang 2002 nomor 2012. Kalau kita bicara ya sekarang kan sudah ada government regulation dari tahun 21 bahkan tahun 2023, tapi saya akan bicara mereka bicara di dalam paradigm yang sama. Paradigm belum berubah. Paradigmnya apa? Paradigmnya adalah economic development. Di masa yang akan datang, tadi Pak Endriarto sudah sampaikan, nggak boleh hanya economic development. Should be sustainable and equitable development. Nah, Undang-Undang 2 2012 itu masih bertempu pada hanya economic development. Kalau kita mau fairly speaking ya, Undang-Undang 2 2012 itu fokusnya adalah pada tanah. Ketersediaan tanah untuk pembangunan bagi kepentingan umum. Buktinya apa? Kita bisa lihat di dalam bagian consideration dari Law number 2 2012 ya. Di bagian C itu pertimbangannya memang seperti itu. Undang-Undang 2 2012 diterbitkan karena untuk pengadaan tanah itu yang bermasalah adalah dari mana tanahnya mau didapat. Jadi kalau dikatakan fokus dari Undang-Undang 2 2012 adalah bagaimana memperoleh tanah itu dari masyarakat including ya indigenous people. Karena government nggak punya tanah untuk kepentingan umum mesti ambil dari affected person, itu bisa dari masyarakat umum, bisa dari indigenous people atau masyarakat hukum adat. Nah, Oleh karena itu kalau kita mau lihat sebetulnya dulu Undang-Undang 2 2012 mungkin saya agak panjang ya. Filosofi apa yang diambil? Tidak disebutkan, tapi sebetulnya diambil dari pasal 6 dari Undang-Undang Pokok Agraria bahwa social function of land. Nah, social function of land itu isinya sebetulnya ada 4. Satu, bahwa tanah itu tidak boleh tidak digunakan. Kalaupun digunakan, jangan sampai merugikan kepentingan masyarakat. Karena itu ada yang namanya tata ruang. Yang kedua, bahwa tanah itu mesti digunakan sesuai dengan sifat dan tujuan pemberian haknya. Karena itu ada aturan mengenai tanah terlantar. Nah, yang ketiga ini yang dipegang untuk kepentingan umum, ya, bahwa tanah-tanah perseorangan itu dihormati, ya. Tetapi ketika kepentingan umum itu membutuhkan, maka perseorangan itu harus juga memberikan untuk kepentingan umum. Tetapi yang dilupakan adalah dikatakan di dalam UPA harus ada keseimbangan antara kepentingan perorangan yang diambil untuk kepentingan umum. Pertanyaan saya itu adalah sejauh mana ada tolok ukur keseimbangan antara kepentingan perseorangan yang diambil untuk kepentingan umum, diukur dari apa? Apakah cukup kalau kemudian pengadaan tanah diatur dalam bentuk undang-undang? Nah, memang harus dalam bentuk undang-undang, karena kalau berakibat terhadap hak asasi manusia harus dalam bentuknya, harus di dalam bentuk undang-undang, sudah betul. Tapi pertanyaannya, apa cukup kalau kepada affected person itu diberikan ganti kerugian yang menurut undang-undang itu disebutkan adil dan layak? Apa kriteria adil dan layak itu? Ya, kalau dilihat ya, apakah ganti rugi itu sudah mencerminkan replacement value? Meskipun sudah ada independent valuer, ya, apa seperti itu? Bagaimana dengan livelihood restoration? Itu tidak dikenal, tidak dibicarakan. Meskipun secara formal di dalam Undang-Undang 2 2012 ganti kerugian fisik and non-fisik. Tapi yang diganti itu fisik dan belum tentu itu replacement value. Non-physical ganti rugi itu jarang dibicarakan. Which is mestinya livelihood restoration itu belum ada. Saya boleh lanjut ya. Mari kita lihat di dalam Undang-Undang 2 2012 yang sudah dirinci di dalam Peraturan Menteri Nomor 19 2021 bahwa fokusnya itu hanya pada tanah, belum pada affected person. Coba kita lihat di dalam tahap persiapan. Data survei sosial ekonomi itu fokusnya hanya pada tanah. Berapa luasnya, di mana letaknya, perakiraan nilai untuk ganti ruginya. Kalau bicara mengenai penerima manfaat, subjek dari pengadaan tanah, itu hanya pada jumlah penerima. Belum diteliti mengenai socio-economic survey dari kondisi sosial ekonomi affected person, itu tidak dikerjakan di dalam Undang-Undang 2 2012. Di dalam tahap persiapan, konsultasi publik untuk rencana pembangunan, konsultasi publik itu is not meaningful consultation. It's formal, sangat formal, mengejar waktu supaya dapat persetujuan. Meaningful participation itu isinya 3. Hak untuk didengar, hak untuk dipertimbangkan pendapat masyarakat, dan hak untuk memperoleh jawaban atas usul atau atas pendapatnya. Itu tidak ada di dalam pelaksanaan dari Undang-Undang 2 2012. No meaningful participation. Yang ketiga juga, kalau tidak sepakat bagaimana? memang ada yang namanya panitia keberatan. Tetapi itu bukan penanganan keluhan sebagaimana yang grievance procedures ya, yang sering kita bicarakan baik di dalam ketentuan ADB maupun ketentuan dari The World Bank ya. Jadi kalau tidak setuju ya pergi saja ke pengadilan tun atau final binding ke Mahkamah Agung. Nah di dalam tahap pelaksanaan dari pengadaan tanah bagaimana? Itu sama saja. Data yuridis yang dikumpulkan oleh Satgas B ya, itu hanya siapa yang mempunyai apa, who owns what. Jadi bukan sosioekonomik dari owner, land ownernya. Nah kemudian juga ganti kerugiannya itu mostly di dalam bentuk cash. Livelihood restoration itu wallahu alam bisawab ya, atau itu urusan dia dengan yang ada di atas. Kemudian relocation itu belum diatur secara rinci, ada cuman pemukiman kembali, tapi pengaturannya belum ada. Coba dilihat aja Rempang, sampai sekarang itu orang yang di situ masih menolak karena relocationnya itu tanpa consultation ya, dan tanpa rencana untuk relokasi yang semestinya. Kemudian juga ganti kerugian untuk masyarakat hukum adat itu belum ada sampai sekarang. Penilai independen itu menilai berdasarkan apa ya, dia punya standar ya, standar penilaian Indonesia, tapi itu untuk non indigenous people, untuk indigenous people belum ada. Juga kalau orang tidak terima ganti rugi, so you go to the court ya, ke pengadilan negeri atau to the Supreme Court and that's it ya. Ini mengenai peraturan yang sekarang ini ada. Selanjutnya, nah evaluation ada enggak di Undang-Undang Nomor 2 ya, dalam peraturan menteri? Evaluation itu ada, yang dievaluasi ada hasil penyerahan pengadaan tanah, tapi bukan evaluasi bagaimana kesejahteraan sosial ekonomi dari affected person. Jadi kan yang diurus itu cuma tanah fokusnya, affected person itu belum memperoleh perhatian. Frankly speaking, itulah Undang-Undang 2/2012. Untuk apa kita mengkritisi? Karena kita mau melakukan yang baik, meningkat dari apa yang sudah dicapai, walaupun ya success story pasti ada ya. Jadi kalau dikatakan dampak positifnya apa? Oh ya ada dampak positifnya. Orang bikin jalan tol misalnya, ya jelas lah. Daerah lebih maju, perjalanan lebih singkat, ya. Distribusi barang jasa juga lebih lancar, tentu itu akan ada pertumbuhan ekonomi dan pemerataan, itu segi positifnya. Tapi siapa yang menikmati? Yang menikmati langsung justru bukan dari affected person. Affected person setelah dapat ganti rugi dari kerugian fisiknya ya sudah selesai, walau alam. No evaluation at all. Mereka sekarang di mana, sekarang hidupnya seperti apa, itu sama sekali tidak ada di dalam peraturan perundang-undangan kita. Oleh karena itu, kalau kita lihat Undang-Undang Nomor 2012, isinya cuma kewajiban. Masyarakat, terutama affected person itu wajib untuk menyerahkan tanahnya sesuai dengan undang-undang. Hak masyarakat ada, hanya satu pasal, yaitu hak untuk berperan serta. Berperan serta itu apa? Berperan serta itu adalah memberikan masukan. Jadi sangat terbatas, evaluasi juga tidak ada ya. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari the right to development yang belum masuk di dalam Undang-Undang 2/2012, hak masyarakat untuk pembangunan itu adalah berpartisipasi, berkontribusi, dan menikmati pembangunan ekonomi, sosial, politik, dan budaya. Jadi apa? What is lacking in the Undang-Undang 2 year of 2012? Lackingnya mereka belum ada paradigm the right to development untuk masyarakat. Nah ini yang kita akan bicara dalam kaitan dengan apa jembatan untuk sampai dari Undang-Undang 2 2012 sampai ke sustainable and equitable development ya. Apa jembatannya yang tadi sudah disebut juga yang kita bicara hari ini ialah SIA ya yang nanti akan dibicarakan lebih lanjut ya. Jadi pengadaan tanah yang akan datang ya silahkan. Paradigmnya adalah hak atas pembangunan. Jangan lupa hak atas pembangunan itu hak asasi manusia. Artinya tidak boleh dicabut dengan alasan apapun. Nah, dikatakan hak atas pembangunan tadi ya setiap orang mempunyai hak untuk berpartisipasi, berkontribusi dan menikmati hasil pembangunan. No one left behind. Yang kedua, bahwa negara, pemerintah itu punya kewajiban ya untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat dan juga bertanggung jawab untuk mewujudkan hak atas pembangunan dan memastikan akses yang setara ya bagi seluruh masyarakat untuk memperoleh semua pelayanan publik. Nah ini kalau kita tanyakan apakah ada kesetaraan untuk mereka yang tanahnya diambil alih untuk kepentingan umum ya. Nah sekarang ini bukan zamannya lagi untuk melihat ke belakang. SDGs itu tahun 2030 ada 17 tujuan ya. SDGs itu secara singkat dari 17 tujuan itu kalau kita lihat sebetulnya intisarinya itu apakah adalah promoting sustainable development. Kedua menjaga lingkungan hidup. Yang ketiga memerangi ketidaksetaraan dan memperjuangkan kehidupan yang layak untuk setiap orang. Itu yang secara singkat yang harus kita capai. Lah pertanyaannya, sudahkah Undang-Undang 2012 dan peraturan pemerintah sampai 2023 itu mencanangkan hal itu? Jawabannya memang belum ya. Oleh karena itu bisa dibaca sendiri sebetulnya SDGs itu apa, pembangunan berkelanjutan ya, yaitu tentu berkelanjutan pembangunan sekarang itu jangan sampai meminggirkan ya untuk yang sekarang apalagi untuk generasi yang akan datang ya. Kemudian juga sebentar pembangunan yang berkeadilan sosial ini penutup sebentar. Berkeadilan sosial itu seperti apa ya? Karena disebutkan equitable development ya. Ini keadilan itu sebenarnya banyak dari SDGs itu tidak hanya keadilan sosial tapi juga keadilan gender, keadilan lingkungan dan keadilan antar generasi. Nah, oleh karena itu apa yang bisa dilakukan? Jembatannya adalah SIA. Nanti akan dibicarakan banyak oleh Pak Satoshi ya. SIA itu kalau singkatnya begini, sejak tahap perencanaan itu memang sudah harus dilihat ya dampak sosial pembangunan yang langsung maupun tidak langsung, positif maupun negatif dalam seluruh siklus pembangunan mulai dari rencana sampai dengan implementasi, sampai dengan evaluasi itu harus dilihat ya bagaimana sih sebetulnya dampak sosial yang nanti akan timbul dan kemudian bagaimana caranya memitigasi, langkah-langkah mitigasi untuk memperkecil dampak sosial itu. Inti kuncinya dari SIA itu sebetulnya adalah itu dan itu belum dilakukan. Kalau sekarang orang bicara tentang penanganan dampak sosial itu setelah proyeknya jalan. SIA itu diberlakukan sebelum perencanaan itu sudah harus tahu bagaimana nasib dari ABIS itu. Seperti apa dampak sosialnya untuk di-assess dan kemudian mitigasi langkah-langkahnya apa saja supaya tidak ada pihak-pihak yang merasa ditinggalkan. Jadi SIA saya akan lewati saja. Nah yang terakhir adalah pada saya itu kuncinya ya. Sekarang itu ATR sedang mempersiapkan peraturan menteri untuk penerapan SIA untuk penyediaan tanah ya. Karena kita melihat semakin lama itu semakin ya mengecilkan hati ya. Kenapa mesti diatur oleh ATR BPN? Karena di dalam undang-undang itu sudah harus. Di dalam studi kelayakan mestinya ada studi mengenai lingkungan, ya dampak lingkungan dan dampak sosial. Dampak lingkungan sudah ada AMDAL, tapi dampak sosial SIA itu belum ada dan ini pemerintah berniat untuk melaksanakan SIA itu. Nah, tadi ada 3 kata kunci ya, SIA hubungannya dengan keadilan ya, dengan kepastian hukum dan akselerasi pembangunan. Saya bicara apa ya hubungannya SIA dengan keadilan ya. Keadilan sosial itu keywords-nya ada pada pemanfaatan. Dan keywords pemanfaatan itu menurut Mahkamah Konstitusi ada 4. 1, kalau ada proyek pembangunan, maka pertanyaan pertama, apa manfaatnya untuk masyarakat? Tentu itu masyarakat termasuk yang terdampak, bukan hanya masyarakat yang menikmati hasil pembangunan. 1, apa sih manfaatnya? Kedua, bagaimana pemerataan dari manfaat itu? Ketiga, bagaimana partisipasi masyarakat dalam menentukan manfaat? Dan keempat, penghormatan kepada hak masyarakat yang sudah ada sejak turun-temurun. Nah, kalau ditanyakan apa kaitannya SIA ya dengan kepastian hukum, legal certainty. Kalau dijalankan dengan baik, pengadaan tanah yang disertai dengan SIA itu akan memberikan legal certainty bagi siapa? Bagi instansi atau pihak yang memerlukan tanah ada legal certainty. Karena apa? Karena semua dijalankan dengan baik sehingga clean and clear. Pengadaan tanah sekarang itu banyak meninggalkan pekerjaan rumah, ada konflik dan sebagainya. Kalau dengan SIA hopefully ya akan clean and clear karena sudah ada mitigasi dari apa kira-kira yang akan dialami oleh affected person. Kemudian juga untuk legal certainty untuk affected personnya apa? Ya saya akan dapat ganti kerugian yang tidak sekedar mengganti rugi tetapi replacement value. Kalau saya direlokasi ada aturan rinci tentang relokasi. Lalu kalau saya tidak perlu takut karena livelihood saya sudah direstore setelah saya menyerahkan tanah itu. Yang terakhir, akselerasi pengadaan tanah. Saya lebih untuk saat untuk perubahan yang atau hal yang baru, akselerasi itu lebih ditekankan pada quality of the pengadaan tanah. Bukan sekadar memperbanyak proyek pengadaan tanah, tapi pertama quality dari pengadaan tanah itu yang memasukkan SIA di dalam kebijakannya. Karena kalau quality dari pengadaan tanah itu terjamin, maka yang terakhir bahwa integrasi SIA itu halaman yang terakhir ya, maka akan menjadikan pengadaan tanah itu lebih berwajah manusiawi. Dan oleh karena itu tidak ada seorang pun yang akan merasa ditinggalkan. Terima kasih.
Give applause for Professor Maria. Thank you for very intriguing presentation and also critical reflection as well about the current regulation on land acquisition in Indonesia. In fact, that there is a gap that social aspects not really include in a proper way. And that's why a lot of problems still happen in land acquisition process in Indonesia. And then also that Professor Maria proposed SIA can be an alternative to fill the gap of the land acquisition in Indonesia to be more prosperity and providing justice for the people. And then the next speaker will be Mr. Satoshi Zihara. And Mr. Satoshi will tell us his experience in assessing and also to study about risk management system globally in several countries, and maybe can be an inspiration for us to institutionalized social impact assessment in Indonesia. Time and floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to the presentation while sitting, so I may end up standing, but I think it's very easy. Okay, let me do this. So thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about this assessment that we have done on country systems, existing country systems in different countries to manage social risks and impact. And this is a very, Professor Maria spoke about SIA as a way to manage all the issues that Professor Budi, Professor Amo mentioned about. I wouldn't say necessarily they are the gaps of the law in 2012. It's kind of implementation challenges that really need some clarifications about how to make sure not only economic values, but also the social values, livelihood, and all these aspects, which are actually recognized in my understanding in law number 12, law number 2, but not really being practiced probably, partially because of lack of technical guidelines, which the ATL-BPN is now developing, because it doesn't really provide exactly how to assess this impact above and beyond the loss of land per se. So let's move on, because we are running short of time. Next slide, please. So this actually is based on the study that was conducted by a consulting company or the team, Committee Insight Group, that is the stock taking of the national system, so about 30 countries. And then done some more in-depth assessment in some other countries. So what I'm saying now is based on the studies that they have done. So I'm more the messenger rather than the researcher. But methodology we used, and is very important for this opportunity, is what the objective is to take stock of all these different countries, to really identify what may be the aspect of national systems that may be there in different countries and where Indonesia can learn. So it talks about the methodology we used, but let's move on to get to the core of the presentation. Next slide, please. This is important because this is the kind of the understanding of what may make good system for social impact assessment, which should consist of good regulatory consistencies and institutional coordinations, broad coverage of social issues, public engagement or stakeholder engagement and access to information, mitigation enhancement measures, and monitoring and enforcement. This is a kind of the understanding of the good social management systems as understood by international practitioners. And the assessment uses methodology, but also this is the core of the framework for social impact assessment guideline that ATL-BPN is developing. So please take note of this, not only for my presentation, but for the rest of today's presentation discussion, what may make good social impact assessment systems, because it's not just about the paper. It's more has to have a system in place. And what consists of the good system? Here are the 5 indicators. Let's move on. The coverage of the issues that we assessed in assessment is the community health and safety, indigenous peoples and masyarakat adat, occupational health and safety, working conditions, cultural heritage, resettlement and livelihoods, restorations, vulnerable people, gender issues, and labor influx and migrant workers. So it's not just about the land issues per se, but because we are talking more about the social impact of investments more broadly, in which the land acquisition resettlement is the core of it, but it goes beyond that. In fact, impacts are actually correlated and compounds with each other. So different components of the compound of the impact may actually reinforce one another, resulting in bigger impact that may happen on affected people. So it's very important to look at individual aspects of the social impact above and beyond, or including, but above and beyond land acquisition and resettlement. Let's move on. So just quickly, in terms of methodology, we have done, actually the CIG team has done an overview of the national systems of 30 countries, and then done the deep analysis of 5 countries. But there are 3 provinces within Australia, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 jurisdictions altogether, which have different systems. But generally speaking, these 5 countries are selected because they tend to have some good aspects in social risk management in different ways. So we try to learn from those 5 countries in terms of the way they manage social risks and impact. Let's move on. So what are the key findings of the stock-taking assessment that we have done? So I don't want to get into this slide a little too much, but basically we have done a deep assessment of 5 countries and 7 jurisdictions. Key finding, which is a surprise to me, is that there's one commonality that are there between these 7 jurisdictions, is that there's no commonalities. These countries have very different systems and uniquely developed based on their own country needs, history, and exposure to international market and so on and so forth. So in a way, it's good news for Indonesia. You don't need to learn from one single country. You look at the experience of different countries and you develop your own systems. Yeah? Because social issues are very unique to particular countries and society. So you need to develop some system that really address the issues that are most important to you. Yeah? So moving on to the details of the findings. Next slide, please. So when it comes to regulatory consistencies and institutional coordination, there are broadly 2 different systems, centralization versus subsidiary. Depending on mostly the size of the country, like Thailand, for instance, there's a single central agencies oversee all the social impact management systems. Same for Malaysia. But bigger countries like Australia, Canada have a federal systems. Yeah? Particularly for Canada, there's a federal agency that is in charge of the social and environment impact management for higher risk, what they call the state important project. That's in Australia. Yeah? But anyway, so if you have a large scale impact, there are certain federal agencies, central agencies that are in charge of the environment social impact assessment processes, but otherwise left to individual provinces. So this is the local government. That may be the way to go for Indonesia because of the size of the country, but it remains to be seen. But this institutional arrangement is a very important aspect. And as I said, all countries have developed their systems based on their needs, size, colonial policies, and so on and so forth. Very important to have this independent oversight of the this is coverage of issues. Okay, we're going to, yeah? The issues gone too far, is it? Did we talk about the previous one? Yeah, this one, yes. This is what I want to say. So independent impact assessment oversight is very important, meaning that it's not just about the project proponents that will do the assessment or maybe reviewed by somebody, but somebody has to have the technical competencies to review the assessment processes against some guidelines to see if the assessment has been done properly. This is a very important aspect, and many other countries and different countries have different systems and procedures, how to do about it. But different countries have some system in place to ensure this independent oversight. Capacity development, very important. Interagency coordination. It is a challenge that we found in most countries, because, as I said, there's a centralization versus subsidiarizations, but then who is going to coordinate the social assessment in different aspects? Because unlike for the environment, when it comes to social issues, the responsibilities for management tend to be dispersed between different ministries. So it's very important to have some coordination mechanisms, something that Indonesia at the BPN has to consider as you try to implement these guidelines. Sorry, move on. I spoke about the social issues, the coverage a little bit, but basically, as I said, different countries have different priorities. Like big countries like China, India, resettlement, land acquisition has been the key drivers and key focus of the social impact management systems. As opposed to like Australia, for instance, a lot of the focus is the mining and workers who are fly out and have to do health and safety. Canada, a lot of focus on First Nations, indigenous peoples. Colombia, a lot of focus on mining industry because they have a huge mining industry that has exposure to international market. So again, depending on the country context and history, different emphasis being placed. Now, Indonesia, Also, instead of covering everything, you may want to focus on certain things, issues that are most important to the country. That allows you some efficiencies in addressing exactly the problems that often people most vulnerable face. Yeah, so this is important lesson. Let's move on. Stakeholder engagement is key to social impact assessment. Unlike for the environment assessment, you really need to talk to stakeholders or the affected people to know who are most vulnerable to impact. Yeah? As country director Carrie said, the same size of land loss means very differently depending on absorption capacity or the capacity of the people to respond to the impact. And it's very difficult for external experts like me to know who are really vulnerable, why in this particular communities. It's really important to engage with and talk to the affected people themselves and actually involve them in the assessment processes, yeah? So that their needs and priorities are unpacked. This came very strongly, and different countries have different systems, requirements. Like Canada, there's an independent benefit agreement, impact benefit agreement required to be developed together with the First Nation indigenous peoples. Yeah. India, they have the community affected people need to participate in the evaluation processes. And in Australia, community consultative committees, there are certain kinds of community participatory processes for the assessment and impact monitoring, mitigation monitoring in process, very important. And benefit sharing, it's a very important part. And a lot of countries put in place some mechanism to make sure investors share some of the benefits, local communities. It's not just about addressing impact, because identifying, determining exactly what is the scale of impact for individual affected people is very difficult and actually very time consuming. Maybe you focus on vulnerable people, try to address their needs and priorities, but then you may generate some benefits overall so that the rest of the impact can be taken care of through benefit sharing mechanisms, which is different from compensation for loss of asset, which need to be done properly. But when it comes to more broader social impact, a lot of countries try to address them through requiring investment to do benefit sharing. Yeah. Again, something to learn for Indonesia. Let's move on. Next slide. Mitigation enforcement measures, very important. Social risks that are critical in the country context are often given priority. As I said, India, China always prioritize land acquisition, livelihood, resettlement. Australia, Canada tend to focus a lot more on health impact because that's very important in the mining context and First Nations. Yeah? And then identification, the stakeholder engagement is considered very important. Yeah? But enhancement measures can be embedded in the contract or the project legal agreement with the developers. Very important to make sure that developers are required to do something to share benefit, legally binding. Otherwise, they can do some, nice-looking corporate social responsibility to showcase to the market. They are doing something nice to the communities. But it's very important to really identify and assess the impact in general for local communities and link benefit sharing or corporate social responsibility (CSR) with this impact, livelihood restoration and impact mitigations. So there's a clear legal the pathways that government, the companies, investors spend some money that's going to lead to really restoring impact and enhancing their livelihood and social benefit. Very important. Let's move on. And monitoring and enforcement. Very important. Again, different countries have different enforcement mechanisms. But monitoring and enforcement of social impact is not easy because impact is dispersed. Different people have different impact, and impact may happen different time after the impact assessment is done or compensation has been paid. Because workers may come in and then start disturbing local communities after the construction is over, for instance, and operational phase started. So it's very important to develop some monitoring mechanisms involving communities And then the government side and project owners need to be able to capture what's happening on the ground and then do what is called adaptive management. Based on what's happening on the ground, you have mechanism to address these changes. Very important to incorporate these adaptive management, financing mechanisms as part of the legal agreement. And then many countries, I don't want to get into the details, have different requirements as part of the legal agreement with the contractors. So the contractors are legally obliged to do some benefit sharing, for instance, based on the finding of the social impact assessment. Very important, because then it means not anything else, but something that really pinpoints the impact to make sure nobody really is left behind and worse off. Let's move on. So this is my last slide. Each country's system is unique due to interplay of multiple factors. As I said, country needs, history, and things which determine exactly what system you have. So Indonesia can develop your unique system that really best take care of your needs. Countries assess developed systems to manage social risks that are important to them, which may be the integration in the international market, so traditions in civic engagement, colonial past, political systems, economic cycles, or interagency mechanisms. All of them are important aspects that each country look at to develop their own systems. So put other way, these aspects determine the ecosystems where you develop your own systems to manage social risks and impact. It's very important to look at the system, the ecosystem that Indonesia is in, to be able to know what are most important to you, what are the issues that are easier to tackle to start with, what are the difficult things that you may want to put aside into later stages. Be strategic. Very important not only to write the social impact assessment guidelines, but to look at the ecosystems, to be realistic about what you can do in the short term and what you can do in the long term. Because many countries are evolving. The social management system that they have now is very different from what they used to have 10, 15, 20 years ago. It keeps evolving. What is very important is to be strategic and look at where you want to be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, and gradually develop the system to manage social risks, starting with this guideline, very important start. But it's not where you want to end at. This is where you want to start with. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Satoshi, for your presentation, and also to inform us about lessons learned from different countries, specific for 5 countries that you studied. And we saw that there is no single model in institutionalizing social impact assessment. And different countries trying to develop their own system. And for the next presentation, we would like to hear from Town Planner Tuan Haji Hassan Yaakob about the emerging SIA procedures in Malaysia and how we can learn from your experience. Okay. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you.
Ini majunya, ini mundur ya. Mundurnya back. Ini back, ini maju.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Yanse Arizona, Honorable all panelists, Bapak-Bapak, Ibu panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Normally, I last presenter very easy to present because my presenter has presented before. Then that's all. No. Okay, firstly, I would like to thanks to the World Bank invite Plan Malaysia to present, to share, not present, to share experience in the social impact assessment in Malaysia. Because time is 15 minutes, I just skip this. Actually, in Malaysia, we have, I would like to begin by introducing the National Spatial Planning Framework in Malaysia. The main law guiding this framework is the Town and Country Planning Act 172. However, this law only applies to Peninsular Malaysia and does not include Sabah and Sarawak. For your information, in Malaysia, town and country planning is under concurrent matter between federal and state. In federal constitution, it had prescribed that town and country planning is the shared responsibility of the federal and the state government. Firstly, the framework operate at 4 levels. Firstly, national planning level. National planning level, we have here under federal government, we prepared a special spatial planning, the national physical plan. Then they support by another plan, like national urbanization policy, national rural physical planning policy, and etc. Second level is regional or state planning level. This stage, we have such a plan prepared by Plan Malaysia Negeri. And the third level is local planning level. The local authority manage planning at the level, we have about 99 local authorities in Malaysia that this local authority prepared a local plan. Then last level is we call micro planning level. This is the community involved in the planning, take part in the planning system. So, SIA legal and regulatory framework. I would like to share about the legal and regulatory framework, SIA in Malaysia. We have 2 types of development that require stand-alone SIA report. Firstly, we have SIA category A. Normally, category A get advice from the National Physical Planning Council for the national importance project that involve like coastal reclamation development, main national infrastructure, new township development for population over 10,000 or involve area exceed 100 hectares and development on hilltop or hillside. Then for this one fall under section 2B under Acta 172 and subsection 22 bracket 2A Act 172. The second SIA category is category B. This another development projects that have significant social implication determined by the state Plan Malaysia. These are local by state Plan Malaysia or the local authorities. So, as I explained earlier, that we had 3 levels of development plan. So from federal translate into the state, then we go to local level. The social aspect had been taken in this level of development plan. Firstly, national development plan is 4th national physical plan. This is our mother book for development at the federal level. What we call national physical plan, this is spatial planning. Then we, in this report, we take consideration in terms of SIA report. The second level, also such a plan. Then third level is a local plan. The evolutions of SIA in Malaysia during the beginning of the 1990s, social impact assessment, the SIA was formally discussed in Malaysia as a social and land use planning tools in the mid-1990s. And since 2001, through the 3rd Amendment of Town and Country Planning Act 1976, Act 172, our development proposal report has started to include an analysis of the social implication of certain categories of development. In the year 2005, the Malaysia Associations of Social Impact Assessment, MCR, was established to promote and encourage higher standards of the practice using SIA methods. We have our president here, MCR, Puan Helena. I think first president for the MCR. So then the starting in 2010s, the growth of SIA in Malaysia became more significant. In the 2012, Plan Malaysia developed an SIA manual for project development. In the year 2015, the Deputy Prime Minister decided Plan Malaysia as the lead agency to implement SIA for the development project. So another milestone we are going for is to raise the standard of professional knowledge and skills in the area of SIA. We will require SIA practitioners to go through formal training on SIA to register as the certified social professional in SIA. These sums of achievement Plan Malaysia have achieved so far as below. At the federal level, we review about, chaired by Director General Plan Malaysia, a successful review for the social impact about 53 projects since 2016. I think 2016. So since 2016, we have 53 projects. At state level, we have 162, and total was to 213. This is the state level review panel meeting that chaired by the state director. Then since 2022, we have also conducted 4-time SIA competency course together with our strategic partners, Malaysia Institute of Planners and Malaysian Social Impact Assessment Association. Today, we have successfully accredited 98 SIA professionals. I want to share one of the mega project in Malaysia, in Penang. We call Penang South Reclamation. The first one in Penang South Reclamation, also known as a PSR, to safeguard the well-being of the impacted stakeholders. The 2-tier SIA study implemented to mitigate impacts during the reclamation process and topside development. So here is a summary of the significance of the social impacts during operation for the Penang South reclamation. As we can see here, the scoring of impact had been reduced when the SIA report gave mitigation measures to the social impacts, especially about the occupational and socio-economic structure, it changed from negative to positive. With the SIA report, the project acceptability had increased from 3.5% in year 2019 to 40.5% in year 2022. This is because the project proponent had implemented some of the mitigation measures to the affected group, like payment of ex gratia to the licensed fishermen, construct new jetties, create new job opportunities, business and skills, business and skill training programs, house ownership schemes, and educational programs for the fishermen's children. 5 minutes more. This is one of the success story include also Penang South reclamation. We have Penang government is placing orders a new boat and etc. The first batch of the 9 fishermen completed their seafarer course in March under SIMP, earning the certificate of competency from the Marine Department to work as a seafarer in Malaysian water. How to play video? How to play video?
Does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, video. This one video.
Oh, this video.
Oh.
Ada yang bisa bantu?
We don't have time. I just finished with the video. No.
Anyone can help?
Anyone can help? How to play video? PDF. Oh, no video. Oh, it's okay. Okay, I just finished it. So another project, another mega project is case study 2 under East Coast Rail Link. We call it in the East Coast of the Peninsula Malaysia. For the ISIA report, the whole 655 kilometer had divided into 3 sections. So the project proponent had submitted 3 SIA report separately for the section A, B, then also section C. This one part of the engagement under the SIA study, grieving management, nature monitoring program, traffic management plan, and engagement with stakeholder. And our challenges is, firstly, integration plan process. These are our challenges when we implement the SIA. Integrating social impact assessment into the existing urban planning processes can be challenging. It often require aligning with planning approval processes and also to requirement to get the advice from the National Planning Council, because we have one of the policy we call ease of doing business to short the process in the development. But when we add SIA report, that means needs time to process the development. Second, if prediction long-term and cumulative impact, urban planning project have long time frame and accurately predicted the long-term social impact, it can be challenging. Changes in demographics, economic condition, and social behaviors over time make it difficult to assess how a project will affect a community in the distant future. Urban areas often experience multiple development projects, leading to cumulative social impacts, assessing the combined effect and various projects on the communities. Then the thirdly is a coordination with the assessment. Urban planning often involves multiple assessment, including EIA, TIA, HIA, and economic impact assessment, coordinating these different assessment and ensuring that they complement each other can be complex. Way forward. For the way forward, Plan Malaysia as a champion in the implementing SIA for project developments, we would like to highlight we are in the process of amend the Town and Country Planning Act to strengthen the implementation of SIA in Malaysia. This include the requirement for submission for SIA reports have to according to the guidelines that prepared by Plan Malaysia Director General. We also want to outline the requirement for qualifications of submitting person have to be SIA professional that accredited by Plan Malaysia. Then through this amendment, the power of approve and reject SIA report will be clearly indicated through the provision in the Act for SIA category A and for SIA category B. So we are also in the process of preparing rules for SIA. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Give applause for Tuan Haji Hassan Yaakob. So we ran out of time and the time pressure, and maybe if possible we can extend another 5 minutes to respond some question that has been posed in Slido. Is the organizing committee can show the question? No. Can we post in the big screen behind? So there are two questions. Okay. This one. Let's see. So the first question from Ulfa, Kanwil BPN Provinsi Lampung. Mohon izin bertanya kepada Prof. Maria. Prof. Maria menyampaikan bahwa seharusnya ada keseimbangan kepentingan perseorangan dengan kepentingan umum. Bagaimana perlindungan hukum, apakah perlindungan hukum masyarakat dengan perlindungan hukum P2T sudah seimbang? Ya? So that is the first question. The second question to Bapak Satoshi, you mentioned once, twice compensation. Compensation sounds like seeing land as a commodity to be compensated, not rights to be restored, as it has social aspect directly linked to livelihood. What is the view of the World Bank about the acquisition of land, commodity or rights? So that's the question. So we have two questions. First to Professor Maria about how to see the balance between individual and public interest. And the second for Mr. Satoshi.
Terima kasih pertanyaannya Ibu Embun, selamat datang kembali. Jadi itu pertanyaan saya yang awal ya. Bagaimana mencapai keseimbangan antara kepentingan umum dan kepentingan masyarakat? Saya kan malah tanya, apa keseimbangan itu sudah cukup? Kalau pengadaan tanah diatur dalam undang-undang, apa keseimbangan itu sudah cukup kalau ada diberikan ganti kerugian ya kepada masyarakat terdampak. Di dalam peraturan itu ganti kerugiannya sudah lengkap. Tapi pertanyaannya satu yang besar ya, untuk masyarakat hukum adat itu belum ada sama sekali. Masyarakat hukum adat itu ganti kerugiannya sangat berbeda dengan masyarakat non-masyarakat hukum adat. Mereka menghitung kerugian non-ekonomi itu lebih besar dari kerugian ekonomi. Silahkan belajar ke Australia. Jadi itu belum ada di dalam SPI ya, Standar Penilaian Indonesia itu belum ada standar untuk masyarakat hukum adat. Kerugian untuk tertutupnya akses, kerugian untuk tercerabut dari jaringan sosial, ya, kehilangan dari kearifan lokal. Kalau tanahnya sekarang ini ada proyek gantinya MIFE ya, proyek baru itu untuk ketahanan pangan dan bioenergi di Merauke dengan proyek dari PSN. Semua sudah datang traktor, masyarakat nggak tahu, loh ini kan tanah kami, sudah ada patok tapi tidak ada consultation dengan kami. Nah, terus itu keseimbangannya di mana? Ganti kerugian memang sudah ada, tetapi sampai saat ini kan disebutkan bahwa prioritasnya dalam bentuk uang. Ganti kerugian dalam bentuk lain, resettlement, tanah pengganti itu belum ada. Kalaupun resettlement, peraturannya yang rinci juga belum ada. Ganti rugi disebut kerugian non fisik, tetapi yang namanya livelihood restoration itu belum ada, belum diatur secara rinci. Kita studi ya waktu itu Ibu Embun yang di Yogyakarta International Airport ya. Ya ganti ruginya itu jumlahnya oke ya, tapi tidak ada bimbingan, orang enggak tahu ini uang ganti rugi untuk apa. Jadi dia enggak tahu menata hidupnya, dapat ganti rugi tapi so what ya, I don't know what to do. Saya tahu saya mau beli tanah tapi I don't know where, dan bagaimana saya melanjutkan kehidupan saya di tempat yang baru. Nah ini kan jadi harus memang ada satu tindakan ya. Saya senang sekali mendengar dari Malaysia ya yang sudah menerapkan SIA. Tapi Ibu Umbun jangan khawatir, it's better late than never. Jadi di kita ATR itu sudah berniat karena melihat Karena kepentingan umum pengadaan tanah itu tidak hanya pakai Undang-Undang 2 2022, bisa juga di atas aset yang sudah dikuasai seperti di Rempang Eco City ya, itu di atas HPL-nya Batam. Lalu di IKN itu juga bukan dengan beberapa infrastruktur pengadaan tanah. Di tempat lain mungkin itu dari pelepasan kawasan hutan, yang mereka pikir itu kawasan hutan, tapi ternyata itu yang punya masyarakat hukum adat. Jadi problemnya itu sangat banyak. Dan bagaimana menyeimbangkan itu, makanya sekarang pemerintah Indonesia dalam hal ini ATR BPN sudah mantap lah. Kita akan integrasikan SIA itu di dalam kebijakan pengadaan atau penyediaan tanah lebih luas. Karena pengadaan tanah itu Undang-Undang nomor 2 ya. Penyediaan tanah itu ya siapa saja, any project yang memerlukan tanah yang ada dampaknya terhadap masyarakat, dampak sosial, ekonomi, budaya, HAM, bla bla bla, itu harus menerapkan SIA. Oleh karena itu tadi pertanyaannya kita sedang menuju ke sana. Keseimbangan itu belum, kita menyadari sukses story ada, tetapi unsuccessful story juga banyak. Karena itu pemerintah ke depan berniat sementara akan menyusun rancangan peraturan menteri ya tentang implementasi penilaian dampak sosial untuk penyediaan tanah, tidak hanya untuk pengadaan tanah tapi untuk penyediaan tanah. Saya rasa itu, jadi kita sedang menuju ke sana. Terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya.
Terima kasih Prof. Maria. Next, Mr. Satoshi to respond.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. I want to be very quick in responding. Yeah. So basically the World Bank, I believe the ADB is the same. The policy requirement look into two aspects. One is the compensation for loss of physical assets at replacement value. That's one thing. And we often focus on this. But there's another aspect, which is to help the affected people's effort to restore their living standards. So our international financial institutions policies clearly separate, on one hand, compensation for physical assets, which is very important, should be treated as such, and should be at the replacement value. But also, there are other aspects that is part of the livelihood of affected people, which is more the outcome. You know, people have rights and processes and capacities, all of them, you know, combined to result in certain living standards or livelihood systems that people have. The World Bank safeguard policies aim for the restoration of these living standards comprehensively, livelihood, which consists for methodological purposes into two parts: compensation for physical assets, which should be at the replacement value, and everything else to help affected people's effort to restore their living standards. So we do look at the aspect of impact other than the physical loss and more than compensation. But it's not easy to do so, which is why, you know, we're working together with ATPPN to develop the guidelines to do the better job in assessment of these non-physical aspect of impact.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Satoshi. And I would also like to ask Pak Budi, Prof. Amo, and also Mr. Hasan, briefly, 30 seconds, for your closing statement. What should the Indonesian government do to make an effective SIA in the future? Prof.
Yeah, yes. I'll speak in Indonesia, otherwise too long. Yes. Saya kira idea of SIA is quite important, sangat penting untuk complement the land acquisition. Tapi menurut hemat saya, note tadi yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Maria juga sangat penting, highlightnya ya untuk setting SIA itu. Namun kita mesti berpikir bahwa berhadapan dengan tanah itu berhadapan dengan berbagai value seperti yang saya sampaikan pada slide saya pertama. replacement value yang tadi disampaikan oleh Prof. Maria itu memang tadi kita harus mengconsider itu. Dan yang terpenting tadi ada note dari teman-teman, karena saya birokrat di ATR BPN mengenai land acquisition. Ada note penting yang saya kira kaitannya dengan risiko legal bagi pelaksana land acquisition. Kita juga harus membuat assessment, karena praksis today bahwa risiko legal begitu besar dan banyak ini, aku nggak bilang ratusan tapi puluhan barangkali pasti itu berhubungan dengan tadi urusan tadi urusan dengan polisi, dengan jaksa, dengan KPK dan seterusnya. Jadi ini menurut saya SIA harus dibarengin dengan juga legal risk itu. Dan yang berikutnya SIA ini kalau nanti menjadi suatu policy, we have to learn about AIA, Environmental Impact Analysis. AMDAL di Indonesia itu waktu awalnya sama seperti ini. Tahun 80 saya ikut dalam dinamika menyusun itu. But implementation mengenai AMDAL ini hanya berakhir dengan dokumen. Dan ini sangat dangerous. Kalau SIA akan punya pengalaman seperti AIA. That's my note. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Prof. Budi. Berikutnya Prof. Amo, singkat 30 detik Prof.
Ya, saya hanya ingin menggarisbawahi bahwa pentingnya menetapkan siapa otoritas atau lembaga yang punya otoritas dalam penataan pertanahan itu mesti jelas begitu. Selama sifatnya ganda, maka selama itu problem akan muncul tidak hanya horizontal tapi juga vertikal. Nah, untuk menyelesaikannya salah satunya adalah menetapkan secara berani siapa sebetulnya lembaga tunggal yang punya otoritas untuk mengurus penguasaan tanah di negeri ini. Itu aja.
Terima kasih Prof. And then last
saya mau bercakap bahasa Indonesia. Boleh. Tak tahulah betul cakap bahasa Indonesia. Okey, pasal saya suka tengok kita sinetron Indonesia. Drama tu memang saya cari pelakon yang cantik-cantik saja saya tengoknya. So, firstly saya sebenarnya Indonesia dari segi governance-nya adalah lebih baik banding dengan Malaysia lah. Agak orang Malaysia marah kata kenapa? First kali kita punya I nak share first kali ialah kita bentuk satu framework yang jelas mana yang sepatutnya priority dan sebagainya, mana bidang kuasa dan sebagainya, whatsoever, itu jelas, senang untuk kita laksanakan SIA. Because tadilah kita relate dengan TIA, EIA, HIA dan sebagainya, kita punya satu framework keseluruhan. In terms of land matter, berhubung dengan land matter, Malaysia very difficult because we have federal government and state government. Because state government, they have full power for the land matter. The government, federal government, less power. So, like Indonesia, federal government will have full power. That means easy for Indonesia to implement SIA. Wallahu alam. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sesi ini kita sudah belajar banyak hal untuk melihat bagaimana kerangka hukum yang ada di Indonesia, prakteknya seperti apa, tantangannya, kekurangan, kelebihannya. Belajar juga dari SIA yang diterapkan di beberapa negara, termasuk dari Malaysia gitu ya. Dan dari situ kita bisa mendapat bekal yang cukup untuk kita diskusi nanti lebih lanjut di sesi siang, setelah break makan siang. Dan kita akan mengakhiri sesi ini, saya izin untuk mengakhirinya dengan pantun. Gitu. Rusgi ya. Tenis sore hari, memakai raket baru yang spesial. Dukungan akademis selalu diberi. Ayo adopsi asesmen dampak sosial. Terakhir, sebagai penutup, bunga mawar berwarna merah menghiasi dinding rumah yang megah. Pengadaan tanah harus terarah kita akhiri sesi dan beri tepuk tangan yang meriah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya kembalikan ke MC.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Dr. Yance, dan kami mengundang, we invite Ibu Embun Sari untuk memberikan token of appreciations to all the panelists today. Kami persilakan. We invite all the panelists to stand up as Ibu Embun Sari will hand over the token of appreciation. Thank you for the remarkable, fruitful, insightful discussion and also thought-provoking discussion. Kita berikan tepuk tangan. Berikutnya kami persilakan. Ya, sekalian tim dokumentasi mengabadikan acara penyerahan token of appreciation kita di sesi pertama. Masih akan ada 2 panel discussion lagi. Ibu dan Bapak yang kami hormati. Ya, sekarang kita lakukan foto grup. Kita bersama-sama bersama panelis. Kami persilahkan untuk lebih mendekat, closer Bapak Ibu. Kita akan berfoto bersama. Sekali lagi kita berikan sambutan yang meriah untuk panelis di sesi pertama hari ini. Baik. Ya, 1, 2, 3, masih pose formal. 1, 2, 3. Oke, satu kali lagi posenya mungkin lebih seperti candid, lagi berbicara, lagi ngobrol atau tertawa, boleh supaya tidak terlalu tegang ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Baik, kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Thank you our panelists. Terima kasih juga untuk moderator dan terima kasih Ibu Embun Sari. Please return to your seat. Thank you very much. Ibu Bapak yang kami hormati, ladies and gentlemen. We are now heading to our lunch break. We have 45 minutes of lunch break. And our next program will start at 1:30. Waktu Indonesia bagian Barat. Jam 1:30 kita akan memulai kembali. Waktu untuk sesi berikutnya kami persilahkan untuk menikmati sajian makan siang yang sudah tersedia di luar ruangan ini. Sampai jumpa. Terima kasih. Selamat siang Ibu dan Bapak yang kami hormati. Hanya mengingatkan saja dalam waktu 10 menit lagi acara akan kami mulai kembali. Just to remind you that in 10 minutes we are going to continue our program for today. Masih ada waktu 10 menit Bapak Ibu untuk menikmati makan siang dan istirahatnya, dan kita bertemu di 10 menit mendatang. Terima kasih. back, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on the following agenda, we will have some experts discussing the merits of good social impact assessment to minimize social risks, enhance local benefits, and speed up infrastructure development. The panel discussion theme we have now is Good SIA to Get All Right, Minimize Social Risks, Enhance Local Benefits, and Speed Up Infrastructure Development. And this panel discussion will be led by our remarkable moderator, Andita Firseli Utami, the CEO of Think Policy. Kita berikan sambutan yang meriah untuk Mbak Afu. Kami persilahkan.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Afu Utami. I'm the CEO of Think Policy, a community-driven organization focused on improving the ecosystem of policymaking in Indonesia. One of the core factors to improve public policymaking, of course, is social impact assessment. And it is my honor, and I'm very delighted to be guiding you all through the second session of today's event, where we will discuss the merits of social impact assessment in maximizing local benefits. And this event is an international conference held by the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, along with KfW, the European Union, as well as the World Bank. Before we begin, I'm asked to remind everyone that the interpreting service is available in English and Bahasa Indonesia. If you are joining us through Zoom, please click the interpretation feature at the bottom of your Zoom screen to select your preferred language, and we also provide a sign language interpreter on the Zoom screen. Now, the organizer of this event has been very attentively curating a number of speakers, experts, distinguished experts who will share with us many useful insights, hopefully, on implementing social impact assessment. And we will divide the session into 3 parts. And we will begin with a first speaker to discuss the enhancement of social impact assessment for effective infrastructure development and focusing on lessons learned in the implementation in various countries. While we have 5 speakers for the session, I will be inviting first the first keynote speech, Bapak Frank van Klei from Groningen University, who will be joining us online and share with us the very topic of good SIA to get all right, to minimize social risk, enhance local benefits, and speed up infrastructure development. To Bapak Frank, the screen is yours.
Selamat siang. I'm a professor of social impact assessment, and social impact assessment has been my life's passion, and I'm very happy to share with you some of my observations on this topic. May I also draw your attention to this recently published book. I'm hoping that you see it on the screen. It has 37 chapters in a total of 50 authors. The best feature of this book is that it's free, it's an open access book, and it's an excellent book that covers all aspects of social impact assessment. Can I have the next slide, please? I'll just alert the organizers.
Let's show the slides for Bapak Frank.
See the slides. Okay, and the next slide.
There you go.
So the first thing to know about in fact, it has a history of over 50 years. It's been improving over time and now is a mature and effective field of research and practice. It's not just a technique, it's a way of thinking and managing the negative and positive social impacts caused by projects. This helps in ensuring that there is that projects deliver effective outcomes. As an established field, there is perhaps a confusing amount of literature about social impact assessment, but fortunately there are several guidelines that make it easy to about, including from the International Association for Impact Assessment, what we call the Reindeer document. It's actually applicable to everywhere in the world, and also from the Inter-American Development Bank. Also, some countries like Malaysia and Australia have guidelines, which some of the next speakers will talk about. Next slide, please. There are also many guidelines and various documents from the United Nations and many other international organizations, all of which call for, or at least support, the use of social impact assessment. The use of SIA is now normal practice in projects around the world. Arguably, the use of SIA is a requirement of project financing by all banks. And while it is obvious that social impact assessment should be applied to big projects, I argue that SIA can be of benefit to small and medium-sized projects as well. SIA is about enhancing the benefits of all projects, as well as minimizing any social harms and risks they may create. Next slide, please. Social impacts are everything and anything that affect people or people's lives and livelihoods. It's about the impacts on people's way of life, how they live, work, and play, what they value, and what is important to them. The social impacts caused by land acquisition for projects are especially severe because people do have a level of place dependency and place attachment. The loss of sense of place is very disturbing to people. Next slide, please. A good model to use to assist in thinking about the social impacts of a project is the Social Framework for Projects, which was developed by Eddie Smith. In that paper, which is indicated on the screen, we argue that all projects should focus on improving the well-being of people. And we considered that there are 8 key topic areas that need to be considered for any project. These topic areas are people's capacities, abilities, and freedoms to achieve their goals, community and social supports in the political context, culture and religion, livelihood assets and activities, infrastructure and services in a community, people's housing and business structures, the living environment in which people live, and the land and resources on which they depend. Next slide, please. Social impact assessment should be used for all projects, even projects that are intended to be in the public interest or for social development purposes can still have inadvertent negative social impacts. No matter whether a project is big or small, or whether for a public or a private purpose, social impact assessment is an effective way of better managing projects to ensure better outcomes for the project, and especially for project-affected people. Next slide, please. The guidance document of the International Association for Impact Assessment outlines 26 steps in a full SIA process. Although SIA developed out of environmental impact assessment, there are some fundamental differences between SIA and EIA. For example, social impacts happen from the moment there's a rumor about a project, and therefore must be managed right from the very beginning of project planning. Also, maximizing project benefits to local communities requires careful thinking about what local people's needs are. Providing jobs for local people and having local procurement arrangements cannot be afterthoughts. They need to be planned for from the very beginning of the project. Another important difference between environmental and social impacts is that people react. How they feel about a project affects their experience of negative impacts. People who are in favour of a project are much more likely to be tolerant of any inconvenience or disturbance they might experience because of a project. Therefore, projects need to have a good community engagement process to ensure they are acceptable to local people and that they get a social license to operate. Essentially, the 26 steps in the SAA process fall under 4 broad phases: understanding the issues, predicting, analysing and assessing the impacts and impact pathways, developing and implementing mitigation, enhancement and management strategies, and designing and implementing monitoring and adaptive management programs. Next slide, please. Effective SAA that starts early in the project planning and continues throughout the life of a project has many benefits for all stakeholders and will result in risk reduction and greater likelihood of achieving project objectives. Design, the ability to better target the project to its objectives and intended beneficiaries. SAA will ensure effective risk reduction and management. It will enable the early identification of issues or risks, and thus to deal with them before they escalate into bigger issues. The use of SAA will increase a project's access to land and resources. It will increase access to local workforce and supplies. SAA will avoid unexpected costs and will ultimately reduce the total cost of a project. SAA enables what is called full cost consideration, thus enabling better governance, better budgeting, and better financial management of the project. The use of SAA provides greater certainty for investors and governments and for society in general. SAA can be used to assist in project social investment decisions. It helps to obtain the necessary legal permits. It helps to attain a social license to operate. It improves stakeholder relations. It assists projects in getting access to finance. It assists in maintaining company, project, and product reputation. So overall, the use of SAA increases the long-term success of the projects, avoids delays or shutdowns, and the early closure of projects. Even though I would argue that SAA is primarily a tool to ensure that community concerns are considered, there is no doubt in my mind that projects and proponents substantially benefit by doing SAA properly. Next slide, please. The use of SAA leads to better outcomes for communities. It ensures that people's rights are respected, that communities have appropriate access to information about the project, that they are able to effectively participate in decisions about projects that will affect them. Because of SAA, they will have a better relationship with the project. SAA will enhance the job and business opportunities arising from the project. Communities become empowered through social impact assessment, and SAA will ensure that they have access to justice. Because of SAA, they will experience less stress, less nuisance, and less annoyance. They will have greater control over their lives, and they will be able to plan their lives and their future more effectively. Next slide, please. Social impact assessment also assists government at all levels and in the governance of projects by providing better information by which to make decisions, greater certainty about the information that they use in decision making. SAA provides a framework to guide the project regulatory process. It indicates how development applications can be assessed. It provides baseline data to monitor change over time. It provides useful information by which to determine appropriate consent conditions. It provides information for discussions about development contributions and any benefit sharing arrangements that ought to be established. Social impact assessment ensures consistency with international standards, and the use of SAA will reduce the risk of impoverishment caused by projects, as well as contributing to poverty reduction, sustainable development, and to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. All these benefits to different stakeholders don't just happen. To achieve good outcomes, SAA must be done properly by trained professionals be adequately resourced, and with an adequate time frame. These SAA professionals must also be effective in influencing the project and project management, and developers must be willing to listen and take on board suggestions about how to improve the project from a social point of view. From my perspective, perhaps the key lessons for good practice SAA are that the impact assessments done as part of the regulatory requirements to get development approval for a project are usually too late in the project planning process to have any real influence over project design. To be useful, SAA needs to be able to inform the conceptual design of projects, and therefore must be done early in the project planning process. Another very important thing to be aware of is that communities are never homogeneous. People are differentially affected by projects, and by definition, vulnerable people are likely to be the most affected or unable to cope with the changes created by a project. Vulnerability is not a static concept addressed by a simplistic checklist of widows or the elderly or the disabled. Vulnerability is context-specific. Good practice SAA requires thinking about what groups of people would be most vulnerable to the changes created by a project. Genuine, meaningful engagement is important. Perhaps more important is having a process of agreement making with local communities. Best international practice involves developing impacts and benefits agreements with local communities so that there is complete transparency about what the impacts will be and what the promised benefits will be. Ideally, local communities can use the agreements to hold developers to account to ensure that they deliver on what was promised. Ongoing monitoring and adaptive management are essential because things always change over time and not everything is in the direct control of the developer. Also, the SAA process cannot predict everything. It is, after all, a process of predicting an uncertain future. A good regulatory process will set compliance conditions. But a good regulatory process will also ensure that there is proper monitoring to ensure that these compliance conditions are upheld. Compliance checking and follow-up is essential. A good SAA process will address all human rights issues. And finally, a good SAA process should result not in a list of possible impacts, but rather in a social impact management plan and a project-based social management system to ensure that social impacts are addressed on an ongoing basis. Regulatory approval should be based on an assessment of the proponent's understanding, capacity, and willingness to assess and manage social impacts on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. Social impact assessment cannot do everything. Some things require a social approach to the management of projects, so changes to how projects are done. The key things that project management needs to learn from SAA are that the project must be designed to avoid the physical and economic displacement of people as much as possible. Changing the physical and spatial layout of projects can significantly reduce displacement and other social impacts. All livelihood impacts and risks must be carefully assessed and addressed. Community-based monitoring processes are highly effective ways of increasing local people's trust in the project. And as already mentioned, vulnerability must be understood in the local context. To ensure that livelihood support for affected people is appropriate in the local context, past experience with livelihood support strategies around the world reveals that despite good intention, livelihood support can be highly ineffective and thus likely lead to impoverishment. Interfering in people's lives is a serious matter, and therefore great care and ongoing support is usually needed when people's livelihoods are affected. The compensation for most harm from projects is usually inadequate and usually is only based on the tangible losses. But people who are affected by projects experience numerous intangible losses as well. Projects should be much more generous in their compensation arrangements, and they need to deal with the loss of intangible losses by livelihood restoration support and by appropriate community investment schemes. Psychological and emotional impacts are also created by projects. Psychological and emotional impacts are real social impacts that affect people, their mental and physical health, and their well-being. Projects should be much more sensitive to people's psychosocial impacts. Projects must allocate appropriate timing, resources, and competent staff to deal with all the social issues. This should be regarded as a normal cost of doing business and properly reflected in the project budget. It is not fair on local people to push all the externalities from a project onto local people. Since not everything can be predicted, adaptive management is essential. And finally, in a process of continuous improvement, projects should seek to learn from their social practice. They need to monitor their results, undertake evaluations, do research on the effectiveness of their strategies, and adapt and improve as appropriate. Next slide, please. Although there are many benefits to doing social impact assessment, the field of SAA faces many challenges. There's a shortage of practitioners. There's a need for more training programs. Getting university courses on social impact assessment would be highly desirable. To ensure quality of SAA practice, there's a strong need for professional certification mechanisms or schemes. Social impact assessment practitioners struggle with short timeframes and limited funding. They often don't have the means to collect essential primary data. Ideally, government agencies would collect appropriate data and make it readily available for social impact assessments and other purposes. And adequate funding and timeframes for SAA are needed. SAA should be built into the normal process of project management and project planning and the project approval processes. And finally, proponents should become much more aware of the social consequences of project and be much more appreciative of community understandings of projects. Next slide, please. Well, as is obvious from my enthusiasm for social impact assessment, I strongly believe that the use of adequate social impact assessment has much to offer project proponents, governments and government agencies, as well as affected communities. Identifying and mitigating the negative impacts, as well as considering how to enhance the potential positive outcomes from projects, will lead to improved outcomes for all stakeholders and will ensure that no one is left behind. The effective use of SAA will ensure that projects serve as catalysts for sustainable development, empower local people, and respect their rights. Thank you for your attention.
My arts and crafts teacher in elementary school used to say, measure twice and then cut once. I think what Frank has very brilliantly shared with us is that social impact assessment is not just another laundry list of to-do list to check, but it's actually a mindset that will allow us to make sure that all the projects will bring the maximum benefits to all parties involved. I believe that on the slides earlier, Frank showed at least 40-something different benefits, not just to the local communities and government, but the project implementers themselves. And that social impacts not are not just related to the tangible ones, such as jobs or labor opportunities, but including more intangible aspects as well. And more importantly, I think at the last slide, Frank, thank you so much, Professor Van Clooy, for sharing with us the handbook that you've prepared. I believe that many of the participants here would be interested to learn more from you as well. So again, please put our hands together and give a round of applause to Frank. Now, on to the second part of this second session is we would like to dive deeper into social impact assessment, how it's being done on the project level or on the implementation level. And to join me on stage, I would like to invite, first of all, Bapak Muhammad Unu Ibnudin, Direktur Pengadaan dan Pencadangan Tanah dari Kementerian ATR BPN. Silakan Pak Unu. Dan yang selanjutnya, let me switch back to English. And the next one, we would like to invite also Ibu Sharifah Aman Worcester, expert of gender, land management, and governance, the former principal social safeguard specialist at Asian Development Bank. Baik, selamat siang Pak Unu dan Bu Sharifah. And this session will be conducted bilingually, so we'll switch between Bahasa Indonesia dan Bahasa Inggris. I would like to start with introducing first again Pak Unu's profile. Pak Unu is an accomplished professional in the land management and spatial planning. He obtained his master's degree in management from Institut Pertanian Bogor. And throughout his long career in ATR BPN, he has held several prominent positions, including the head of land offices in Jakarta's key administrative regions, including South Jakarta, Central Jakarta, as well as North Jakarta. And then we also have here Ibu Sharifah Aman Worcester, who has worked for 15 years at ADB, and was responsible for social and indigenous people safeguards and gender equality for energy, transport, and NRM sectors across ADB's Asia-Pacific portfolios, including leading assessment of the country safeguard system in Indonesia. So we're very pleased to have the two of you today, where we will dive deeper into some of the topics or frameworks that Pak Frank earlier already shared with us. Saya mungkin izin mulai dengan Pak Unu terlebih dahulu. Jadi Pak Unu, saat ini Kementerian ATR BPN sedang menyiapkan panduan penilaian dampak sosial atau Social Impact Assessment Guideline, ya, betul ya Pak? Dengan bantuan asistensi dari Bank Dunia dan KfW. Nah, mungkin Bapak bisa menjelaskan sedikit bagaimana panduan SIA atau SIA Guideline ini dapat berkontribusi Pak untuk mencapai tidak cuma percepatan dan keberlanjutan pembangunan, tapi justru juga keadilan bagi masyarakat yang paling terdampak. Silakan Pak.
Baik, terima kasih. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu peserta konferensi internasional Social Impact Assessment. Mohon maaf saya tidak sebut satu persatu. Ya. Dan mohon maaf juga saya karena habis makan siang, ya. Jadi kemungkinan ngantuk, jadi saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia biar teman-teman bekerja juga untuk lebih paham bahasa Indonesia, ya. Jadi ada tidak terlalu ngantuk nanti, mudah-mudahan ada dua konsentrasi gitu kan, satu materi substansi dan satu bahasa, ya. Dan selanjutnya saya akan sedikit bercerita, ya, terkait dengan pentingnya gitu kan Social Impact Assessment ini untuk kami pelaksana gitu kan ya, dalam proses pengadaan tanah atau penyediaan lahan untuk pembangunan pemerintah, ya. Dikarenakan saya melihat tujuan baik dari pembangunan pemerintah itu sendiri, ya, itu sama, itu cita-citanya sangat mulia, ya. Bahwa pembangunan itu adalah untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat, kemakmuran dan keadilan. Ya. Begitu juga dengan pelaksanaan atau mekanisme penyelenggaraan pengadaan tanahnya pun sama, ya. Bahwa itu pun harus didasari oleh ajas dan tujuan yang sangat mulia juga, dari mulai hak asasi manusianya, keadilannya, kesejahteraannya, keterbukaannya gitu kan, dan segudang kemuliaan gitu kan tujuan. Ya, jadi di sini kami sangat sebetulnya dari segi konsep dasar itu seharusnya tidak ada permasalahan gitu kan. Ya, termasuk gitu kan ya dalam kami kenapa merencanakan gitu kan harus membuat pedoman gitu kan penilaian dampak sosial, karena tadi dalam prakteknya ya ini, jadi saya di sini akan bercerita atau akan menyampaikan curhatan hati gitu ya, curahan hati gitu kan dari masyarakat, dari pelaksana maupun dari pemerintah sebagai instansi yang memerlukan tanah yang membuat dokumen perencanaan ya. Jadi termasuk kami dari Kementerian ATR yang melaksanakan gitu kan. Jadi keempat komponen tersebut itu ya satu sama lain ya saling berdampak, ya kan. Jadi saat pemerintah merencanakan pembangunan dan instansi yang memerlukan tanah membuat dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah, itu sebetulnya sudah persyaratkan seperti pedoman SIA ini ya. Seperti dokumen atau pedoman penilaian dampak sosial ya. Di mana dalam perencanaan itu harus ada studi kelayakan, ada penelitian dampak sosial dan sebagainya gitu kan, dengan maksud dan tujuan pembangunan itu seperti apa. Yang pastinya tadi bahwa pembangunan itu adalah dalam rangka meningkatkan gitu kan kesejahteraan, kemakmuran, keadilan dan keberlanjutan. Ya. Tetapi pada kenyataannya bahwa dari dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah, mohon maaf ini jika ada teman-teman dari instansi yang memerlukan tanah ya, kami tidak saling menyalahkan, tetapi inilah realita ya. Bahkan hari ini ya mungkin di antara kami gitu kan ya masih ada seolah-olah kami pelaksana pengadaan tanah atau P2T itu mengada-ada ya kan. Tetapi kenyataannya ya seperti tadi, teman-teman yang merencanakan pun membuat DPPT, dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah, teman-teman menyampaikan bahwa kalau begini caranya, penlok ini habis hanya untuk perbaikan DPPT, ya kan? Kenapa saya gitu kan sangat semangat dan mohon tadi kan, mohon dukungan bahkan ya mengapresiasi sekali dengan hari ini sudah terwujud gitu kan sebetulnya walaupun belum sempurna gitu kan. Dokumen penilaian dampak sosial ini sudah kami buat dan insya Allah akan disempurnakan dalam waktu sesingkat-singkatnya ya. Jadi kami dari Kementerian ATR terima kasih kepada World Bank dan partnernya gitu kan bahwa ya sudah kami bantu, karena sebetulnya sejujurnya saya semenjak jadi direktur pengadaan itu sudah mengkampanyekan ya kan bahwa tadi DPPT itu tolonglah ya kan dimitigasi gitu. Kenapa? Karena ya DPPT itu sangat menentukan keberhasilan pelaksanaan pembangunan maupun percepatan proses pengadaan tanahnya. Dan termasuk gitu kan ya dampak sosial yang positif terhadap ya masyarakat yang terkena dalam penloknya, penetapan lokasinya ya. Tetapi ya tadi saya sampaikan bahwa perjalanan ini gitu kan ya walaupun sudah 12 tahun sejak Undang-Undang 2 gitu kan, tetapi sampai hari ini kami masih bersama-sama ya kan dengan instansi yang memerlukan tanah untuk tadi kan memitigasi risiko, membuat sebuah penilaian dampak agar pelaksanaan pengadaan tanah itu bisa cepat, berkualitas, dan pembangunannya pun lancar dan berdampak sosial ekonomi yang meningkat di sekitar lingkungan proyek pembangunan maupun masyarakat yang terdampak. Ya, jadi ini tujuan utamanya. Kenapa saya memaksa? Sebetulnya ini memaksa juga kami. Ini untuk terwujud. Karena hal kecil saya contohkan gitu kan. Apabila ini tidak dilaksanakan, kalau satu hal saja gitu kan, data-data informasi terkait objek subjek itu tidak valid, itu akan membuat pertama proses pengadaan tanah itu akan lama, ya kan? Karena ya tentunya berbeda yang direncanakan dengan hasil iden invent, ya kan? Yang kedua bahwa ya kan jika ada hal-hal yang di luar tadi informasi yang tidak terinformasikan itu pun sama akan berdampak kepada masyarakat yang terkena pembangunan. Yang ketiga, ini yang lebih sering terjadi atau ini itu terkait dengan ketersediaan anggaran, ya. Karena ketersediaan anggaran pun sama, gitu kan, bahwa ya tadi kalau tanpa mitigasi dia mengetahui berapa kebutuhan nilai dari rencana perolehan tanah atau pengadaan tanah, ya tentunya keuangannya pun belum tentu sesuai dengan yang diharapkan. Sehingga ya kasihan akan berdampak. Kenapa? Karena masyarakat yang pemilik tanah, ya ini ketentuan kami mengatur bahwa nilai penilai itu sejak pengumuman Penlok. Jadi sejak saat itulah mereka tidak bisa berbuat apa-apa. Tidak boleh dialihkan, tidak boleh membangun atau memanfaatkan. Sementara tadi kan apabila ada permasalahan di dalam objek tersebut, itu akan berdampak kepada masyarakat yang terkena, ya. Kalau ada masalah, misalkan walaupun ketentuan kami mengatur konsinyasi, kapan masyarakat akan menerima uang? Setahun, 10 tahun, ya kan? Itu sangat ketidakpastian dan ketidakadilan. Sementara, ya kan, pembangunan harus berjalan, masyarakat tidak memperoleh apapun, ya kan? Kedua, misalkan tadi kan ada hal-hal yang ya ada Penlok yang sampai 2, 3 kali, 4 kali ulang tahun gitu kan. Ya itu akibatnya masyarakat pun sama. Ketidakpastian gitu kan dalam rangka ya kehidupan ke depan atau boro-boro ada peningkatan gitu ya. Jangankan ada peningkatan hidup gitu kan, kepastian hidup pun tidak ada. Harapan hidup pun mungkin tidak ada gitu kan. Sebetulnya kalau mau bercerita karena waktunya tidak memungkinkan itu banyak sekali contoh-contoh yang mengakibatkan gitu kan masyarakat itu terdampak negatif, sehingga untuk mengantisipasi itu, memitigasi risiko itu kami perlu social impact assessment. Ya,
baik, luar biasa. Jadi yang ada di tangan Pak Unu ini sekarang adalah draft dari panduan social impact assessment tersebut. Yang tadi outline-nya yang tadi ditampilkan di slide ya, boleh mungkin kita lihat lagi, tadi ada beberapa chapter isinya yang mudah-mudahan setelah ini selesai nanti bisa diakses oleh para peserta juga. Pak Unu, singkat sebelum lanjut ke Ibu Sari, mungkin ada contoh praktek paling baik nggak yang sudah menjalankan mindset tadi kalau kata Pak Frank ya, mindset social impact assessment ini dengan baik dalam proses pengadaan tanah ini?
Ya, terima kasih. Kalau untuk contoh, walaupun kami belum sampai tuntas mengawal, tetapi konsep itu sudah ada ya. Jadi teman-teman di Garut ya, itu ada pengadaan Getaci ya, Gede Bage Tasik Cilacap. Itu saat kami ke sana, itu teman-teman dari BTN bersama Universitas Garut dan pemerintah Garut itu sudah mensosialisasikan, sudah mengawal agar masyarakat itu uangnya tidak cepat habis. Ya kan? Kebanyakan selama ini hasil dari pengadaan tanah gitu kan, apalagi mohon maaf gitu kan, sekarang ini kan banyak sekali provokasi, ya kan, yang mempengaruhi seolah-olah pengadaan tanah itu masih seperti zaman dahulu, ya kan, penggusuran, nilai rendah gitu kan, bahkan ya tidak dibayar gitu kan, sehingga penolakan masyarakat diprovokasi untuk menolak, yang akhirnya itu adalah tujuan dari provokator itu untuk dapat kuasa. Dengan dapat kuasa bagi hasil, ya kan? Jadi hasilnya tidak maksimal, dibagi dua gitu kan. Walaupun tinggi akhirnya dibagi dua. Padahal kenyataannya sekarang kan ganti untung, ya kan? Tetapi karena tadi ya tidak ada yang mengawal, edukasi, sosialisasi kurang, sehingga terprovokasi dan akhirnya jatuhlah ke tangan orang yang memanfaatkan situasi tersebut. Sehingga ya dengan tadi kan penilaian dampak ini insya Allah gitu kan, ya seperti yang tadi di Garut, bank sendiri mengawal, jangan dihabisin duitnya gitu kan, buat rumah separuh, buat usaha separuh, dan di bank itu ada. Ada istilahnya bagian pembinaan investasi, bagian pembinaan usaha, kan itu yang bisa mengawal ya seperti tujuan utama, bahwa dengan proses pengadaan tanah berdampak positif, menghasilkan ya kesejahteraan, kemakmuran dan keberlanjutan dari hidup yang lebih baik dari sebelum ada proyek pembangunan ini.
Baik, jadi di Garut itu tadi contohnya, boleh tepuk tangan mungkin. Menarik karena tadi yang disampaikan Frank juga adalah bahwa ini bukan cuma tentang mendaftar potensi social impact ya, tapi juga manajemennya ya. Jadi tadi pembinaan, semacam memberi masukan atau arahan bahwa benefit atau apa tadi ya, mungkin dana yang diperoleh jangan dihabiskan semua tadi ya, menarik. Ibu Sari, ini aku pakai bahasa Indonesia boleh?
Boleh.
Oh iya, mungkin ini salah satu kritik utama dari proses yang sebenarnya adalah sangat penting tadi nih ya, di level mindset social impact ini sering mendapat criticism mungkin ya, bahwa menyebabkan penundaan dan membutuhkan additional cost and work. So it usually causes delay in the project implementation. Do you agree with this view, and what can you share with us in terms of why is this still necessary?
Thank you. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mudah-mudahan masih bersemangat ya setelah makan siang. Jadi saya akan menjawab pertanyaannya. Jadi apakah kritik-kritik bahwa kalau kita ada social impact assessment itu proyeknya akan delay, duitnya akan lebih banyak keluar dan macam-macam dan nggak berguna. Nah sekarang kita balik misalnya, kalau itu nggak dilakukan akan lebih banyak nggak keluar duit misalnya ya. Jadi memang sangat penting dilakukan social impact assessment itu seperti tadi yang ada di guidelines ini juga ya, stakeholder mappingnya. Jadi semua stakeholder itu dilihat siapa saja yang primary, yang secondary, yang langsung terdampak atau yang tidak terdampak, terus yang vulnerable, yang gender issue juga perlu diperhatikan. Nah kalau itu tidak ada, kemudian risk impact-nya nggak dilihat, kemudian juga tidak ada tempat untuk orang mengadu ya, GRM, Grievance Redress Mechanism, karena itu sangat penting. Kalau itu nggak ada, jadi itu GRM itu bukan hanya complaint mechanism saja, tapi juga sebetulnya tempat orang memberikan ide ya. Jadi kalau kita punya expert yang membantu menyiapkan DPPT atau LARAP, dan semua informasi yang ada yang bisa didapatkan sebetulnya ada, kalau mau ada. Jadi keinginan kita untuk melakukan itu. Nah yang paling penting juga adalah bahwa
kadang-kadang orang lupa ya, tadi udah banyak dari pembicara sebelumnya, sama Profesor Maria, juga Satoshi, Pak Frank sendiri. Jadi kita bukan hanya menyiapkan hanya kompensasi, tapi lebih dari itu ya. Jadi kalau perlu livelihood restoration dan untuk juga relocation. Jadi dengan menyiapkan semua itu akan lebih baik dan jumlah duit yang dikeluarkan itu nggak akan lebih banyak kalau ada komplain, kalau ada reputational risk, kalau proyek dibatalkan, apalagi kalau ngutang. Kalau ngutang itu kayak Argo, begitu mulai udah harus bayar. Jadi kalau terlambat tetap aja bayar gitu, atau kalau utang dibatalkan. Kemudian juga komplain dari masyarakat, tadi Pak Frank juga udah sebutkan. Jadi harga untuk tidak melakukan itu jauh lebih besar daripada investment kita untuk menyiapkan itu. Tapi tentunya investment ini juga perlu dipersiapkan dengan baik. Jadi perlu expert dan yang lain-lain tadi yang udah disebutkan. Makasih.
Baik, jadi sebenarnya mungkin serupa dengan berbagai area keputusan lain ya, jangankan dalam konteks proyek, tapi di mana planning lebih baik itu kemungkinan besar justru mengurangi banyak biaya yang otherwise kita tidak terpikir atau kita tidak antisipasi gitu ya. Jadi justru ini adalah mungkin keluar di awal tapi sebenarnya bisa memudahkan dalam proses selanjutnya. Nah tapi meskipun seperti itu Ibu Sari, seperti apa biasanya tantangan yang paling sering dihadapi ya dalam konteks apakah itu, jadi melakukan social impact assessment ini juga mungkin tidak selalu mulus ya. Biasanya tantangannya seperti apa yang terjadi dan how to overcome the challenges.
Maybe I just add when we talk about all the ingredients of SIA, but besides talking about meaningful consultation, but it's also you need to have stakeholder engagement continuous and also feedback. If there are any changes, you need to say it, you need to mention it, and also you have to manage the expectation. So engagement planning, communication is equally important. So I add that. And then yes, the challenge I think I don't want to repeat very much, but as Professor Maria and others said, that we really need to put people in the center and the focus of development, or particularly infrastructure development. So their interests, the needs, the priority, and their voices, and the worries, and also their potentials needs to be looked at. So that's a challenge because I think I don't have to repeat, but it's already mentioned before. We want to do cepat, yeah, and then jadi, but we forgot about some other things that equally important, the people, because at the end of the day, it's development, infrastructure development is for people, right? And then the second challenge, there is not enough guidelines, practical guidelines. There are guidelines everywhere. I mean, I knew when we were working with PLN and Sumber Daya Air, PUPR, and ATR BPN juga ada, tapi it's not complete. And it's also maybe not yet practical. So we need to do it, we need to prepare it. And again, sumber daya manusia, expertise is important. And timing, that's a challenge. People want to do everything is quick. But when you talk about livelihood restorations, later on maybe we will talk a little bit more about livelihood restoration because it's equally important. And also relocations. But if you don't prepare it from the beginning, then it's a risk as well, and it's a challenge. Yeah. So therefore, all these things need to be prepared, and I guess, again, and I'm very happy with the current guidelines that's prepared by ATR BPN, and hoping that all the steps can be done adequately with the good resources, enough resources and experts, and also more awareness rising, that this is important. And I think it's there now. We just have to push a bit more to address all these challenges.
Excellent. So one final question to both Ibu Sari and Pak Uno is the role of leadership and champions and momentum. So kita punya mungkin 1 menit terakhir, jadi 30 detik mungkin. In your view, seperti apa atau apakah ada momentum atau kesempatan leadership atau champion yang bisa kita maksimalkan untuk mendorong implementasi dari social impact assessment ini ke depannya? Mau siapa duluan? Oh, Pak Uno dulu ya.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi ke depan agar penilaian dampak sosial ini bisa terwujud dan khususnya pedoman ini bisa diimplementasikan bahkan bisa dipedomani, kami merekomendasikan ya kan bahwa di dalam peraturan Menteri Agraria di dalam penyusunan DPPT menjadi sebuah syarat, ya kan? Walaupun udah ada sekarang, cuman tidak mengacu pada social impact assessment ini, ya kan? Tetapi kalau ini sudah terbit, sudah sempurna, itu kami akan meminta untuk mewajibkan, gitu kan, bahwa pembuatan penyusunan DPPT harus mengacu kepada social impact assessment. Ya, itu terima kasih.
Yeah. Kalau bisa saya tambah, I think yes, as Pak Uno mentions, but I think it's also important that beside the guidelines is important, practical guidelines, but also we are not alone. There are champions in ATR BPN, there are champions in PLN, there are champions in many champions in this room, yeah, and as Professor Maria also mentioned, but also equally important, we have to work together. I knew there is network of Safeguard Learning Center, there is a Safeguard group that at the moment, I think many of them actually listening and attending this program and listening in the Zoom. So we can work together and then make sure that all that is need to do is done with the capacity, but don't forget that has to be implemented and checked, because if there is no institutions or group to check it, whether it's done properly and it's budgeted properly, so there's still some ways to go, but it's there, the momentum is there. So let's hope we can do it, and let's hope that the guidelines will be ready soon, and what Pak Uno mentioned and what's the commitment at the moment to have it mandatory. So that's important, because without payung hukum, without the regulations, it will be difficult to do that. Thank you.
Excellent. So it takes the right legal framework as well as a village to implement it, because it's definitely not a one-person job. So again, once more, thank you so much, Pak Uno and Bu Sari. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining the discussion this afternoon, and please return to your seat. Maybe after we will invite you back for the thank you session. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Untuk sesi selanjutnya, let me switch back to English. So ladies and gentlemen, after we heard a keynote speech from Pak Frank and this excellent discussion with Ibu Sari and Pak Uno, for our next discussion, we will hear about SIA implementation in 3 different countries, including their lessons learned as well as challenges from these countries. And especially for this session, you are welcome and you're invited to participate through asking your questions via Slido, where you can access slido.com, and the barcode will be available right here on the screen. You can either scan the barcode or enter the event code #SIA2024 for the session. And we will be pulling all the questions and pass them on to the speakers during the Q&A session at the end of this presentation. So let me now invite the 3 presenters that will share their respective stories from their respective countries. The first one is the town planner Herlina Abaziz, the executive director of Peers Consult Malaysia. Welcome, Ibu Herlina. And next, we will be joined online from Australia by Dr. Richard Parsons, the Technical Principal, Social Science, SMEC, Australia. And last but definitely not least, we also will have, let me greet first Dr. Richard. How are you? Okay, he's gone. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Robin Sidney Smith, the Director of Human Environment Group and Associate Partner from Hatfield Consultant LLP, Canada. Excellent. Welcome, Ibu Herlina, and welcome as well, Robin and Richard, who are with us online. So we're going to listen to the lessons learned and challenges of SIA implementation in 3 countries, from Malaysia to Canada, as well as Australia. And we will start first with you, with Ibu Herlina. Do you have a slide that you want to show? Yes, okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Esteemed guests of honor, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Is my slide ready? Thank you. Okay, firstly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to World Bank, the European Union, KfW Bank, and the partners for the honor of speaking at this prestigious conference. Today, my talk will focus on the SI system, its evolving practice and critical role in fostering equitable development in Malaysia. Let me go a little bit on the background of how I get involved in this guideline. I was invited by Mr. Satoshi to be part of the World Bank team members to work on the guideline. I guess it's because that Malaysia have our guideline already at that point of time. But when I first came to ATR BPN and meet all the officials, I found that the experience and the background is very much different than what we have in our country. Maybe it's because of the size of the country, it's because of the different history that we have. You know, like Malaysia, we have British as were in our country before, and you have like Netherlands, yeah. So it's different. Even your alphabetical ABC is different than us. So I found it a bit challenging at first, but I would like to express my gratitude to the team of World Bank for guiding me, especially Mr. Satoshi, for being very diligent and paid, and you know, like he's very critical thinking, and makes me wonder that this can be a step for me to learn from Indonesia. Okay, let me go to my slides. This is the outline of my presentation. We have 6 key points here. Firstly, I'll discuss on the type of SI that we have in Malaysia. Then we'll outline the SI system component that we have at the current moment and our legal regulatory framework. Then I'll explain a bit on our institutional setup and coordination, followed by methodologies, processes, and finally I'll go to capacity building and accreditation. Let's look at what we have, types of SI in Malaysia. Next slide. Okay. We are at this type of SI in Malaysia. As you can see, there are various types of SI that caters for different project needs, ranging from mandatory requirements for development projects, mandatory for environmental impact assessments, and also we have voluntary applications, like for sustainable certifications, and even for financial donor requirement. And there are also voluntary for sustainability and ESG. So it is something that many people have started talking about SIA now. A few years back, the community only stresses the word EIA. Have you done EIA? Is SIA approved or not? But now you can hear more people asking, is your SIA ready? Is your SIA approved? And the universities start looking for experts and offering courses for SIA. And that's good news in our country. Okay, so from here, you can see that, maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, these are the challenges of implementation that we have. Okay, firstly, we look at, to be successfully implement SIA, we have to have a comprehensive system. I guess Satoshi did show in his slides earlier. These are the components, yeah? The legal regulatory framework, institutional setup, these are very important. We have to have a methodology and processes, capacity building, and also accreditation. Next one. So I guess this has been highlighted by Haji Hassan in the morning, that we have clear SIA legislation, and this is vital as it mandates SIA for private investment project development process. Okay, and the Town and Country Planning Act since 2017 has made SIA as a mandatory requirement, standalone report to be prepared for national and state interest projects. And we have category A and category B, and Plan Malaysia HQ, and state officers as the designated authorities. So the SIA exercise falls under the Town and Country Planning Department. Okay, I'll let you know why I stress on this, because you see that land acquisition in Malaysia falls under a different department. So that's a challenge here. Okay, this next slide, you can see that this is a flow chart that's showing the process that we have. SIA is currently mandated during master planning, detailed layout planning permission approval by Plan Malaysia, and it acts as final safeguards before development starts. You see, before the machineries go into the site, then we have SIA approved, which is, for me, that will be too late already. Yeah, because conducting SIA at this late stage often means that social impact have already occurred. Either it's being viral or not, you see, but many people affected may not be able to highlight the problems that they face, but there are already social impacts occurred for sure at this point of time, where it will pose risk to stakeholders and investments. Okay, so as for me, I believe that it is crucial for SIA to take place as early as possible, and ideally during site selection process. Okay, so here goes like what we have in the country. As I mentioned just now, unfortunately, land development matters fall under the different department, which is under Director General of Land and Mines, while SIA is under Plan Malaysia or Town and Country Planning Department. This is cause a gap in social safeguard recognition. To close this gap, I advocate for extending the mandatory SIA requirement to the earlier stages of project planning, especially for urban redevelopment and land acquisition, as SIA integration is not just beneficial, but also essential to effectively mitigate social impacts. And at the current moment that Plan Malaysia is already working on having SIA mandatory for Urban Redevelopment Act, which is, I believe, for urban renewal projects. And we hope that similar requirement will soon be applied for land acquisition process. Okay, next, I show you a bit of what we have. This is what we call PPSIA or SIA guidelines. This document have a very specific requirement. It has a step-by-step process that ensures social factors are addressed consistently. And it's being used for not even only preparation, but also evaluation and approval. Meaning the same document is being used for by developers, by evaluators, by professionals, because we have all the details in the document. And since 2017 that we have this document, as we can see now, we have higher quality SI reports came out, and it facilitates faster approval by evaluators. This is what we want, is it? Okay, next slide. And this is what we have in PPSIA. We are saying that SIA is needed for informed decision making in the project development. And project proponent must embrace SIA as a critical planning tool. They themselves need to embrace SIA and understand why SIA is important. And at the same time, the government depends on SIA reports to provide reliable information or for making informed approval decision. Okay, so both parties will have benefits from the document, from the report, and striking the balance between business interests, and regulatory requirements allow both sectors to prosper in line with our national policies. And also we can deliver tangible benefits to the society. Okay, next slide. I guess I have to expedite a bit because we have another 2 speakers. Okay. Let's look at the strengthening of institution framework. We have Plan Malaysia as the secretariat, designated secretariat, and we have SIA panel review. I'll show you the photo there. That's a panel review meeting that will go through the SIA document. It will thoroughly assess the document and look at all the mitigations and also social impact management plan that being proposed in the SIA document. It will be scrutinized and finally it will be accepted. Project proponents need to be in that meeting to endorse and to understand their functions and to record what they need to do way forward after the panel review. Okay, and I would like to also highlight that Malaysian Association of Social Impact Assessment, my associations, which has currently around 200 members, and Malaysian Institute of Planners are 2 key associations supporting the process. And I believe that for Indonesia to have a similar synergy, you may need to have to get some associations to partners with the government and to push and to make it happen, and to be a part and parcel of the decision making and policy making of the SIA in the country. Okay, and I would like to also highlight that we have been participating IAIA conferences, and it has helped us a lot to align our SIA practices to the international standard. And I guess that's something that good for us for maybe this year or next year to have more Indonesian delegates joining IAIA. I'm promoting IAIA now. Okay, next one. We have some issues at the earlier stage where some developers and decision makers are quite reluctant to embrace SIA as planning tools. So there were instances where SIA were overlooked at the earlier stage. And we have to have full integration of SIA as a complete cycle process to recognize the importance throughout the project life cycle. And the stakeholders' engagement need to be done throughout the life cycle and continuously, so we can incorporate flexibility and whatever business risks that we need to understand. And in Malaysia, next slide, I want to show you that these are the practices that we cover, that there are social impact, key impact parameters, individual needs, family and community, economy, health and living environment. But I would like to highlight here, in Malaysia, many projects are planned on greenfield areas. Because initially we keep on saying that let's do minimal acquisition. Let's do minimal resettlement. And that's I guess, the principles of SIA, to minimize resettlement, to minimize relocation. So that's the principle that we have in Malaysia. So we are focusing our developments mainly on greenfield areas. Therefore, we typically experience fewer social risks related to land tenure, legal rights, and cultural tensions. But having SIA guidelines and being part of the team, I can understand now that Indonesians' background and scenarios are a bit more different. Then actually I'm learning from Indonesia on this aspect. And doing SIA guidelines, now I learn more about livelihood restoration, indigenous people's plan, and so forth. And I'm glad I'm part of the process. Okay, next one. And these are some of the processes and methodology that we keep on. We are doing a lot of strengthening on the implementation and overall assessment. Next one. These are also some examples of how we quantify impacts. We have to do some quantification of impacts to be able to influence decision making and for them to understand the risks. Okay, and these are, next one. These are the components of social impact management plan, and it's very important. And since we have practiced SI for almost 7 years now, we have been continuously strengthened the SIMP methodology or SIM methodology. And now I understand that we have to look more at livelihood restoration, land acquisition, and resettlement plan in Malaysia. And next one is the declaration and monitoring. I'll show you a bit of how, next slide. Next slide, please. Next. Next one. Oh, okay. So I go to the last slide. At the early stage of the mandatory SIA mandatory requirement, Malaysia faced challenges with insufficient assessor and consultant capabilities. I guess that's quite normal. But now, after 7 years, we have done a lot in capacity building and professional accreditation. And MSI, our professional association, is working hard on offering hands-on workshops at 3 levels of competency: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And as Haji Hassan mentioned this morning, to date Malaysia has around 100 accredited SI professionals. And we hope that this will help in ensuring smooth implementation of SI in Malaysia. I guess I'm already at the end of my slides. And I would like to again extend my gratitude to ATR BPN, World Bank, and the partners for allowing me to share Malaysia experience here. I hope it will help strengthen SI practices both in both countries, Indonesia and Malaysia. And I welcome inquiries. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Helena. I think I find that really interesting. So one keyword that I think was there up on your slide was that SIA is a process, and it's almost like a cycle and a never-ending one. So it's not exactly right to think about it as just part of the planning process, but it's definitely throughout the cycle of implementation.
And not only to help securing approval. Licenses. Yeah, that's important.
Definitely. And you mentioned that the SIA, as you were learning about Indonesia, how it's quite different from how it's done in Malaysia. And I definitely think that some of us are curious to dive deeper about that. But before, maybe we'll take a look at Australia and see how and whether the SIA implementation process there is also different from what we have here in Indonesia. Dr. Richard, are you already with us here?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. So we would love to learn from you and hear about the SIA experience in New South Wales. You have about 15 minutes, but bonus points if you can do it in 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Terima kasih, and thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm sorry I can't be with you all today in your wonderful country. Thank you also to Satoshi Ishihara for the invitation to participate in the conference, which I'm very pleased to see is happening. So I will take you through the case of New South Wales. Thank you. I will speak about how we have tried to balance speed and fairness in social impact assessment in New South Wales. Next slide, please. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of country around Australia. This is a traditional greeting that we do at the start of every public presentation, and I would like to pay my respects to elders past, present and future. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I now work with SMEC Australia, which is an engineering consultancy, but from 2016 to 2022, I was working with the New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment, which was responsible for developing and implementing the Social Impact Assessment Guideline, which is still in place. So I'll take you through the journey that we embarked upon over those years, and I'll also talk a little bit about some of the drivers for that desire to improve SIA practice, and then some of the challenges that we encountered in developing policy and then in implementing policy, before talking a little bit about how the guideline and its implementation try to balance speed and fairness, and then conclude with some emerging trends. You'll see here on the map that I'm talking about New South Wales, which is just in the bottom right corner, just above Victoria, the yellow and mauve colours there. So we're not talking about the whole of Australia here. We have a federal system and different rules for social impact assessment, different regulations apply. But New South Wales is seen as the leading state, and other states and territories currently are looking to New South Wales and often apply the same guideline because it's seen as leading practice. Next slide, please. So just very briefly, the journey that we've been on in the last few years, before 2017, there was really a policy vacuum. There was no social impact assessment guideline, but what we did have was we had legislation in the form of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, which actually did require social impacts to be considered. So that there was an expectation, a requirement that social impacts should be considered, but there was no guidance on how to do so. Then in 2017, we released the first guideline, which applied only to the extractive industry sector. And so it was always the intention that this would be expanded to apply to all sectors. And since 2021, we have had a guideline that does now apply to all major developments and all development sectors in New South Wales, above a certain threshold. So that tends to mean several hundred projects every year are now required to prepare and submit a social impact assessment. Next slide, please. So just running through some of the drivers for this evolution. Really, we can see these from three different perspectives to make it most useful, I think. From a government perspective, really a strong driver was executive leadership. So we had a secretary of the department at the time who really believed that it was the right thing to do to develop guidance for social impact assessment and to improve the way that social impact assessments, social impacts were being considered across the state of New South Wales. There was also a desire to respond to pressure from communities that were facing rapid development. And this was particularly in the infrastructure sector and the mining sector, where communities were increasingly fed up with the pace of development and feeling that they didn't have an adequate say in the process, that their experiences were not being adequately considered. And government wanted to respond to that, to show that it cared. Industry then, from an industry point of view, there was a perceived inconsistency in the regulatory approach and standards. As I say, it was in the legislation that social impacts had to be considered, but industry didn't know what that meant in practice. And this led to uncertainty. They didn't know what they were required to do or how the department that's responsible for evaluating SIAs would read and evaluate their work. And as I mentioned, really from a community's perspective, there was a view that social impacts were not being given adequate weight alongside environmental and economic impacts. And if you like, we can see this as a lack of procedural fairness. Next slide, please. So once once we have these drivers in place, there's a shared desire to develop this guideline, and indeed we did. But there were, of course, many challenges along the way. And we can divide these really into process challenges and content challenges. Process challenges about actually the process of developing the guideline in terms of government processes, but also content. What should be in this guideline? What should the provisions look like? So the process challenges were really, as you may not be surprised to hear, some skepticism and resistance from some proponent groups, from industry particularly, that it would be more red tape as they saw it, that it would be more regulation, that it would slow down their development projects and cost both time and money. But there was also a process challenge in terms of navigating competing interests. So that might be an industry view in some cases, and also government agency view. For those government agencies responsible for developing infrastructure, but also it was a challenge to develop what we wanted to do, which was a fair process, and navigate those competing interests. But another challenge, and the reason perhaps why it took from 2017 to 2021, 4 years to move from one guideline to the next guideline, was the inevitable process of restructuring in government departments, and the challenges that that brings in terms of having to rebuild relationships. So that in itself presented challenges which perhaps delayed the process of rolling out the guideline. In terms of content then, we had to develop for the 2021 guideline, the one that's now in place, a real big challenge, how to make one guideline speak to many different development types. So as I mentioned, this guideline applies to hundreds of projects every year, from mining projects to infrastructure, wind farms, solar farms, industry projects. And of course, we know that the social impacts of these projects can be very different, and indeed different in different communities, whether it's rural or urban, metropolitan, or regional. So it was quite a challenge to make it sufficiently detailed to be useful for practitioners and enforceable, but also not too high level, not so generic that it ceases to be useful. Another content challenge we had was defining the affected community, and this is always a tricky thing, as we've heard from some speakers today. How do you decide who is affected and who isn't, and what is the difference between being an affected stakeholder or an interested stakeholder? And this is often a thorny issue. The guideline does provide some guidance on that and how to define this, and has gradations of effectiveness, but it continues to be a challenge with all SIAs, and was certainly a challenge in developing the guideline. But we ended up erring on the side of caution, basically applying the precautionary principle that you should cast the net as widely as possible and then bring it in from there to identify who is most affected. Also, a content challenge was differentiating between engagement and social research. And we found in conversations with many groups that there was a misunderstanding between the difference between these two things. So we had to articulate, what do we mean by engagement and what do we mean by primary social research, and how do those two things overlap? I won't go into the detail of that now, but it was certainly a challenge in developing the guideline. Next slide, thank you. Anyhow, we managed it. We have the guideline. It's been in place now for 3 years, and it has had a couple of minor revisions since then, but continues to be required for all major projects. Nevertheless, there have been many challenges in the implementation phase, and perhaps most notably is a lack of internal resourcing. So while I was working at the department, most of the time I was the only social impact assessment practitioner with the task of reviewing social impact assessments that were coming in to support development applications. Clearly, it's not feasible for one person to have oversight over hundreds of projects simultaneously. So what that meant in practice is that not all projects had the same level of scrutiny as each other. So what I would encourage any jurisdiction that is developing a guideline to think about is how is it going to be resourced in terms of implementation? How is the agency responsible for applying it going to ensure that practice is being held to the standard in the guideline? Related to this, we had in some cases poor departmental understanding of social impacts and SIA as a process. So we can't expect people who are not social scientists, who are not trained in SIA, to understand exactly how to apply the guideline. So that has presented some challenges too. Then, relating to the conversation today about speed and fairness, there was always a pressure to accelerate planning timeframes. Sometimes this is politically driven, sometimes it's departmentally driven. Very rarely do we hear that planning timeframes need to be slower. The impetus is always on trying to increase them. And of course that puts pressure on any reform where we are trying to improve quality. Another challenge we've had is the fact that the guideline adopts implicitly a project-by-project approach instead of a strategic approach. Now, in theory, you could pick up the guideline for New South Wales and you could apply it at a strategic level. The process, the methodology applies in a very similar way. However, because of the way the planning framework operates in New South Wales, it tends to be used on a project-by-project basis. And in some cases, that's fine if you've got one project or not many projects in the same region over a long period of time. But when you've got a phenomenon like the energy transition, or you've got urban regeneration with lots of infrastructure projects happening simultaneously, we know through research that communities tend to resist and resent that process, and they feel helpless in trying to respond to all these different SIAs, all these different development applications happening at the same time. So the SIA guideline doesn't necessarily respond to that in the way that it could. And another challenge in the implementation, of course, is this resistance from some industries and now more recently from government agencies, because the new guideline is required for agencies developing things like schools and hospitals and rail and road projects. And often being public agencies, they, in some cases, thought, why would they have to do a social impact assessment? Because they are delivering a public good. But we were strong in advocating for a level playing field and the need for every project, regardless of who the proponent is, to be held to the same standard. But we're now seeing, of course, more pressure for speed in the energy transition with the need to decarbonise and the need for more housing, which is a big problem here in Australia, as it is in many places around the world. Next slide, thank you. So what have we done? What did we do in terms of trying to balance speed and fairness? I've just identified a few things on both sides. Perhaps the key thing that the guideline does in trying to promote a speedy approach or an efficient approach is scalability. So the guideline requires the SIA to be proportionate to the scale of the impacts. We don't want to see a 200-page SIA for a small project where not many people may be affected. But we do expect to see a very rigorous and comprehensive approach for a more complex and contested project. There are also standardized requirements for some sectors, which means that the proponents in those sectors know what is coming, they know what the requirements will be, and they can start the SIA early. And also only some projects will require a social impact management plan. On the other hand, there are provisions in the guideline for that I think we can say specifically support fairness in SIA. It requires social science evidence. We're quite clear in the guideline that a social science approach is needed. There are a list of principles consistent with the international principles, but in particular impartiality and transparency. There is a requirement to prioritise vulnerable and marginalised people, and we consider that this is part of fairness. And related to that, we have a dedicated practice note on engaging with First Nations communities who have historically been, of course, the most vulnerable and marginalised group in Australia. And we also have community engagement as a core requirement of SIA in the interests of a fair approach. So many SIAs that we have seen previously have just been desktop studies, but from the point of view of New South Wales, that is not adequate. It is not fair in the sense that people's voices are not being heard if there is no engagement or primary research. There is also a requirement to assess both positive and negative impacts similarly. So the what used to be called a risk evaluation process, we now call a significance evaluation process or matrix, and we expect that positive and negative impacts will be subject to the same level of rigor in terms of how they are evaluated for their significance. And there is also a requirement that SIAs should be prepared by suitably qualified persons with appropriate skills and qualifications and experience. Okay, next slide, thanks. And nearly there. So just some lessons learned really from the process in New South Wales, and I think what we found is that an efficient process is desirable, but fairness is ultimately paramount. Just to reinforce this, I suppose, New South Wales legislation requires planning decisions to be made in the public interest. Now, of course, that's quite difficult to define and it's quite contested, but what it implies is that you need to take the time to understand what is in the public interest, what impacts may be not in the public interest, and what may be in the public interest. That requires a careful and methodical approach. Also, communities expect a fair and transparent decision-making process. Communities are not silly. They can recognise when corners are being cut. So there's very little point in cutting those corners. You'll probably end up, if you've started out with an interest in efficiency or speed, you'll probably find that you have to take a backward step to patch up the mistakes of going too quickly. Also, as a pure matter of respect, listening takes time. We have the concept of a fair hearing. You can't understand people's the depth of people's values and concerns and aspirations if you just have a one-day field trip to a community. We have to afford sufficient time to give people a fair hearing. And this is particularly the case with our First Nations communities, where sitting down, listening, having a conversation is a really important part of understanding each other. Also, as we talk increasingly about a just transition in energy, fairness is consistent with this. Fairness and justice are really overlapping concepts, as is equity, but also it can help to manage social risk if we adopt a fair approach. Also, in New South Wales, we need to consider, one of the principles of the guideline is to consider distributive equity of the impacts and benefits, for example, between different regions, for example, whether the benefits may flow to a regional town where there is a greater population, where the jobs may flow, but the negative impacts may be felt by a rural community where a mine or a rail project or a wind farm may be actually located. So I think what we found is that speed may imply omitting something. So we can endeavour to adopt an efficient approach, but if we are just aiming for speed for its own sake, what are we actually omitting? We need to ask ourselves, what are we not doing, and how might this be perceived by affected communities? What is the cost of that, and what is the risk? The final slide, please.
Your time is up, so if you can wrap it up on this final slide, thank you so much.
Just some emerging trends that I think we are observing here, both in New South Wales, Australia, and around the world. I think we're seeing, as Frank alluded to earlier, an increasing focus on well-being as a desired outcome, or perhaps even the centre of the way that we conceptualise social impacts. We're also seeing more emphasis on the need for a strategic approach to respond to these cumulative impacts of the energy transition and multiple projects. As we've heard at the IAIA conference earlier this year, one of the key initiatives from that was this declaration on fair and equitable land access. And fairness and equity, I think, are increasingly going to be paramount in SIA. And related to this, here in Australia, a new initiative has recently been launched called the General Agreement on the Rights and Benefits for Development-Affected Communities. So there are lots of initiatives that I think are all aimed at enhancing or improving the way we do SIA. And all of these, I think, to some extent can be seen as falling on the side of more fairness as opposed to more speed, in recognition of the fact that we need efficiency as well. But to my mind, perhaps a key message you may wish to take home is that fairness can support speed in terms of an efficient process, but speed rarely supports fairness. that's all the content from me. There's one final slide with my contact details on. If we could move to that final slide, that would be kind.
The final slide.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Here are my contact details, and if anyone wishes to contact me, then I would be glad to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give Richard a round of applause. I find it quite interesting that the early drivers of social impact assessment process in New South Wales were actually the pain points coming from the government and industry and society themselves, as you mentioned. So for the government, it was a way to kind of simplify or streamline the different legislative process, and then there's a need of certainty from the industry and the civil society that feels that the social impact is always thought or like considered as an afterthought instead of a part of the sequence. So that story is very interesting, and I'm sure that all the challenges, especially the part where there's still a perception of social impact assessment as a red tape, is one that is quite universal, not only in New South Wales and Australia, but I'm sure it's true in Indonesia as well as Malaysia. And so finally, now let's hear the story from a country with, I believe, many stories of indigenous community involvement and impacts on indigenous communities as well, that is Canada. So here, for the next 15 minutes, let's hear from Robin Sydney-Smith, the Director of Human Environment Group and Associate Partner at Hatfield Consultant LLP. The screen is yours, Mr. Robin, if you're
Thank you.
already
Thank
with
you
us.
very
Yes.
much. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. And if I could have the first slide. Excellent, thank you so much. Yes, so on behalf of Hatfield and my colleague Jim Webb, Managing Director of our Hatfield operation in Bogor, and Lyle Thompson, our Senior Manager, Environmental Impact Assessment at our office in North Vancouver, I'd like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to join your conference today and present a brief overview of highlights and emerging trends in impact assessment in Canada, with a focus on social impact assessment, of course, in my home province of British Columbia. I'm calling in today from Canada's third largest city, Vancouver, situated on the southwest corner of the country on Canada's Pacific coast. And like Richard, it is customary in our country these days. I would like to acknowledge that I live and work on the traditional and unceded traditional territory of Indigenous peoples who have lived here on this land since time immemorial, namely the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So to begin with, I'd like to give you a little bit of background on environmental and social impact assessment as I see it generally being practiced in Canada and British Columbia. I will then run you quickly through the current assessment process and share a few comments on some of the key features of land tenure in Canada to hopefully better connect this presentation with the overarching theme of this conference. Next slide, please. So first, a little bit of background. In response to rising environmental concerns of the time, environmental assessment in Canada emerged in the 1970s as primarily an administrative process. The first comprehensive federal assessment legislation was passed in 1992 and rewritten in 2012 as a much more narrowly focused piece of legislation. It was then broadened again in 2019. That's our most recent act. And in British Columbia, passed its first EA Act in 1994, replacing a convoluted system of disconnected rules and procedures. This act was later updated in 2002 and again in 2018. Key features of these updated processes, so over time, the federal and provincial rules for impact assessment have evolved and I just want to share a couple of key trends with you. There's been a gradual increase in the formal inclusion of social, economic, health, and cultural issues, for example. In BC, there was no explicit requirement for consideration of social impacts in 1994, nor in the 2002 amendments to the BC legislation. While there was a broad framework for the assessment of projects' effects, which could include social impacts, the explicit inclusion of such effects was not formalized until significant amendments made to the process and the regulations in 2018. So of particular note was the front-loading of engagement by both levels of government, and more on that in a moment, with the formal opportunities for public input, involvement, and early engagement with communities. Project proponents are encouraged to get out there and talk to people and to talk to them early and often. At the same time, Indigenous engagement and the recognition of Indigenous rights has become ever more central and influential in the process, with emphasis on early Indigenous engagement and working towards consent as an overarching goal. And we'll be more on consent as we go along. More than ever, engagement plays an increasingly important role in defining the parameters of an assessment. So it's used to establish early understanding of the key social, environmental, and economic issues that matter to people, matter to communities, and nations and regulators. Next slide, please. This is rather a dense graphic, so I'll just take you through a couple of the high-level key features, and it represents generally the EA process in British Columbia as it is now. I'll draw your attention to a few highlights. As noted, the new process places ever more emphasis on engagement, especially early engagement and especially engagement with Indigenous nations. Extensive dialogue between the regulators, Indigenous communities, and the proponent has been front-loaded in this process. The objective of this front-loading is to come up with a project plan and a design that is broadly acceptable to the nations and local communities and other stakeholders. So in seeking consent of key Indigenous nations, the objective is to identify any fatal flaws that may hinder approval of the project before allowing a project to proceed into the formal assessment process. So it's important that this consent is not technically or legally a veto, but it is a kind of gateway, and regulators will not allow a proponent to proceed to the formal assessment process until they are satisfied that consent, however that is being defined, has been achieved and the project has a high probability of successfully achieving to an approval. You can see in the graphic that this gateway as in the process just falls below the readiness decision. So there's a good deal of engagement occurring there before they're even allowed to enter into the blue part of the graph, which represents the formal assessment process. Next slide, please. So to help align with the key topic of the discussion today as regards to land acquisition, I thought it might be useful to provide a little bit of context about land tenure in Canada. Most of the land base in Canada is owned and controlled by senior levels of government for the benefit of all Canadians, as we say. This is officially known as Crown land, a reference to our previous status as a British colony. Companies and individuals obtain rights to use land and develop resources or run commercial recreation operations through a variety of tenure arrangements that give proponents specific rights, for example, to explore for minerals in certain areas or to harvest a certain volume of timber from a prescribed area. So most, if not all, Crown land is also traditional, and in BC especially, unceded traditional territory of one or more Indigenous nations. So in fact, the term Crown land is something that's to be avoided when communicating with Indigenous communities because it's viewed as an affront to their claims and assertions of Indigenous rights and title, and a reminder of the many adverse effects of the colonial era on Indigenous lives and culture. So for us in Canada then, the challenges around access to land is not so much about land acquisition, except perhaps in our more crowded urban environments. It's more about obtaining appropriate licenses and permits through our various tenure systems, and most importantly, obtaining appropriate consent and support of Indigenous nations whose traditional territories, rights, and interests might be impacted by a project. And of course, adhering to appropriate regulatory processes. Next slide, please. So from my description of our process Here, it should be apparent that engagement and consultation is a very prominent feature of our IA system. So I will speak briefly about Indigenous and stakeholder public engagement separately. Next slide, please. First, stakeholder and public engagement. This slide summarizes the key groups of stakeholders that we seek to engage in an assessment process. For social impact assessment, early engagement with these groups is crucial. It's an important source of baseline information and understanding that helps regulators and practitioners identify key area issues and concerns related to the project. So this relates to comments that others have made about scalability and making an assessment appropriate to the size of the project. So social impact assessment practitioners need to access these groups to help them determine a number of different things, such as where they should have focused their efforts, the sorts of data and indicators that they should be seeking, and for early input and ideas about appropriate mitigation and management measures. Next slide, please. For Indigenous engagement, as I've indicated, is a parallel but quite distinct and generally much more involved process. To begin with, Indigenous nations have very specific rights that are entrenched in Canada's Constitution. The existence of Indigenous rights stems from Indigenous people's existence and continued occupation and use of land for millennia prior to, during, and after the arrival of Europeans in North America. And these rights were recognized as far back as 1763 in the Royal Proclamation, and although Canadian and provincial governments tried for decades and even centuries to assimilate Indigenous people in many unjust and even violent ways, Indigenous people fought for and won the recognition and affirmation of the existence of Indigenous rights that are now entrenched in Section 35 of Canada's Constitution, Act of 1982. And among other things, Section 35 defines who are included as Indigenous peoples of Canada, but it does not define the rights themselves. So Indigenous rights have, not surprisingly, become the subject of much debate over the ensuing decades and discussion. And over time, they have been somewhat defined, although not entirely or definitively defined, through several court cases, many, if not most, which have gone all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. So today, they're generally understood to include a range of cultural, social, political, and economic rights that include the right to use of land and resources for traditional purposes, such as to hunt and to fish, to practice traditional culture and contemporary culture, and to establish treaties. And so for this reason, Indigenous nations are not referred to as stakeholders in our system, but they are instead defined as rights holders. It's a very important distinction for our assessment process. And because of this unique constitutional position, several Supreme Court decisions have confirmed the obligation of the Crown, with the federal or provincial government, to consult on a wide range of matters during the assessment process. And in Canada, we refer to this as the legal and moral duty to consult. And so in practical terms, this duty is often passed on to proponents to manage and take a prominent role in communications, issues tracking, and other procedural matters of the social and environmental impact assessment process. So beyond supporting the Crown's duty to consult, proponents are encouraged to build their own relationships with those nations whose traditional territories they overlap. And these key nations are encouraged and enabled to identify themselves as interested or potentially impacted nations. And it's important because they can be quite influential in the assessment process. And although, again, they don't have a legal veto over the project, their consent is a vital ingredient to the smooth passage through the regulatory assessment process. So a key emphasis on early engagement with Indigenous nations is to better understand their concerns and build relationships and trust and seek opportunities to design a project that fosters support from those nations. Benefit agreements are increasingly important, although usually confidential. They typically include a combination of monetary commitments to the nation in question to help fund their capacity to participate, and in some cases even a royalty or an equity stake in the project itself, as well as business and employment opportunities. Finally, on another level, where possible, it's increasingly expected that local Indigenous knowledge will be recognized and used to inform the assessment itself. Next slide, please.
You have 2 final minutes. Thank you.
So I'll quickly go through some human effects then, and how we approach human effects. Because in Canada, we distinguish between environmental effects and human effects as sort of two very distinct sections of the assessment process for good or ill. The BC Assessment Office recognizes 4 broad categories there on the slide. If we jump to the next slide, please. Our model for social impact assessment is more or less consistent with internationally recognized practice and methodology, whom others have gone over, so I won't belabor that point here. But an important early step is to identify and come to agreement with regulators and Indigenous nations and stakeholders on the key things and places and issues that matter, that are of particular concern, things that are valued. So we refer to them as valued components. And this helps sort of frame the right scale of the assessment to be undertaken. Measuring such things is, of course, complex. Data is often scarce and outdated. Often we find it easier to identify appropriate indicators if we break up these value components into subcomponents. I'll spend a couple of minutes looking at two examples on the next 2 slides. So if you would give me the next slide, please. Under recent changes to our IA legislation, regulators in Canada are eager to see consideration of community health and well-being as central to social impact assessment and to have it discussed in more concrete terms. Several added features have been added to help SIA practitioners grapple with the challenges of defining and measuring well-being. There's an emphasis on distinction-based approaches, where the goal is to understand differential effects on different groups. Social impact assessment is no longer a one-size-fits-all approach in Canada, and this is becoming very central to the assessment process. To this end, a key methodological tool is Gender-Based Analysis Plus, which considers how the intersection of different identity features, such as race and gender or socioeconomic status, might interact in a way that might impact one group more than another. GBA Plus is a deliberate attempt to measure and account for these differential effects. With the respective health impacts, the consideration of social determinants of health helps broaden the scope of our understanding of potential health effects beyond the measurement of physiological effects and physical impacts, if you will. Social determinants of health have many indicators that can be tracked and help assessors consider a project's potential effects on linked cultural, social, and economic effects that may affect individuals or group health. And finally, there's a broader concern with assessing a project's impact on sustainability through current and future generations analysis, which is as yet ill-defined, but it is embedded in our new regulations. So while many of these things rely to a large degree on qualitative analysis and subjective judgments, they are anchored by past research, especially retroactive research, that has looked backwards at other projects and their actual outcomes. Used in combination, these things, a distinctions-based approach that looks at differential effects, holistic analyses such as social determinants of health, and the use of sustainability lens to also consider the future, helps SIA practitioners say something useful about the broad concept of community health and well-being. I can wrap up with one more slide and skip the final section on management if you would like. So next slide,
Yes,
please.
Final slide. Your time is up. So if you can wrap it up.
I'll just wrap up with this. I'll just wrap up with this slide quickly. I know that the whole session's gone long. So just quickly, land and resource use is, of course, a complex topic. Canada is a very large and sparsely populated country with roughly 95% of the land under the control of senior levels of government. In Canada, we generally don't face the challenges of having to acquire large tracts of land that are already occupied and used by others. So that's not to say it doesn't happen in Canada, and indeed it could be enlightening to look at some of the examples in our past, but we don't have time to do that here. That said, projects do often have to assess and appropriately mitigate or manage a number of different impacts, such as conflicts with local land use plans, impacts to local resource tenure holders, forestry, hunting, fishing, etc., impacts to agricultural interests. We have an agricultural land reserve system here in BC, which is very strict as to what can take place in those contexts. interactions with other activities or interests on the land base, such as recreation and tourism, and of course impacts to Indigenous interests and activities, formerly Indigenous use of land and resources for cultural purposes. Generally, these interactions and impacts are assessed in a geospatial sense, but to identify overlaps and conflict by taking into account the rights and obligations outlined under the various land or resource use tenures that might exist. And once again, Indigenous interests and rights are a key consideration. So finally, I'd add one more thing about BC. We have a system of comprehensive land and resource use management plans that were the outcome of a multi-stakeholder planning process that took place in the 90s and early 2000s. And these LRMPs, as they're called, provide some certainty and basis for how and where different land uses are allowed to take place. But that is the whole other story that I don't have time to go into now about how we have attempted to overcome land use conflicts and plan for the long term in a fair and sustainable way. I can wrap it there. The last slide was on managing human effects, and I think we've had some excellent presentations and slides about managing social impacts and especially the importance of monitoring social outcomes of projects so that we can adaptively manage for the future. So thank you very much for your time and attention. I apologize for going over a bit.
Yeah, thank you so much. We can give a round of applause to Robin. I particularly find your slide on the engagement of Indigenous communities and Indigenous nations in Canada very enlightening, very interesting to the both of us. We were discussing about it earlier. The fact that a majority of the land actually belonged to the Crown, as it's called the Crown land, and how the consent required and the early engagement principle being implemented in engaging the Indigenous communities is certainly very interesting. And right now we have about 4 minutes left with like 12 different questions in my head already from Slido. So we'll see how many of the questions we can actually discuss about. But I'd like to invite actually Pak Unu and Ibu Sari again, perhaps just from your seats on this last topic about engaging the Indigenous communities. There's a question on Slido about how in some islands in Indonesia, indeed, the issue of Indigenous community is also very critical. How has it, and they have been impacted by land acquisition. So how does ATR BPN or government will put into account such issue in the SIA framework and their land policy in general? Mungkin apakah dari Ibu Sari dulu atau Pak Unu, boleh mikrofonnya dibantu oleh organizer. Silakan.
Oke, terima kasih. Jadi terkait dengan isu masyarakat adat dalam rangka land acquisition atau pengadaan tanah perolehan untuk pembangunan itu sebetulnya sudah diatur, ya. Baik dalam peraturan pemerintah nomor 19 pasal 18 itu masyarakat adat diakui sebagai objek pengadaan. Selanjutnya dalam hal pengaturan masyarakat adat pun itu di beberapa daerah sudah ada yang mengatur seperti di Papua itu ada undang-undang Otsus tentang pengadaan tanah, tentang masyarakat adat. Dan sudah ditetapkan juga adalah peraturan gubernur dan peraturan bupati terhadap pengakuan masyarakat adat tersebut. Dan tentunya untuk di wilayah lain itu sudah diatur juga dengan yang sama sepanjang ditetapkan sebagai masyarakat adat oleh pemerintah daerah itu pengakuan terhadap masyarakat adat itu diakui secara hukum dan tentunya dalam hal penanganan dampaknya, ya kan? Tadi selain mengakui keberadaan adatnya dan mengakui hak-hak adatnya, tentunya di sini dengan SIA ini itu sudah diatur juga Jadi pedoman ini sudah mengatur bagaimana langkah-langkah dalam rangka pemberdayaan masyarakat adat, ya, sehingga masyarakat adat ini dapat kembali hak-haknya atau hak hidupnya yang sangat tergantung dengan alam dan keadatannya itu bisa menggunakan pedoman penilaian dampak sosial ini yang tentunya akan mengembalikan terhadap kehidupan yang sebelumnya dipergunakan tanahnya oleh pembangunan, sehingga bisa tadi melalui relokasi atau pengembalian tanah tersebut dengan melalui relokasi kembali yang fungsinya akan sama dengan adat semula nantinya kalau menggunakan pedoman SIA ini.
Baik, Ibu Sari ada yang mau ditambahkan?
Sedikit aja, jadi tadi sudah disampaikan bahwa untuk masyarakat adat ada yang free prior informed consent, kemudian untuk mitigationsnya dan juga melihat screeningnya juga ada perbedaan dengan masyarakat biasa. Karena dengan seperti Kanada dan beberapa tempat kita masyarakat adatnya banyak sekali. Jadi itu perlu diperhatikan dan juga mitigation measure-nya itu juga perlu memikirkan mengenai health, mengenai education dan juga mengenai biasanya masyarakat adat itu land base ya. Atau yang mungkin ada yang masih di kepulauan yang laut base, tapi kebanyakan land base. Jadi juga itu perlu dipertimbangkan dan di SIA guidelines yang sedang dipersiapkan ini itu sudah dimasukkan dan ini evolving karena kita juga belajar dari negara-negara lain dan dari AMAN dan dari beberapa organisasi di Indonesia. Makasih.
Excellent. Terima kasih banyak. So I hope that answers and show the connection or the bridge as well in terms of acknowledgement of indigenous communities in land acquisition process, which is acknowledged in the legal framework, as Pak Unu mentioned, and involving or engaging the different stakeholders, including AMAN, as Bu Sari added. Now, I want to move to Madam Herlina and ask this question of what is good enough? Because when it comes to, I think, engagement stakeholders in SIA process, many would say, I think we discussed this question earlier with Bu Sari as well, it's usually time consuming, probably very costly. So at what point is it cost effective enough for us to say that, okay, this is sufficient?
Thank you for the questions. As I mentioned, SIA is a process, and the first stage of SIA is a screening stage. During screening, we have to clearly identify who are the stakeholders. There are too many people involved, too many groups that we have to consider, right? But looking at their importance of their concerns differs from one group to another. So we have grouped them into vulnerables, we have grouped them into directly impacted, indirectly impacted, and interested parties. Some interested parties may speak louder than the directly impacted. So we have to have a very good screening exercise. Then we have to do also a very good scoping exercise to know what are the issues. Only after we do that, a good screening and scoping, then we know who are the people that we have to give priority to. And which group that we need to spend more time. And which group we need to do direct several FGDs, or maybe there's another group just once or twice. So by doing that, we would be able to plan our engagement well, and we would be able to be more effective in our assessment.
Yeah, excellent. I think the key word here is differentiation since the very beginning and planning for the different degrees of engagement or depth of engagement across different stakeholders. Robin, similar question in terms of what is good enough. So how do we, we mentioned a lot, I think, throughout today's session about how we define what is good and how the monitoring and evaluation process is really critical in ensuring the social impacts. So how do we determine the success indicators in an SIA process? How do we exactly measure them? And who decides which ones are the criteria and what methodology do we use to measure? Because if it is a subjective process, defining social benefits, for example, how do we reach that consensus in defining the success criteria?
That's a big question. It is, it is an iterative process. I think we're in a place in Canada right now where as I said throughout the presentation, the consent of Indigenous nations carries an enormous amount of weight, and regulators, to the frustration of proponents and others right now, are deferring to nations around projects. That said, in many parts of province, Indigenous nations are not by any means anti-development. They're very interested in protecting the environment in a way consistent with their historical connection to the land and traditional Indigenous values, if you will. But they are also very interested in economic development and trying to get ahead, because many of our Indigenous nations have a history of being poorer than the average Canadian. So there's a lot of interest in that. So they're not anti-development and are often willing to negotiate and work with proponents on good projects. There's of course a lot of variation. There's more than 200. So in British Columbia, 200 different Indigenous nations, some of them quite small. But I would say, that we're in an interesting time where that consent from the Indigenous nation is an important threshold. And then regulators have guidelines that help determine what is enough. Through the early planning process, we talk about the interactions, and use sort of large interaction matrices to consider every step of a project down one axis, if you will, and then consider all potential effects and or potential interactions and decide where those are occurring. So there's sort of screening processes, and I think a few slides were shown today that showed similar sorts of screening matrices to decide how much should be done in an individual project in terms of that assessment. So I hope that covers some of the things. But I think the feature for Canada, the interesting thing is this issue of consent right now.
Thank you so much. That's actually an excellent answer to a rather difficult question. I would say, I think the keyword that you mentioned here, iterative or iteration, is critical. So understanding that defining the success criteria may evolve as we go through the sequence of process in a social impact assessment. And it's very normal to find maybe different forms of frustration across different stakeholders in that process. But I think this negotiation process is part of that discussion, and including discovering what we know as we discuss more and engage more stakeholders, which we may not know at the beginning of the process. So an iterative process is, I think, the conclusion. Thank you so much. And then Richard, so we talked about what is good enough in terms of stakeholders, what is the success criteria for social impact assessment. But we haven't talked about environmental assessment as or environmental impact assessment as its own kind of box of process. So Richard, to your experience, how have you been working, or how have you seen the integration or disintegration between social impact assessment and environmental impact assessment in practice, and whether you find any alignment or any connection that's worth highlighting in terms of the two different or same process?
Thank you. Yes, that's another very good question. And I think it is essential for environmental and social impact assessment practitioners to work together and to collaborate. Often what we find is that different practitioners work separately and work in their silos and don't talk to each other. But of course, we all know that many social impacts are social dimensions of environmental impacts. So if we have effects on water or people's surroundings, people's environments, that affects people in different ways in terms of their sense of place, their access to amenity, health and safety, and so forth. So it's absolutely critical for SIA and EIA practitioners to work together. I think we're seeing some improvement in this area, but it's really important for project managers who are responsible for project delivery to ensure that there is adequate time for SIA practitioners to read and understand the environmental impact assessment reports, to understand what could be the social dimensions, and to be able to take those reports to the community and have a conversation with community members to help them to understand how they might experience those impacts. So it is absolutely essential that these things are integrated, and I think we're seeing some progress.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think it's possible is the main message here. I think it takes what you mentioned also is that shared kind of mindset as well, that these two processes necessary and working together closely becomes really important. I asked the organizer whether we can include one more question, one final question, and we can apparently. So my one final question, perhaps again to Pak Unu and Bu Sari, is related to the SIA guideline document. So the question is whether this document will be separated from the land acquisition document. So is it more of like a supplementary document that is separately required, like an AMDAL document? Or is it more of like an integrated document, and how will it be implemented, particularly for national strategic projects? This is a question from Faisal. Jadi apakah dokumen tadi SIA-nya itu akan menjadi dokumen terpisah seperti AMDAL, seperti itu Pak? Dan untuk PSN seperti apa? Ya.
Terima kasih. Jadi di dalam dokumen perencanaan pengadaan tanah itu kan minimal ada 11 muatan wajib. Ya. Dan salah satunya adalah maksud dan tujuan, salah satunya pun adalah studi kelayakan, ya. Di mana di dalamnya itu ya tadi ada terkait dengan dampak gitu kan ya. Jadi dampak sosial dan dampak ekonomi dan dampak kemasyarakatan. Itu bagian dari, ini hanya pedomannya, ya kan, sehingga seluruh persyaratan yang ada, ketentuan-ketentuan muatannya itu sudah mengakomodir, ya kan, seluruh resiko dengan memitigasi resiko yang ada akan mengantisipasi, gitu kan, kemungkinan baik itu keterlambatan maupun hal-hal yang tidak diharapkan dalam proses pengadaan, ya. Karena masyarakat sudah terdeteksi seluruh baik status haknya maupun seperti tadi keadatannya, dan tentunya dokumen penilaian ini itu hanya menjadi wajib sebagai dokumen untuk melengkapi dari 11 muatan itu. Ya, jadi di sini kalau ini di seluruhnya menjadi bagian itu sebetulnya lebih baik, ya. Tetapi sebetulnya tadi sudah ada yang serupa, ya kan? Sudah ada yang serupa, tetapi hal-hal yang lebih utamanya adalah terhadap penilaian dampaknya itu, ya. Jadi ini akan menjadi rujukan atau pedoman utama dalam rangka penyusunan DPPT, ya. Itu yang utama.
Mungkin saya tambah sedikit ya. Jadi seperti yang disampaikan, jadi masih ada homework ya. Guidelines ini selesai dan diterima dari semua, dan gimana nanti untuk pelaksanaannya, siapa yang nantinya menilai, memeriksa, karena sudah ada sistem. Jadi DPPT itu kalau itu nanti ditambahkan SIA, siapa yang memeriksa, siapa yang meng-approve, apa yang diperlukan dan lain-lain. Jadi masih ada homework untuk mendiskusikan lebih banyak dan juga akan ada konsultasi mestinya. Kemudian yang kedua, apakah proyek strategik nasional itu memakai SIA guideline, tapi bukan hanya guideline yang kita sebutkan. Sebetulnya social impact assessment itu untuk seluruh proyek. Any project ada dampak terhadap tanah dan orang, atau ada dampak sosialnya, apa perlu tanah atau tidak, perlu melakukan SIA. Jadi masih dipertimbangkan, tapi mestinya PSN kan juga project, juga program, apalagi big infrastructure. Mestinya iya. Makasih.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Sari. Semoga ini menjawab pertanyaannya ya. Jadi mestinya iya. Jadi mungkin masih ada ruang untuk integrasi yang lebih kuat lagi, tapi setidaknya ini sudah menjadi awal mula untuk terlihat menunjukkan juga gapnya seperti apa begitu ya. Kita masih ada 2 menit, jadi maybe this is we have 30 seconds to each of the 3 country representatives for a closing statement, but I would like for you to answer this particular question of, so where do we put the communities in terms of whether their decision will impact the outcome? On the one hand, they don't really have a veto power. I think we discussed that it's not that the community members have a veto power to stop a particular activity or project, but what will happen if the majority of community members don't actually support the project? Is there any particular story about how that comes about? I would like to start with Richard first, and then Robin, and then Madam Herlina, and then we'll wrap it up. Very briefly, if you can, Richard, please start.
Thank you. I think I would just very briefly say that we need to depend on a process that provides real, meaningful agency to communities in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Very well. Excellent. Thank you. Robin?
Trying to unmute. Yes, I agree with Richard. That's a tricky one for 30 seconds, but just listen as well as we can, and know that most communities can be brought on board with a project if they can see their interests and interests recognized in a fair and equitable process. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you. I think both of our speakers highlighted the process part more than just the final outcome. So making sure that it's the right, correct process. Madam Herlina, please close the session.
Thank you. Saya minta izin bercakap dalam bahasa Malaysia. Mungkin faham ya Pak semua bahasa Malaysia. Kejayaan sesebuah negara adalah apabila rakyatnya sejahtera. Tidak guna kejayaan yang datang daripada wang ringgit, ekonomi yang menggunung, infrastruktur yang canggih dan hebat, tetapi rakyatnya sengsara. Pada saya, SIA akan mewakili suara rakyat. Bagaimana kita melaksanakan SIA tergantung kepada kebijakan kita. Tetapi mendahulukan suara rakyat, memastikan rakyat mendapat manfaat yang terbaik daripada sesuatu projek, itu adalah apa yang kita inginkan melalui SIA. Thank you.
That was very powerful. Thank you so much, Madam Herlina. I believe that, like myself, perhaps many of us 2 hours ago didn't learn or didn't know many things that we've come to learn from our 6 actually excellent speakers today, starting from Pak Frank at the beginning, and then Pak Uno, Ibu Sari, Madam Herlina here, Robin, as well as Richard. So I'm very grateful. Thank you so much for all the speakers for sharing your insights and deep expertise. I would like to close as a final takeaway, a new acronym for SIA, Pak Satoshi. This is a new acronym for SIA. S is stakeholders, so putting stakeholder engagement at the center of what we're trying to do, karena tadi suara rakyat should prevail. And the second one is the necessary investment. So invest in the time because it's a necessary one in order to avoid future risks and future issues. And then finally, alignment, that it is not just a list of tasks again, but it's an alignment of mindset as well as the necessary process that is iterative and needs to continue as the project's being implemented. My name is Aful Watami. Thank you so much for following this session. I would like to give the floor back to the MC. Thank you so much.
Kita berikan sambutan yang meriah untuk moderator kita dan juga untuk para panelis. Hadirin kami hormati, karena begitu banyak pertanyaan yang belum terjawab lewat Slido, sehingga materi presentasi nanti kami akan bagikan. Nanti akan ada link yang bisa diakses di akhir acara. Ya, kami meminta waktu sejenak untuk mempersiapkan materi berikutnya, presentasi dan juga diskusi berikutnya. Kami persilahkan. Sekali lagi untuk pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang belum terjawab, terutama juga buat para peserta yang mengikuti secara online ya. Jangan khawatir karena nanti materi-materi yang ada pada hari ini akan dibagikan melalui tautan yang nanti akan kami umumkan di akhir acara. Baik, nampaknya sudah mulai siap. Dan saya harap kita semua juga masih bersemangat untuk sesi diskusi panel terakhir hari ini. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, we will have a panel discussion with our distinguished experts on the future of SIA, how to minimize impoverishment risk while expediting infrastructure development. The discussion will focus on the merits of the approaches taken in the case studies and identify successes and challenges in the balancing these competing interests, including adequate social impact assessment, compliance with legal regulatory requirements, swift implementation of land acquisition processes, beyond land acquisition, livelihood restoration, FPIC, meaningful consultations, monitoring and adaptive management. This discussion will be led by our moderator, Social Risk Management Coordinator for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, the World Bank. Please welcome Satoshi Ishihara.
Nice to meet you again. Now, it's 4 o'clock. Everybody's a bit tired now. Either you need coffee or kind of stretch. Whoever wants to stand up and stretch, please do now. Yes. Up to you. If you don't need a stretch, you can stay, stand sitting and then just concentrate on the discussions. But why don't we stand up and then do a little bit of stretching? It's going to help us get some new energy. Okay. So, without ado, so this is a panel discussion based on all the discussions we have had today, to really discuss the future of SIA. As Frank said earlier, SIA is not really a new discipline. It's been there for a long time, and I've actually been there when I was even a college student. But nonetheless, the SIA has not been as established as the colleague, the EIA process. Regardless, impact assessment, environmental, social, is now under enormous pressure because of the climate change, energy transitions, a lot of pressure to speed up the impact assessment processes. But at the same time, we also see globally kind of a lot of social issues, the collapse of middle class, some emergence of extremism, non-democratic practice and ideas emerging. So we really need to prevent further alienating the middle class or the poorer part of the society by not doing social impact assessment right, simply because we need to expedite the development of critical infrastructure. Then what is the future of SIA? We discussed a lot about accelerations. We also discussed a lot about fairness and uncertainties. So we want to unpack get back to what we have heard today, and then discuss how we can improve our practice in terms of social risk management. So without overdue, just a little bit of house rules again. So I don't think I need to repeat the same thing over again. The Slido, if you have any questions, put it up in the Slido. There's a barcodes on the tables, use it. Yeah. So without overdue, let's start the session. Let me introduce the panelists. First, Pak Rahman Sulaiman. Please. Please come to the front. Okay? Okay, here we go. Okay. Pak Rahman Sulaiman, sorry, I couldn't pronounce your name properly, but he's head of the Subdirectorate of Risk Mitigation, Land Acquisition, and Land Reserve at the Ministry of Agriculture, Minister of PPN. Pak Rahman is currently the head of the Subdirectorate of Risk Mitigation for Land Acquisition and Land Reserve, as I said, that oversees strategic initiatives to mitigate risks associated with land acquisition and land reserves. He plays a critical part in supporting Indonesia's land reform and development project. With a strong legal background, he brings both expertise in land law and mainly in environment, social safeguards, and social impact assessment. She has worked in multiple development sectors, primarily in urban development and energy sectors. As part of the policy and technical service divisions in the Office of Safeguards at ADB, IRENA provides social safeguard oversight for operations in the Central Western region and East Asia. Also supporting complex projects in Southeast Asia and South Asia. Most recently, IRENA led the development of the land acquisition land use restriction standards under the ADB's forthcoming new environment social standards. And next, Dr. Marco Lido. He should be connecting online from Frankfurt, Germany. Marco started working at the KfW Development Bank in 2017 as a senior environment and social expert. He has long-standing experience in environment and social impact assessment, land acquisition and resettlement, and livelihood restoration, as well as environment and social due diligence. Since 2019, he has been focusing on energy and water resources projects across Europe and Asia, in particular hydropower and transmission line projects, including Indonesia, for which he is responsible as the lead environment social specialist for project preparation as well as implementation. Marco, you're online. Good to see you. And next, Suraya Afif, PhD. Suraya? Okay, here we go. Okay, Suraya, she's a fellow of Khalsa Institute and Development of Anthropology Faculty of Social Political Science at the University of Indonesia. Soraya is an associate professor of the Department of Anthropology at the University of Indonesia. She completed her PhD in environmental politics in the University of California at Berkeley and has been teaching at UI since 2005. She has been advocating for agrarian environmental justice for the urban poor, rural poor and vulnerable people in Indonesia. Soraya was the program manager for Indonesia Forum for Environment, otherwise WALUHI, and is still actively providing assistance to WALUHI, as well as other civil society groups, promoting the community's rights to use, manage, and conserve lands and other resources for sustainable livelihoods. And next, Frank. Hope you're still online. Well, Frank, okay. Frank, already been introduced. He's a professor of social science at the University of Groningen, Netherlands, expert in social impact assessment and the management of social issues related to large projects. He obtained PhD from Groningen University, is recognized internationally for his work. He received the individual award from the International Association for Impact Assessment in 2014. He is the co-author of the IAIA Social Impact Assessment Guideline for assessing and managing the social impact of project, which we used a lot for drafting the guidelines for Indonesia. He also served as the president of the International Rural Sociology Associations. Welcome, Frank. And by the way, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start this. Sorry, one more. Sorry, there's one more person. Mister. Oh, Carlos, I'm sorry, my friend. Why are you sitting? You've been hiding yourself, that's right. Okay, here we go. So, Carlos Thomas Paraso Brito. He's a senior social development specialist at the World Bank. He's my good friend. He's a regional coordinator for the Forest Carbon Partnership Faculty Facility. He specializes in social dimensions of ESG, including social sustainability and social integrity of carbon markets and social environmental risk management of infrastructure project, impact assessment, shared value, and CSR, corporate social responsibility. Previously, Carlos was a social safeguard coordinator for Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. He also led efforts at the Environment Social Framework Coordinator for Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, and Peru, where he was instrumental in promoting environment social policy reforms, integrating cutting-edge methodologies for social risk assessment and mitigation. Carlos has authored numerous publications at the World Bank addressing critical issues such as indigenous peoples, social impact assessment, risk management, in multiple sectors, including transportation and energy. Welcome, Carlos. I was so concerned about the time, so I was a bit rushing. So, let's start the discussion. We have a round of questions that we're going to ask, and then I will ask each of the panelists to start responding, but please raise your hand if you have any particular comments or interests that you want to respond. So first question, adequate social impact assessment. What is an adequate social impact assessment, SIA? What are the benefits of doing an adequate SIA? What are the issues that SIA should pay attention to most? What may make SIA more useful and effective in mitigating social risks and impact? What about implementation and monitoring? Maybe I can start with Irina, based on the experience of ADB or elsewhere.
Terima kasih. Thank you. So it's a very interesting question and very important question, and I would probably break it by saying that adequacy will probably depend on the purpose, and we've seen multiple presentations on the different types of scopes and tailoring to the particular project objectives. So I would probably talk more about from the perspective of the development project perspective, maybe basing my experience on ADB operations. If social impact assessment is aligned with eminent domain laws and regulations, which are necessarily transactional in nature, we are bound to miss different types of impacts. We mentioned this earlier in our conversation as multilateral financial institutions really look into a broader spectrum of types of impacts, and our outcome in the policies is usually looking into livelihood restoration, livelihood replacement, and sort of mapping back from that objective. We also look into other types of impacts, and I just wanted to highlight maybe two issues. If we look from the land, from the eminent domain perspective, we're usually focusing on land and improvements, structures, crops, trees, etc. But if we have this broader livelihood restoration view, we are bound to look into land access issue or not necessarily land acquisition per se. In this area, there are many impacts which are not easily monetized. And some of these are mostly informal incomes, informal types of livelihood activities, which are really difficult to assess. They're difficult in terms of getting information and also putting value on those types of activities. So if people have access to forests, to pastures, to grazing areas, and they lose that access, there is a very severe livelihood impact. But then how we mitigate it is quite really difficult. So that goes back to our question of what our social impact assessment is for. So the type of mitigation in that critical kind of assessment is quite difficult to arrive at. Another type of livelihood impact may be access, which has enormous value, where you are located and what kind of livelihood you derive from that. So that's one set of issues. The second, I would say that we sometimes miss when we look at the project is the short-sightedness of land acquisition, because it's front and center in the beginning of the project. We acquire land, we move on with construction. But if we look closely more through the whole project cycle perspective, we will need to assess impacts related to construction, impacts which are cross-sectional, and they are both related to social and environmental. So the cross-sectionality of environmental and social impacts, for example, biodiversity offsets, they are very important in some projects from the environmental perspective, but they would always have social impacts, especially if it's in IP areas. So I'll stop there and pass it back to you, Satoshi. Thank you.
Thank you, very good. Can I ask?
Can I
please, Freya,
add, because this is important for me. So vulnerability is a local context, and the context of Indonesia is the issue of gender and social inclusions. I think adequate social impact is actually has to focus on, gender equality, disability, and social inclusions. Because this is very important. Often the social impact is considered general community. No, has to be separate for women, children, elderly, and different ethnic background and history and classes. So I think I just want to add that's important to be in the guidelines. Thank you.
Very interesting two questions. Can I maybe ask you both of you to elaborate a little bit? Because both of you spoke about similar related things. Elena, you spoke about access to forests, for instance, which is the commons, not owned by anybody. It's maybe owned by a community, which consists of multiple people, including vulnerable groups, for instance. How would you address the issue of this common ownership or common usage where different people have different access rights or power?
Satoshi, thank you. It's a very tricky question. I think proper participatory way to address this issue, to find a strategy actually to listen to the communities, to understand the boundaries, to map the resources, to understand to what extent it's a communal use or private use. Because even in a communal setting, you might have families or households which are more affected than the others. So the concentration of cost versus the benefit would be quite important. And then this whole idea of replacement of an asset with an asset is a very important one, but then this is where we fall short usually. So replacing findings similar environment for people to resettle or redevelop their livelihood is really very difficult this time and place. So we end up looking into alternative livelihood restoration strategies, which are also extremely difficult. So building on these sort of different pillars of what will go into alternative livelihood restoration is quite important. And it's, I would say, looking for best practices, looking for good examples would be maybe the strategy and the national kind of environment as well.
Yeah, I think access and ownership. So people have access, but sometimes they not the owner of that land, considered as a adat in Indonesia. So you have to look at the both. Do not just focus on the owner, who's the owner of this land, but who used that land. And also sometimes historical. The assumption that everybody has a territorial right and things like that, I think is a myth. Some of the indigenous community actually do not claim territorial, but they move from place to place. And that is something, that group that mostly vulnerable. For example, in the case of Orang Rimba. Orang Rimba has places that they move from place to place for resources, right? So, but in Indonesia, they lose a lot because all that area that depends is already oil palm, is hagi and things like that. So how you recognize the group that basically do not have a clear territorial communal, because it is a myth that everybody has it. No, a lot of people have a different system. So that, and then second one, I still emphasis on gender issue, because sometimes you ask everybody have using the same places. No, women might have a different way of access and using a place, and men might be different. Yeah. In Papua, for example, there is a special places that women, considered as a forest for women. Yeah, and of course you cannot generalize in different places like that. So understand what exactly local context. It's very important. So the guidelines should not generalize assumptions. So I think that is hopefully answer your questions.
Thanks, Raya. So maybe Frank. Okay, so we hear very good inputs from Irina and Raya. So the diversity and challenges of determining boundary. But we also are under pressure to expedite the assessment process. How would you address the question, two kind of not really contradictory questions, but kind of two questions that one thing require more time and attention, the other requiring more speed. How would you strike the balance between the two?
Well, I think the comments that Richard Parsons made earlier were very appropriate to this. But basically, we need to implement SIA into the planning process from the beginning. It's only the perception that SIA delays projects only happens because they leave it too late to start. If it's built into the planning process from the beginning, then it doesn't lead to any delays. The one thing I would also like to add to the excellent comments said already is, from my point of view, an adequate SIA is one that makes practical recommendations for improvement. Practical recommendations. So understanding the local context is really important, but also practical recommendations for how to address the social impacts, how to mitigate them, and how to create enhancement.
Thanks, Frank. So let's move on to the next question. Any comments or questions people on the floor, the online participants have, please put on the slide or we'll get back to them. Okay. Next question is a compliance versus social impact assessment. Compliance with legal and regulatory requirements, we're often under pressure to accelerate land acquisition impact assessment processes when more time is needed to adequately assess impact because the impact is significant, and also to meet all the legal regulatory requirements, including those of the financiers. How best we can strike the balance between again, the speed and then compliance in this particular case, as well as the scale of impact. Maybe we can start with Marco, please. No. Okay. Marco, please start first. We can't hear you.
Okay, yeah, I was still on mute, so sorry for that. Yeah, first of all, apologies for not being in Jakarta today. I would have loved to be there. So concerning your question, I think I would underline what Frank has already mentioned in his last point. I don't think that we really need to worry so much about delays if we start early in the project with the social impact assessment. That's what we see in our projects worldwide, that the delays come later in the implementation of the projects when we are not having focused on social impact assessments early in the project. So just to giving you an example, also from Indonesia, we are currently having a project, a transmission line project, which is called Sulawesi Green Energy Corridor Sulawesi with our partner PT PLN. And there we have started very early in the project development with a social scoping. And the activities in the scoping and the results were taken into account then in the technical planning. And eventually, we could avoid all indigenous areas and accordingly also avoid the impacts on indigenous people. So I think this already shows that the process can be speeded up, accelerated at the very beginning. And that's why I think we should rather discuss how we can include the social impact assessment process into the technical planning documents and processes than discussing about whether there is some more time needed or not.
Baik. Terima kasih Pak Satoshi dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saya ingin sedikit agak berbeda, tapi saya ingin konteks keindonesiaannya. Bahwa tadi pagi Pak Menteri mengatakan mengakomodir kepentingan masyarakat itu satu poin. Lalu kemudian saya ingin melihat hari ini regulasi yang ada di Indonesia tentang SIA atau dampak itu sesungguhnya sudah ada di perencanaan. Di perencanaan dikatakan melakukan studi kelayakan tentang dampak sosial. Berhenti sampai di situ, berhenti sampai di dokumen hasil. Nah, ini dia persoalan kita. Kalau kita lihat kemudian ke dalam pasal-pasal yang diaplikasikan, apa yang dilaksanakan dari dokumen hasil itu. Itu persoalan kita hari ini. Di batang tubuh hanya dikatakan tanah sisa dan terdampak 100 meter lebih. Tidak lebih. Tidak ada tentang itu. Selain itu. Nah, mengapa saya angkat itu ketika tadi topiknya adalah kepatuhan hukum. Kita ingat kembali bahwa Indonesia inilah negara hukum yang menganut Eropa kontinental atau civil law. Artinya apa? Bahwa yang bisa dilakukan adalah atau dianggap hukum adalah peraturan perundangan yang sudah tertulis. Ini persoalan kita. Ketika tadi pembicara sebelumnya ibu kita bicara tentang penguasaan tanah yang tanpa surat, saya coba simpulkan seperti itu. Ini persoalan kita dari hari ke hari. Di dalam peraturan yang lain dikatakan hanya tanah yang bersertifikat yang perlu dibayar. Kita tahu bahwa ada banyak sekali masyarakat Indonesia yang turun-temurun menduduki suatu lokasi. Ketika dihadapkan dengan pengadaan tanah dan apakah akan diganti rugi atau bukan. Ada problem yang perlu diselesaikan secara hukum tertulis. Ini menurut saya salah satu langkah mitigasi kita bahwa apa-apa yang dibicarakan tadi tentang SIA agak bagus sekali. Saya setuju itu keberpihakan kepada yang terdampak. Tetapi apabila ini hanya tidak sanggup kita dorong lebih kuat ke dalam suatu regulasi tertulis, maka dalam pelaksanaannya saya pikir sulit sekali. Saya memahami ini sesuatu yang baik dan perlu. Saya setuju dengan konsep keberpihakan kepada masyarakat terdampak. Tetapi ada banyak, paling tidak saya sebutkan 3 aspek. Pertama adalah kebijakan politik dan anggaran. Itu pasti akan mempengaruhi. Yang kedua, kebijakan untuk menetapkan ini sebagai hukum karena apa? Ketika dia hukum harus dilaksanakan. Nah, yang ketiga tentu siapa yang melaksanakan untuk konteks keindonesiaan. Lembaga mana? Kalau Malaysia tadi sudah ada. Indonesia siapa? Barangkali ini yang akan kita dorong. Sementara seperti itu dulu berbagi waktu. Terima kasih, nanti kita lanjut lagi.
Thank you very much, Pak Rahman. I really like your 2 points. One is this feasibility study to allow early identification of impact, avoid and minimize impact. That's one way to address this question. And also the legal creating certainties. So everybody needing to do SIF right from the beginning. That's going to speed up the processes. Yeah, I'd like you say there's 2 points. Carlos, any further points on this particular issue?
Well, thank you. I think the question of the point about the feasibility studies, of even pre-feasibility studies, is very important. Projects just don't happen. Projects really takes years to be defined and to be actually approved. So actually it's very important to think when the first engagement starts with the communities. And land is not something that land selection or where the project is going to be is a fundamental part to make a project feasible. So the issue is sometimes the pre-feasibility studies, the feasibility studies are not of the quality that is deserved for certain projects, and this is when we start running into trouble and we run out of time. Second, I really don't know, in my years of experience working on this, I don't know at a single project in which we've had all the time that we needed to identify the impacts and mitigate impacts. That really is something that we keep, is an ongoing process because things change. I work in a project in a country where actually it took almost 45 years to be finally built. So by the time there was the project conceptualized, and by the time the construction started years after, everything has changed. Part of the land was no longer rural land. It was classified as a urban land. And so I think this is important to, I totally agree when the principles of social impact assessment begin, and I think it's important to introduce them and work with the engineers to introduce them in pre-feasibility and feasibility studies.
Excellent, thank you. I cannot agree more with what you said. Yeah. So, next question is again the speed. Many times, land acquisition becomes the bottleneck to infrastructure development. As practitioners and authorities, regulators to some extent, what enables the timely land acquisition without unnecessarily causing harm to anybody? What can SIA do to expedite land acquisition that is still just? Maybe I can start with Irina.
Thank you. It's always a balancing act, and I think for land acquisition, really two critical components are important. Is the availability of technical designs, because that's how we start, right? And the sort of whether they're detailed or feasibility or pre-feasibility really matters. We talked about consultation, so design and input into the design from communities and affected persons is very critical. And as we also heard in many of the presentations, participation is messy, it takes time, so accounting for that in the planning process is very critical. Second, we tend to prioritize the start of civil works in our projects. So stepping back and actually mapping the processes which are happening quite in parallel in terms of procurement of civil works and sort of implementation of civil works. Sometimes land acquisition actually happens in parallel. So sequencing, looking at the bottlenecks and seeing where the bottlenecks will be while also having proper due diligence on land acquisition is quite important. I think the practicalities learning from our operations is we need to have the congruence and sort of all the hands on the job, not just from the land acquisition, environmental and social safeguards practitioners, from the implementing agencies, but from the contractors themselves and project supervision consultants. So it's really having capacity, like a 360 capacity, that will help to move project further with proper grievance management on time, understanding complaints and the source of complaints.
Yeah, thank you very much. I cannot fully agree. All stakeholders, everybody involved in project implementation should be aware of the social risks and then contribute to the speed. That's very important. Frank, can you say a few words on this topic?
Yes, my addition to what's been said is, what if we improved what we're offering to people? I mean, part of the problem is that too many public sector agencies think they can rely on expropriation to seize the land, and of course people resist. That's why there's delays. If we had a better system where we offered more, so people would actively choose for a resettlement package, then we'd find that there would be much more acceptance and it would be a quicker process. So changing the way land acquisition happens, not relying on expropriation, but establishing an agreement-making process where we offer a much better package which people would actively choose. That's my suggestion.
Thanks, Frank. I mean, the choice that you mentioned is very important. The more agency we can provide to the affected people, the actually quicker the solution may be, a negotiation process. That's a very good point. Thank you. I'm aware of the time, so let's move on. So then, beyond land acquisition, we're talking quite a lot about livelihood issues. Livelihood restoration, etc. We all know that livelihood is not just about physical assets. Non-physical assets, including social networks, local knowledge about where to go in the forest, the sea to collect what the forest products can be found, to catch fish, are important sources of livelihood. If you physically resettle people, you will lose, if you physically resettle, you lose many of them. On top of the land and other physical assets, compensation for loss of physical assets, even at a fair replacement value, cannot restore them. how can SIA contribute to mitigating and restoring livelihood loss comprehensively, above and beyond the compensation for loss of assets? Maybe Pak Rahman, based on your experience, can you say a few words on this?
Baik, terima kasih. Benar bahwa berpindah itu istilahnya itu tercerabut dari budaya, itu satu. Tidak akan bisa sebenarnya menjadi sama di tempat yang baru. Nah, kembali saya pada koridor hukum yang ada di Indonesia. Sebenarnya secara konseptual, regulasi atau peraturan perundangan di Indonesia sudah menjelaskan itu bahwa dikatakan di sana paling tidak ada 3 yang berpihak kepada itu. Yang pertama, memperhatikan keseimbangan antara kepentingan pembangunan dan kepentingan rakyat. Ini satu. Yang kedua, ganti kerugian itu harus layak dan adil. Ketiga, menjamin kepentingan hukum. Nah, ini satu. Kemudian nanti kalau dikonversi berapa nilai yang akan diterima atau apa yang harus diterima. Kalau di Indonesia ada pilihan bentuk ganti kerugian itu seperti apa, ada pilihan. Nah, ini lagi-lagi secara konseptual. Dalam praktek memang kita itu pengalaman hampir 99% lebih itu selalu memilih uang. Belum kita temukan yang secara sukarela saya mau minta saham saja atau minta relokasi saja. Persentase yang sangat kecil kalaupun ada. Mengapa? Mungkin perlu penelitian apakah budaya yang seperti itu konsumtif katanya. Kalau ada uang satu langsung bisa dipakai. Tidak memikir masa depan. Yang kedua, barangkali ini pribadi saya berpendapat, apakah ada kecurigaan kalau misalnya uang itu tidak ditransfer menjadi seperti apa. Padahal itu bisa sebenarnya dihitung-hitung. Nah, ini sesuatu yang menarik apabila di kemudian hari ini memang perlu didorong agar bisa memilih opsi selain uang. Kalaupun uang bisa diberdayakan lagi supaya menjadi uang itu menghasilkan kepada dia sesuatu kehidupan baru atau nilai tambah yang baru. Itu saya pikir. Terima kasih.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I would like to emphasize this. First of all, in the process, actually, the process is not differentiate between urban and rural. Of course, in the urban, that people focus more on capital, and especially if the compensation is highly in markets, yeah? Because then they could buy land or in another places or move to another places. But in the rural, actually the problem is that they are not very easy to choose what is the best for their interests. And a lot of process is not differentiated quite well, in my opinion. Because I, one day, actually defending in the Wadas case, and the reason people actually against it, because for them, the effect is actually to community cohesions. Even they could get the money, they could not move easily or replace it in the other places and things like that. So, but the process not very, give a lot of opportunity on options. And the other thing is trust. How can you trust, for example, want to have, for example, share. How can you trust this company will give you an honest compensations? There is a lot of cases they are not fulfill the promise, including, I have to say, the government as well. So that is the problem actually. How you can beyond, actually compensation, and why? I mean, what is the option for not the money as a compensation, right? And after you get the money, you also difficult to choose what I should do with this money. Thank you.
Thanks, Soraya. Irina, based on your experience at ADB, is there anything you want to say about the swift implementation of land acquisition?
No, I think it's a very difficult question actually, and issues like cultural heritage, tangible and intangible cultural heritage. This is always kind of, it's a tricky question. Community networks, and it really depends, as you mentioned, it depends on the options available. And again, options may be there, they may come up as part of consultations process. The relocation of the spirits, the community may decide how you might actually arrive at that process. It may be feasible. In some other instances, not feasible, sacred sites. So it's always almost like case-by-case basis what options you have and what community generates as part of the consultation.
Thank you. Very interesting discussions. Let's move on to the next topic because time is already up. FPIC and meaningful consultation is a very important thing that we've been discussing quite a lot today. Why is meaningful consultations or FPIC important? When consultations are meaningful, and when is an agreement with affected people an FPIC? When consultations are good enough, and does FPIC mean the same thing to all projects that require FPIC? Whether or not the impact is very severe or not. What are the key challenges and good practices in promoting meaningful consultations or FPIC? How can the SIS support the process? Marco, I know you have been struggling this question in Indonesia. You don't need to mention the name of the project, but based on experience, tell us a little bit about the issues of stakeholder engagement and FPIC.
Yeah, thank you, Satoshi. Well, I think FPIC is in most of the countries something which we are struggling with, but what we are trying to do is that we really have an early engagement of stakeholders and learning, of course, from the mistakes of the past. I think that we have now in several projects started with an FPIC process from the very beginning of the project and trying to streamline this with the national requirements, and this appears to be a good way forward. In addition, I must say that obviously a profound social impact assessment will, of course, support a good FPIC process. I think that's something which we should always take into account. So the features of a good social impact assessment, like commitment of the partner, is also very important for the FPIC process. So maybe that's my initial
Thanks,
statement.
Marco. Carlos, you are the guru of FPIC.
Well, interesting question. Look, free, prior, and informed consent. First of all, is the process to obtain consent from the communities for anything that it wants to happen in their land and their territories. But people tend to forget, or maybe they don't know, that the FPIC process is a principle that is grounded on the right of self-determination of indigenous peoples, and is specific for indigenous peoples. So when they have been for years fighting for this right to make their own decisions. So when it comes to this actually FPIC process is grounded also in international conventions. One of the last international conventions that includes this is the international convention, the ILO 169, which is the Indigenous and Tribals People Conventions of 1989. By the way, Indonesia has not ratified that convention, which is a very important indicator of the status of these negotiations in this country. The other thing that people tend to forget is that the FPIC process is not necessarily a process to start when you will actually, the goal is to obtain a yes at the end of the process. It's really a process that the communities see themselves as a process to probably also say no. or yes with certain conditions. It's actually a negotiation tool, and it has to be understood like that. In my experience, most of my experience doing FPIC has been from doing FPIC processes with indigenous communities in the Latin American region, especially with communities in the Amazon basin. And there, the context of this is quite different than any other aspects that I have seen. There, actually, the process is quite complex. It takes time and it takes resources, but one fundamental aspects of the process is like you have to have commitment. If there is no commitment from the different stakeholders, the process is going to fail. And commitment, especially from the government, and commitment from the companies, because commitment is shown as a way to at least respect the others and see the others as equals in a negotiation tables. But if you don't see the other of indigenous communities as somebody that actually can negotiate and make their own decisions of what is going to happen in the territories, the process is going to fail. And I have seen this in many companies and in some governments that this commitment is just not there. The other thing that I wanted to say, because I think it's important, especially in this type of panels, is that FPIC is not an upgraded version of consultation. People tend to say that, oh, FPIC is like a longer process of consultation, so this is what I'm going to do. It's a very different thing. FPIC, and I want to really, if something you can remember from this panel, FPIC is not an extended and upgraded process, consultation process. It's a very different thing. FPIC is specific for indigenous peoples, and it's a negotiation tool to make decisions where they can negotiate decisions that will happen in their territories and land.
Thanks, Carlos. I mean, I really like you said that FPIC is not really consultation, because there's a good faith negotiations. It's a negotiation process rather than informing somebody and asking for questions. It's really to ask for consent, even though it's not the veto power. It's very different things. It's very important to go deeper into this differences. Soraya, you want to say something about this too?
Yeah, I put two issues. One, again, the involvement of gender. Because a lot of, if that, consultation with the indigenous people, usually the elders is men. And you can't justify that because the men and women might have a different concerns. So meaningful consultation actually meaningful. You ask people, you explain what will happen to their life. And it's a process. Because sometimes the projects say, well, there is no impact on this. But on the process of the project, it changes. Oh, that impact this, impact that. So you have to a longer process on the meaningful consultations, right? So the second one is representations. This is also a key issue. Representation is not the government choose, oh, you represent this community. In Indonesia, this is a problem that always assumption that the village leader is the representation of the community. Is not. So, and the representation has to be chosen by the people who are represent your interests and could be a different from administrative representations. And the consultation, meaningful consultation means you go to the village. You not just ask them, come to the kecamatan and things like that. Because this is a very important. Now, I really wants to see whether this is in the guidelines to say how you do this meaningful consultation. I think has to be go to the village, talk to them. And if there is something that they ask, give a contact. Who's the contact that they may be asked? Something happened, different things like that. So for me, that is according to my experience. Thank you.
Excellent. Irina?
Thank you. Just a very quick extension of this. I think the distribution of project benefits, it's the extension of this and how this happens and who captures the benefits, part of the consultation, but an extremely important pathway to explore.
Thank you. I mean, this is a very critical question. I would say the governance, because you can go as far as you have to go. You have to go to the village, but then you have to also go to the hamlets, far away from the main settlements, right? So, you know, you need to know more about the structures and governance and community organizations to make sure not just the project go to the village, which takes some time and cost, but within the community, there has to be some processes where communities members are able to talk to each other, for instance. That's something beyond FP process per se or what the project can do, but can facilitate the process. Very interesting. Last question, I'm aware of the time. Monitoring and adaptive management. Very important key to quickly detecting and proactively addressing unforeseen emerging risks and impact. But exactly what does adaptive management mean and what does it need to be, what does it require? And how to link it with monitoring and evaluation mechanisms? Could somebody provide some examples of successful monitoring and evaluation mechanisms and how they supported adaptive management that is known? What is the key? Why is this adaptive management key to the success of the project? Do they require significant additional resources? I want to start with Frank. Please.
So, in my opinion, adaptive management means that on the basis of monitoring and whatever other information is available, making ongoing adjustments to project operations and to the mitigation measures and livelihood options and so on to ensure that effective outcomes arise from the project. There's lots of reasons why adaptive management is needed. Actually, Carlos already mentioned the funny pathway that projects often take. There's no way that social impact assessment can identify all the likely consequences that will happen over time. And projects change over time. Communities change their views about things over time. The contractors and workers may not quite do what they were supposed to do. So it's a bit like a grievance redress mechanism. You need this ongoing feedback and change to ensure that you're always on track. It's a bit like the analogy of an aeroplane flying across the world. It has to adjust its direction all the time to take account of the prevailing winds. And the winds do change, right? It's exactly the same with the project. So adaptive management is essential, and it's the only way that things will happen. You know, weather events, for example, and particularly now with climate change, there'll be more weather events. So there can be earth movements, there could be strong winds, there could be landslides. And this might mean that pipelines get ruptured, that there's pollution spills. You know, one of the problems is that quite often projects don't effectively monitor. I've been to lots of project sites where pipes are rusty and there's great holes and so on. If it wasn't for proper monitoring processes, a lot of issues might get left behind. Key point about monitoring is it needs to be a community process. We've really heard about the importance of trust, and communities don't trust projects and often don't trust governments for good reason. So, and without a community base to monitoring, why would the community trust that an annual report said that there were no exceedances of the allowable limits? It's really important to have community-based monitoring with regular information on a transparent basis and lots of accountability.
Thanks, Frank. I want to turn to Marco. Please tell us about your experience on monitoring and also adaptive management. You know, project proponents are bound only do as much as they can do legally based on the legal agreement, financial agreement with their own financiers, and so on and so forth. So yes, you can do good monitoring, and yes, you can detect some problems, but there may be only so much they can do, but because they're bound by certain legal financial framework. And then based on experience in KfW, Chris, tell us a little bit about this challenge about the management, given the legal financing framework that we have to operate within?
Yeah, thank you. I can agree what Frank has mentioned, and I think I would like to give you an example from one of our projects. It's actually a hydropower plant in Tajikistan, but there we have started with an adaptive management approach specifically for the resettlement and the livelihood restoration. And I mean, as Frank has mentioned and the others, the adaptive management is essential since we have this changing environment or unpredictable environments. So what we did is that that there was an internal monitoring by our project executing agency, and we were really eager on having competent social staff there because we saw in the past that this is an obstacle. And this social staff was continuously in the field, and that was really also one of the success points. It was not, like Frank mentioned, a community-based monitoring system, but it was a monitoring system which was set up by the executing agency together with the people, with the affected persons. So that's, I think, what could also work. The grievance redress mechanism in this project was also used as a monitoring tool to track where we are in terms of grievances. Last but not least, maybe I would like to say that we also had a third-party monitoring consultant who was doing audits also, yeah. And for these audits, that was quite a good feedback also in terms of where can we develop further our community development programs or the livelihood restoration components. And one specific example was on vulnerable and poor households. They found out that they need more guidance and assistance for the obtaining of the property rights and the registration process. And this was then apparently done. And you mentioned about the financial constraints. In this project, the financial constraints were not so much the big problem. It was more about shifting also budgets from one side to the other. For instance, changing livelihood restoration components due to the adaptive management of the executing agency. So maybe that's my first starting point.
Thank you very much. Is there any question or comments from the floor? I don't see them in front of me. Okay, there's one question. Is this the one? Is how SIA undertaken in case voluntary land donation? Does it need the SIA? Oh, it's a good question. Who take on this question? Irina, you want to take on the question?
Yes, another tricky question. Very good question, actually. And I think MFI's, MDB's, multilateral development banks have very different approaches on voluntary land donation. Typically, the emphasis on of standards on land acquisition is in voluntary land acquisition. But despite that, there is a lot of emphasis on having due diligence on all types of transactions. So in the voluntary donation cases, it's really quite critical to actually confirm that these are voluntary in nature. And there are certain sets of criteria that can be applied in terms of who is donating, how much, what the impact is on livelihoods, and is there a peer pressure, is there a threat of coercion, is it a linear project, which really undermines the concept of donation because usually donation should not be linked to a specific site. So there are all these issues which kind of then ask the question, how do we do the assessment? And it sort of, we arrive at the answer that we do need to assess and provide proper due diligence.
Thanks, Irina. I don't see any other question. Is there any other question or comments? No, okay. Let's wrap up, it's already 5 o'clock. What I heard today, very interesting points. We put this future of SIA, such an ambitious topic for this discussion, panel discussion. But what I heard today, my view, is that it is not necessarily about SIA per se, it is how to apply it. You know, to apply SIA at early stage in the feasibility study, to minimize or avoid or minimize impact, create some legal certainties, to make sure everybody expect that SIA needs to be done, and give some choice, which is really a project management issues, project design issues, how we can provide choice to the affected people about the measures to restore their livelihood and so on and so forth, which can be done through some design changes, adaptations and things, not so much about SIA per se. And then there's a question of this inclusiveness. Some people have voiced, not voiced. That's where probably the SIA can go deeper, including to identify who are really vulnerable and why they are vulnerable to what. This is the issue that we should probably go deeper in order to make sure that key social risks are properly identified early on, for instance, through the feasibility studies, design choice, and make sure these social impact assessments and then minimization of impact, particularly for the vulnerable people, become legal mandates. Everybody knows what needs to be done to create legal certainties. I think this is very critical, and the SIA guideline that TLBPN is developing can really contribute to doing everything that we're discussing today. This early social assessment, certainty, vulnerable people, vulnerability assessment, and so on and so forth are all part of that. So thank you very much for the good discussions, the panelists, including Frank, Marco, connecting from Europe. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you very much for the panelists, and thank you very much for the participants.
Once again, let's give a big applause for all the panels and our moderator. Thank you very much. Now it's time for a group photo. Okay. Oh, could you please go in front of the tables? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, let's take a group photo. 1, 2, 3. Still the formal pose. One more time. 1, 2, 3. And then the last pose is the like candid pose. It's like yeah, this is like the end of the conference, so we have to like chill a little bit. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much once again, our panels, our moderator. Thank you. You may return to your seats. Kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempatnya masing-masing. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting discussion. Fruitful, insightful, and thought-provoking. And of course, we have to close our agenda. We will now hear the closing remarks that will be delivered by Dr. Raden Agus Marhendra, ahli pertahanan MSI. Maksud saya ahli pertanahan MSI, Director for Land Valuation and Lands Economy of the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, National Land Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. To Bapak Dr. Agus Marhendra, kami persilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormatin dan yang saya banggakan, sampai di akhir ujung acara ini masih bersama dengan kita. Tentunya para pejabat tinggi media yang masih hadir, pejabat tinggi Pratama, administrator, dan Profesor Budi, Profesor Indriatmo, kemudian Master Satoshi, kemudian Frank Van Klee, Master Unu. Nah, ini para narasumber, Bu Miss Herlina, Pak Rahman. Mana Pak Rahman tadi? Kemudian Bu Miss Irina. Terima kasih. Dr. Marco Leidel dan Ibu Suraya Afif. Dan Frank Venkle. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormatin, mohon izin kami menyampaikan rangkuman yang bisa kami rangkum tentunya penyelenggaraan International Conference on Social Impact Assessment sebagai berikut. Bapak Menteri Agraria dan Tata Ruang BPN berharap tentunya konferensi ini dapat berjalan dengan baik dan dapat menemukan solusi alternatif bagi permasalahan pengadaan tanah. Percepatan pengadaan tanah harus diikuti dengan kepastian hukum atas subjek dan objek pengadaan tanah dan pemberian ganti kerugian yang mencerminkan rasa keadilan. Kebijakan pengadaan tanah diharapkan dapat mengakomodir masyarakat hukum adat, petani kecil, dan kelompok rentan lainnya. Prinsip no one left behind harus benar-benar diterapkan sehingga pembangunan dapat menciptakan kesejahteraan bagi rakyat. Direktorat Jenderal Pengadaan Tanah dan Pengembangan Pertanahan, Kementerian ATR BPN, memberikan arahan bahwa tujuan dari konferensi hari ini yaitu untuk bertukar pikiran mengenai langkah-langkah yang dapat dilakukan dalam mengidentifikasi, menyusun upaya mitigasi, dan mengelola dampak sosial akibat kegiatan pengadaan tanah terutama bagi kelompok masyarakat rentan sehingga kehidupan dari masyarakat terdampak pengadaan tanah menjadi lebih baik juga sesuai dengan asas keadilan dan berkelanjutan. Menjelaskan pula bahwa social impact assessment atau penilaian dampak sosial dapat menjadi salah satu alat perencanaan dalam pengelolaan dampak sosial dalam konteks pengadaan tanah untuk pembangunan bagi kepentingan umum. Di sesi pertama, disampaikan gambaran umum latar belakang pengembangan Undang-Undang Nomor 2 Tahun 2012 tentang pengadaan tanah bagi pembangunan untuk kepentingan umum dan tantangan kontemporer dalam mempercepat proses sembari memenuhi kepatuhan hukum dan menjamin keadilan. Dibahas pula mengenai tantangan dalam pengadaan tanah pada kasus hutan negara dan tanah tidak terdaftar. Solusi yang mungkin diajukan, termasuk restrukturisasi kepemilikan tanah di kawasan hutan dan pembuatan kebijakan pro masyarakat miskin dan pro lingkungan, di mana ATR BPN memegang peran utama. Program pendaftaran tanah sistematis dapat menjadi salah satu alat utama dalam mengatasi masalah agraria. Peran pemerintah juga penting dalam memfasilitasi pencapaian keadilan sosial dalam pengadaan tanah. Integrasi social impact assessment sebagai bahan dari proses perencanaan pengadaan tanah akan memanusiakan wajah pengadaan tanah sehingga tidak ada seorang pun yang tertinggal dalam pembangunan. Sesi berikutnya ditekankan bahwa dampak sosial berbeda dengan dampak lingkungan, sehingga memerlukan pendekatan dan berbeda untuk mengelola dampak sosial. Oleh karena itu, metodologi penyusunan SIAE harus disesuaikan dengan konteks sosial, ekonomi, politik, dan budaya masing-masing negara. Sangat diharapkan pedoman SIAE yang sedang disusun saat ini oleh Kementerian ATR BPN dengan bantuan dari World Bank dan KFW dapat segera diselesaikan dan dapat diimplementasikan dalam kegiatan pengadaan tanah di Indonesia. Karena tanpa adanya regulasi, payung hukum yang jelas akan sulit untuk mewujudkan keseimbangan antara kecepatan, kepastian hukum, dan keadilan dalam pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Juga disampaikan studi kasus dari penerapan SIA di beberapa negara, yaitu Malaysia, pembelajaran bersama dalam penyusunan pedoman SIA di Indonesia. Dan sesi terakhir dilakukan memberikan gambaran dan pandangan bagaimana adopsi dan pelaksanaan dari social impact peluang untuk pendanaan yang luas, seperti bagaimana ASEAN Development Bank and World Bank juga concern terhadap livelihood restoration sebagai bagian dari dampak akibat pengadaan tanah. Dibahas juga bagaimana landasan hukum akan menjadi penting untuk memastikan adanya kepastian bagi pelaksana proyek untuk melaksanakan social impact assessment. Disepakati oleh panelis bahwa tidak ada satu bentuk social impact assessment sehingga Indonesia dan setiap negara harus mencari bentuknya sendiri yang sesuai dengan konteks sosial budaya, ekonomi, politik, dan tata kelola lokal, termasuk apa yang akan menjadi dimensi dampak prioritas di SIA di Indonesia. Peningkatan kapasitas menjadi agenda penting lainnya agar SIA dapat diadopsi. Pada akhirnya, koordinasi dan kolaborasi antara kementerian dan lembaga, badan, dan stakeholder SIA dalam pengadaan tanah untuk pembangunan bagi kepentingan umum. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, selanjutnya kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu, narasumber, panelis, moderator, peserta, dan rekan-rekan dari Bank Dunia dan Kementerian ATR BPN yang telah acara ini. Semoga konferensi hari ini dapat memberikan pembelajaran yang dapat meningkatkan pemahaman kita semua dalam upaya untuk mewujudkan pengadaan kepentingan umum yang lebih adil bagi semua pihak. Tentunya akan kita tindak lanjuti. Akhirnya dengan mengucapkan Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, acara International Conference on Social Impact Assessment tahun 2024 ditutup. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Santi Santi
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Agus untuk closing remarks. Dan tentunya Ibu dan Bapak hadirin kami hormati, dengan berakhirnya closing remarks yang telah sama-sama kita dengarkan, berakhir pula acara kita pada hari ini. On behalf of the organizers and partners of this event, we would like to express our gratitude to all of our speakers and moderators. Also, we appreciate your contribution and times for sharing the knowledge and experiences with us during the session. Finally, thank you to all of our distinguished guests and participants, offline and online, as well as those who joining us via live streaming or via Zoom. Thank you so much. Once again, karena begitu banyaknya pertanyaan yang belum sempat dijawab, maka semua materi presentasi akan dibagikan melalui link berikut ini yang nanti akan ditampilkan di layar berikut. Thank you once again for your participation. Mohon maaf apabila ada salah-salah yang kurang berkenan. Sampai jumpa lagi di acara berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai jumpa di acara berikutnya. Terima kasih, selamat sore.